Okay. So the solution would be is essentially you would require, and Anthony, I'm curious what your thoughts are on this. You would require, uh, if you guys could please, I'm just engaging in the comment. You would require healthcare systems. You would require healthcare systems to abide by certain most favored nation clauses that would establish protocols through which healthcare systems would help patients.
See, this is what I'm saying. This is why I be stopping you. Quote First Nation. Shut the fuck up, bro. Like, stop trying to be smart. It's not a good look on you, my girl. You sound crazy.
I use most
Shut up. Be quiet. Stop. Stop. You want to sound, and you just sound goofy.
This is not about being smart.
You really sound
Just Google what it is.
You're the First Nation. No, but stupid. It's stupid, and you're a stupid bitch.
Stupid. I might be stupid.
God, I hate you.
Yeah, that's fine. Just Google it before you call it stupid. You don't even. So what I would argue is that
the level of disrespect. Like numerous moderators have asked you to stop talking.
For what? What
It's
reason
very
do I have to
simple.
stop talking?
Numerous moderators have asked you to stop talking
For what reason stop talking?
because they don't want to hear what you have to say, and they want to redirect the conversation. And your level of unmitigated arrogance and unabashed wrongfulness, it's stunning. It is actually stunning.
That was better than any cuss words, but I'm gonna say I've actually lost the point of contention between TC and you all. And I don't even know. I know we all will agree that America was not the best model for the healthcare thing, and then we were going down reasons of why, and I didn't offer any solutions, but I just know that.
You heard me offer a solution. I was silent. So.
Oh. No, because y'all want to protect the insurance companies and like.
You didn't even hear how
we can't. Yeah, I did hear. We heard you over and over again. TC, I'm not going to be interrupted by you. You done the diatribes. I'm gonna talk, okay? So as you keep saying, don't really have much to do with like insurance, period. You're like saying a bunch of words. Like, if you were talking about an actual model, an actual thing to do, but trying to, like, you and Anthony are, like, saying that it's not the insurance company's fault. It absolutely is their fault. They're in bed with the U.S. government, who is the pharmaceutical companies. But if y'all want to, like, skip over that part, there's never going to be a solution because y'all don't want to blame the people that need to be blamed.
And that's where I was at before TC cut me off, because I was going to say we understand capitalism and how the Food and Drug Administration is regulating things being paid off by the pharmaceutical lobbyists and the insurance company lobbyists, which we have to understand. All this stuff ties in. And as much as I hate to admit it, it is because of the capitalism. And I posted the link on the guy who used ChatGPT to lower his medical bills from $155,000 to $33,000, and all he did was put it in there, and it was just finding errors and things that they were just charging for the same thing, but rewording it. So this issue across the board, and I don't know. My only pushback for some of you with the Nordic system, Christy reminded me brought up, was that y'all are saying the population size doesn't matter. Again, I'm not an expert on this, but doesn't population matter with everything we talk about this kind of thing is one point. And my other point was, is it too far gone because this system is so intricately woven into the fabric that I don't think we can change it. Does anyone else? Or do you think we have to just start from scratch? And what does that look like if so? Because it's too many hands that are being fed by this. powerful at this point for too long.
So BT, an example that you cited that where the guy reduced his bill from $150,000 to $33,000, right? Now, who would be the villain in that scenario? Is it the insurance company that's the villain, or is it the hospital system that overcharged him for things that they were redundant with and whatever else you said happened? Who would be the villain in that scenario?
Well, was it you that blamed doctors earlier? And I was gonna.
I think it's a huge part of the problem, BT. I think that the profit motive is so strong in our capitalistic society that doctors will game the system. They will work the system for all it's worth. They will squeeze every dime, nickel, penny.
Wait, this from a Republican?
This is crazy. This is crazy.
Come on. Are you trying to kick yourself in your own? Because you can't be. This can't be from you. Can't be.
And BT, to your question.
I've been consistent.
You are inconsistent. You are the most capitalistic person, like hyper-capitalistic person I've ever met. You like everything is about profit and money motive to you. Everything, even people's fucking livelihood. The difference between people being homeless. You talk about people not leaning on them and having government assistance. Now this is what you want to kick. Mind you, I agree. Like it shouldn't be a for-profit. It's people's lives. But you, and I know it's probably a conversation by calling you out, but I have to, cause y'all will do this and nobody won't say nothing to y'all and think y'all just slide easily back and forth. But what you can't have it both ways, bro. You gotta pick a side, and I see that. We talk about family members and stuff, which makes sense. Shit changes because that hits you. So you see, you have a different attitude about it because it affects you. And so in that thing, you want fairness, you want transparency, but you don't care about it when it comes to empowerment and opportunity zones and food stamps and things like that. You cannot have it both ways, Anthony. You can't. And that's why you have to be on the right side all the time. You can't just pick the times where you want to jump, because when that shit affects you, then you're gonna want somebody to help you out.
So BT, to your question, there was a couple of misstatements, and I see that Maga's not here. But earlier, Maga introduced that yes, we talk about insurance companies, we talk about the pharmaceutical companies, but little attention is given to the hospitals and how the hospitals and their cost motivation and how they charge for things is feeding into pollution. It's polluting the system as well. And so in many ways, the question of who's to blame assumes that there's one group who bears more responsibility than another, or bears total responsibility. And because of your very point of how intricately connected all these little pieces are, it's hard to suss that out. And so it's the entire system that is at fault, because the hospitals are doing their part, the doctors are doing their part, the pharmaceutical companies are doing their part, and money is behind it probably behind 75% of it in all cases. So yes, it's difficult. But another part, an answer to the other part of your question is, I feel like the ACA was trying to make an inroad because it was addressing little pieces of the problem and creating avenues for new legislation, new regulation to further extricate some of the profit out of the system. So I think the ACA was trying to do that, creating like a little pathway, and then with more regulation and more restrictions placed on the different entities within the health insurance industry, we could get to something that was not only equitable in terms of how it distributed care, but fair and in terms of return on investment. So hopefully that responded to what you were
Absolutely.
asking.
Thank you for actually addressing.
So I think there is a lot of nuance in this conversation. What we haven't addressed is if we're going to admit that the insurance companies should be covering the cost of healthcare costs for Americans, how do we pay for it, right? And I think if we permit a little bit of levity in the conversation, we might be able to suss out some really creative ways of how you pay for it, keep the competitive nature there, but at the same time, don't overload the system to where you're dealing with another public service that is insolvent, like Social Security. The argument that I was making,
Your Honor, I object.
was that you would. The argument I was making.
I object, Your Honor. It's non-responsive. I object on the grounds that the comment is non-responsive. It's a non-sequitur. Can we have a ruling from the bench?
I can laugh too.
I can sustain my own objection. Objection sustained. Thank you.
What are you objecting to? Because
I'm objecting. You're not. I'm objecting to the last comment having been made, to which BT said, okay, this is sufficient. Introduced ideas that your comment does not respond to. Your comment is not responsive to how the ACA created avenues in its policies to address some of these issues with healthcare. You, sir, have transitioned to, you have a solution with levity, which isn't the correct word because levity means humor. I don't think there's any space for humor in this conversation unless I digress. You introduced something about how we can, I don't know what, make healthcare.
You didn't even hear me out, so you didn't
Because it doesn't make any sense.
You didn't even let me finish.
Because it doesn't make any sense.
You didn't even let it land.
Absolutely, you're correct. I did not.
So that's why I said it.
No, you're the levity, sir.
That's fine. Let me be the levity.
You're a harlequin levity, actually, sir.
We should reduce the animus in the conversation.
I don't have any animus. I don't have any animus. Animus suggests like some sort of personal connection. I would have to know you to have animus, and I don't know you.
We have history on
what
this very stage.
You're ill-mannered and disrespectful. I do know that.
You can't accept. You're wrong.
Child, my vocabulary is physics to you.
You would go against Dr. A.G. about vocabulary.
You never correct me on math. You can correct me on air. So stop talking.
You guys are
your ill-mannered and disrespectful self.
TC, so TC, I'm counting. TC, I'm keeping a count. You use two words out of context when talking to Gold. And another one, levity, and now you just use animus out of context. So that's 4 today that you use out of context. Just let me know. I am keeping a tally.
Gotcha, because you guys are determining what's correct and what's not.
Yes, I'm going to take
context. He absolutely used it correctly.
No, he didn't.
He absolutely did. He absolutely
did.
Anthony, take a power for that one. You're going to lose.
No, he didn't. Because when he was trying to say, yeah, you should. Actually, you should. This is the way it should go. Because what he was trying to say.
You don't know what I was trying to say.
He was trying to say, let's introduce some balance. Levity is not balance. That was the implication. That was the implication and what you were saying. And if you meant humor, my first assessment was correct that it was inappropriate because there's no space for humor in a conversation that has to do with life and death. It shows the inanity of your reasoning and the irrelevance of 99.99999% of every comment you contribute to a conversation.
So what I said was.
So we don't care.
The item that hasn't been addressed.
Care.
Which is that
we don't care.
So
we don't care.
Ma'am, you can.
We don't care. No one cares.
You
No one
don't.
cares.
Your personal animus against
Comment from the survey.
Yeah.
This person has no substance. 92% battle. Somebody deleted that one. We don't care. What's going on?
So, like I was saying, the ACA doesn't go enough.
What is
because
happening?
It's not adequate.
TC, take the L, bro. God.
Yeah, I'll take the L. I'll take the L. I'll take the L. Now I'd like to finish. Okay.
With you, bro.
So the problem is that it's not adequately. But I took the L, guys. I took the L.
Where?
Bro, shut the fuck up. Like this.
Bro, you can come back tomorrow.
Crazy.
TC,
See, you
come back tomorrow.
We're gonna have all kinds of
do that with you. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up for real. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up, bitch. You're gonna have to be quiet.
And now I gotta
You
shut
have to be the fuck quiet.
Yes, absolutely.
And this is why you be getting put down and then be hollering, Patty, they put me down. Because you won't never shut the fuck up, weird nigga.
You guys do this thing.
We will just introduce a
makes you better
cacophony of
within your
voices every
own
time you start
social
talking, so that no one will hear you. Because nobody cares to hear you. No one wants to hear you.
Guys.
No one
I need
wants
y'all to
to hear you.
understand that.
No one wants to hear you.
I love being a
No
big
one
fish in a
wants to
small
hear you.
pond. That's
You're
where I
not.
come
You
from.
are not in the pond,
You're
sir.
you're not big at all.
You are in the reservoir.
You are a slow bitch in a fast pond. In a fast river, ho.
You are trying to reach the pond, and the beavers are building. The beavers are building a dam, and they are not letting you through the dam. The beavers are building. You are in the reservoir, sir. You will never meet the
And you know
pond.
what? I'm glad you're here. Why don't we talk about how you was denouncing Trump last night? You want to talk about everything but that. Let's talk about how you was over there saying how you didn't want to be down with Trump and you were so mad and you were crying. Talk about that. Talk about that. We don't want to hear about health care. Let's talk about why you was mad at Trump. And you were leaving. You might be going back to the Democratic Party because it's so stupid. Don't get on mute now.
What
Come off
happened?
phone.
Where was
Now let's
that?
chat.
Where was that happening?
Didn't say that.
What you said, it was a lot of criticisms, and be careful because you might have been being streamed.
So he isn't in the pond, but he was in the stream.
So be careful before you lie.
That was actually good. I'll give you that one. That was pretty
Yeah.
good.
Oh, child, my greatness jazzles you every day. You just can't.
Good. I'll give you.
So
Mr.
tell us why you
DC.
finally fed up.
Why would you guys want to do this when we could be talking about a solution? I think I have a legitimate solution.
Because you come in here and talk about Trump every day of your life.
Hold on.
And so why you don't want to criticize him in front of us?
So let me ask you a question. If my solution
You blow
is
him in
stupid,
front of us.
if my
Don't
solution
change
is
the
stupid,
subject.
DC.
Don't change the
If my
subject.
solution is
You're not
stupid,
changing the subject.
let's
You're not changing the subject. We're
Yeah, but I don't.
you, sir. You always want a chandelier shine bright in this moment. Respond.
Yeah, I knew you was gonna do it now because you don't want to talk about how you got
TC, why you gotta run now?
That is fun. Anthony, go get your homegirl. Why your homegirl ran down the street? Why your homegirl at the bus stop? Why your homegirl ran? So we not gonna jump her?
He's looking for a bigger pond.
He gotta catch that sale at Foot Locker.
That's
TC's
weak.
wild.
She is at the bus stop. She got her little 150 ready.
Not that TC.
But I like when Dr. AG calls him out because he always try to use a big word and it's always like, bro, out of context. And the right people ahead. Thank you, Dr. AG.
You're welcome. You're a resident encyclopedia and dictionary. So.
Exactly.
What happened like T-Sizzle? What happened?
He fizzled out.
Well, I really wanted you culturally to, bring that conversation back.
Yeah, I knew he was gonna stay.
I was,
Anthony, can you speak for your boy? Were you critical too?
Because you came out of pocket to defend his usable word. You said it was used correctly. Against Dr. AG?
I wasn't a part of the room last night, so I don't know what you guys are referring to. I'm finishing off a game of spades. When I'm done, I'll come back and I'll address the whole levity.
Y'all got to let that damn boy come in here and trump
How many
y'all.
votes you got?
Y'all gotta stop letting them in here and punk y'all. I can't keep making y'all mute up. Like, I can't keep doing this. Y'all gotta stand up to me. Get some balls.
And this is crazy because they want to be taken seriously and they want to argue that TC's saying he wants to introduce levity into the conversation about healthcare reasons that he should be taken seriously when levity means a lack of seriousness. Like, what's going on?
Hi, everyone.
This is insane.
Can I
Remember,
respond to her point? Because she made a good point, but I see where he came from, too.
TC tries has done this to be a high fluid, but he's not.
I could use some more big words on him, but I'll wait till he comes back.
Please do. You would really trip him up. He would start to try to use big words back. Because every time he speaks to Goat, he tries to do that, and Goat always calls him out.
I have too many big words. I'm a smart ass.
The context for...
What's going on?
Oh, sorry.
But she said something very pertinent, very interesting, but I also see where, because I understand, like, don't trivialize important topics, but I also believe in, like, humor is the way to get things, the ball rolling, so to speak. It's the way to get people discussing in the first place.
Okay, and?
And I think it's a matter of, like, would you rather than not have them discuss at all?
Yes.
Start in some place. I know it's
No,
not the best.
I would rather him not discuss at all.
Well, that's what we need to discuss
Part
it
of
to make
the
it
word
better.
levity.
No, we don't. We don't need to discuss it from him, though.
Okay, well, not from him, but
Okay.
in general we do.
But the point was, we didn't want to hear him.
Oh, girl, just say that.
Yeah, excuse me, did you say girl?
Oh, human being.
Okay, person. Yeah, just say that.
Sorry,
Sufficient. That's okay. Yes, and we were saying that numerous times, which was also a part of the conversation, his ill manner and disrespect for the moderators trying to regulate the conversation.
But what's funny about healthcare? I'm just trying to. What's the
I
comedy?
don't-
Like, I don't get.
Yeah,
what-
that was your
what-
point
No,
about
it's
that.
funny.
Like, about what's funny about that?
So it's not funny itself. It's the matter of, like, so humor has always been historically the way to just, when you make things lighter, people will then start discussing it. To make any sort of change in general, we need to make people discuss.
Can I like? But I want to just bring. But I want to just bring some color to this situation. It's a lot. I have a very dark sense of humor. Like, I really think a lot of things are funny that probably shouldn't. But this is not funny. It's really not.
Alright, so
Hold on. Let me just. Yo, no, you don't interrupt me, bro. For real. So like I just don't see anything about like people going in the hospital, people dying from, you know, things that they didn't have to die for, people like just suffering in a place where there's more than enough to go around and for people not to suffer. There's nothing funny about that. There's nothing funny around it. It's no joke that you can make leading going into that. And I think that may be part of the problem, is that we think everything is like something to play with. That's not nothing to play with, for real.
I'm not trying to get you. First of all, I lived in America for like 10 years. I know your healthcare system is actually, it's demoralizing. It's a choice to live or die in America.
So then why would you come and say that?
Let me land real quick. I'm so sorry, please. I get what I feel like something, but it's that serious. I get where you're coming from, but in the same breath, if you don't laugh, you'll cry. And cry gives you wrinkles.
Again, see, this is not.
No, I get what you're.
Yeah, that's triviality as well.
No. I'm not trivializing the topic. I think you're assuming that like.
Well, you're introducing triviality into a topic that is very serious, and what you're saying is that it's inappropriate. We don't want levity.
I'm not being I'm just making a fact. Like, the fact is, like, I don't just say to you, it's moment in time. Like, in America, it's that bad. You have to, like, live or die is a choice. You have to make that choice because of the healthcare system.
Yeah, but the comment, but the seriousness of that part is belied by your saying crying gives you wrinkles.
Look, I get where you're coming from, Philly. I did understand your point. In the same breath, I was thinking, like, I work in advertising, right?
Okay, we get it.
To make it approachable,
Yeah, but we don't want that. I got it.
No,
We
no,
get it.
and I kind of resent that, to be honest.
Yes,
It's not about disagreeing.
We
Can I
don't
just,
want it.
I just want to say something, and it's not
Okay,
to you, but like, if you, I don't think nobody dying, like, that's not funny, y'all. Like, it just ain't funny. It really, really ain't. It's not funny, and maybe you never seen a person have something happen to them. Ma'am, don't fucking interrupt me. I'm having a serious conversation. I really don't want you to interrupt me. Just please.
Yeah, but I have seen people die. That's just don't see.
I don't give a fuck. So, like for real, this is like, we can laugh all day, right? But people really go in the hospital and just don't come out right, you know, or like get in there, get some, you know, have something that was unexpected or something that was expected, and the insurance company won't cover it, right?
Yeah.
Things like that happen. So when it's not funny, a man who I'm not even friends with or even like just said that his parent, you know, passed around that. So I don't think it's nothing, like there's no jokes to like come and can you go on mute? You breathing and stuff, like just go on mute until I'm finished.
I can't breathe.
Just go. So like I think we should have some seriousness. Things should change into like, okay, this is a serious thing, and you don't know who's affected by it. You don't know who's currently being affected. So when you come up here with that jovial, like, you know, whatever you're doing, it's not cute. It's not like self-deprecating, like it's not like a like, oh, this is, I see her angle. It's not. It's a very, you know, difficult thing that we all live with in this country, and that, you know, we all may have to deal with, especially if we have parents, you know, and ourselves. So I don't think it's funny at all, and I really hope, you know, when you do reply that you don't try to like justify it. Just take that and just kind of just move on, because it's not funny.
What I've learned is that what I've gathered is that first of all, one should gather, how do I say, one should read the audience first. Fair. So I will not be jovial in this situation. And that also, we all deal with things in very different manners. But I think we should respect other people's ways of dealing with things. So if you're not like a jokey person in the situation, not that, and once again, not saying that it should be jokey, but if this is your room, I will respect that. You know what I'm saying? So,
Oh, well, I'm the most jokey person. Look to joke, but it's not, nobody should be joking about this topic. Someone said they lost a parent. So to me, maybe because I work in the field, that's not just, I'm not gonna laugh about it because like somebody is dealing with it. So you gotta be.
But that's you, ma'am. And you know what? I'm gonna tell you. Stop talking, because right now I'm getting seriously agitated because either you're being intentionally obtuse or you're being passive aggressively infuriating. One of those two are the options, because we have said numerous times that we understand how humor works. And we have also said we are not interested in humor in this conversation. This doesn't mean we don't understand the purpose of humor in conversations, that we don't understand the rhetorical effectiveness of humor. None of that is the case, and we've made that explicitly clear. So for you to continue on this line, it suggests something's going on. Whatever the fuck it is, it's gonna end now. Because we don't want to hear it. Go on mute. We don't want to hear it. It's over. I don't care. I don't care. We don't care. Shut up. Shut up.
Delightful.
Rude, Bola.
Look, I literally said.
Okay, fuck off. I'm removing her. Fuck off. Go fuck off in the hallway, goddammit. I'm sick of your shit. What the fuck? These people are, it's, ugh.
And she doesn't know the people.
The conversation was about whether or not TC used the word.
And can we not go back there? Can we not?
This is all.
I implore you not to take this hill today. Please don't die on this hill.
Yeah, I'm cool with whatever consequences come as a result of
I really have been waiting for 20 minutes to talk about healthcare. Can we not go back here?
All right. So
I wanna
all
hear
I'm gonna
from
land
you.
on is MLTC absolutely used it correctly. That's all I got.
Produce your dictionary definition, sir. Because I'm tired of y'all motherfuckers playing
I
on
think
my
it's all
time.
good.
Produce your
seem like you're
dictionary
hot right
definition,
now,
sir.
so
No. This is my regular tenor.
You asked for it,
Whenever I
Anthony.
feel as if my generous instructional demeanor doesn't work. So here I'm going to affect this. So if you will produce your dictionary definition, and we will have a semantic off. Let's have a meaning buzz off. So you get your dictionary, and I will, scan my brain for my numerous definitions, and we'll just see what happens. And we'll let the audience vote. So let's do it. Let's have a semantic roundabout, why don't we? You can go
Definition of
first.
the word levity. Levity is a lack of seriousness,
Oh, stop.
often in the face of something's
Uh-huh.
institution itself as flippancy or
Ah.
flippantly.
Frivolity is the word you're reading.
Another L.
So he was not using it correctly because he was saying he wanted to introduce a lack of seriousness into a conversation where he was offering a serious solution. How do those two things go together, sir?
He wanted, because it was getting heated, ma'am. The conversation was getting heated. In that context,
Oh,
yes.
Anthony.
Yeah,
I beg you not to down this hill, ML.
I'm happy to venture down this hill. I'm giving
Hey,
context.
Anthony, when it comes to words,
Come on
Anthony,
now, man.
when it comes to
Why
words,
is it right? Why is
Dr.
it that
Age
she
is
called
the
for a
last
fair one?
person you should
ML,
question
she
about
called for a
words.
fair one. She called for a fair one. This is what Dr. AJ wanted. She wants a fair one. Get out the
It's
way.
what I wanted, but you don't want it. But you
All right?
did.
No, I'm happy. I'm happy.
I'm
for
trying
a
to
fair
save
one.
you, Anthony.
ML, I don't need you to save me.
Okay, so
Well,
now
I'm
that
saying
you've
in the
given your
context.
definition, I'm going to
Okay.
give mine, okay? Levity.
All right.
We're
You
just
said
going
what
to give
you
the
said.
definitions. Yeah, okay, go ahead. I'm going to give the definition,
So
and then
the
you can.
context,
Hold on.
I'm responding to what
No,
you said.
Anthony,
It wasn't.
no, you don't. Because, see, you gave your definition, and then I said why your definition was not correct. So now I'm going to give my definition, and you're going to tell me why my definition is not correct. Right, that's how the roundabout goes. Okay, so here's my definition. Levity, lightness of mind, character, or behavior, lack of appropriate seriousness or earnestness in situations that are of a serious mind. Now, go ahead, continue.
Okay, let's introduce some levity in a serious conversation. This is context. Things were getting heated. Just aggressively tried to repudiate what I said. He tried to call me inconsistent, and he did it in a very aggressive manner. This is the context for TC coming off his mic and saying he'd like to introduce some levity. He recognizes the seriousness of the conversation, but if we could change the tone, make it have a little more levity, a little lighter, then yes, all I'm talking about, whether or not you agree with him, whether you felt it was appropriate. Hey, I'm about to land.
It's supposed
I'm
to be
about
a
to land,
roundabout,
AG.
though.
But I'm about to land.
Okay, go ahead.
The context matters. It's embarrassing that you're trying to die on this hill. You try to act so educated, and you're
see, now
wrong.
you're getting to the personal
Thank you.
insults. Yeah, now you're getting to the personal insults. I'm above it. I fly above. Okay, so my definition precisely said appropriate seriousness. You did not address that part because my comment to him was that levity was inappropriate in that situation. So you need to address, right, appropriate seriousness. And then the other part of my definition that you're not addressing is earnestness, right? So he was positing that he had a solution. He went back with Culturally for, 2.8 minutes, talking about how he should be allowed to offer his solution. He had thought it through. he wanted to discuss it, right? That suggests he was making an earnest, right, submission, okay? In the course of introducing his earnest submission, he throws in, yes, and then I would like to bring a little levity to this situation because it seems to me that there are some misunderstandings about blah, blah, blah. Levity doesn't fit there. It doesn't fit. You know, it's like OJ's glove, you know, it doesn't fit. So you can continue on this line, but I object because your response, it's non-responsive. It doesn't address the sequence of events appropriately, and you're wrong. You are absolutely wrong because the argument was about whether or not levity was appropriate in the context that he was using it, and it wasn't. And then it switched to whether or not levity was appropriate in the conversation. You're arguing the second part, right? It wasn't the appropriate usage of the word. You can continue, but everybody in the audience knows. Yeah. I won.
Okay,
I won,
cool,
and I
cool.
did it
You said
without
I could
attacking
continue.
you.
Can I continue?
And I did it. No, I did it without
You literally
attacking
said
you.
the same
No,
words that I said.
I did
You
it.
literally said the
I
same
did
word,
it.
accused me
I
of
did
using
it.
to attack you.
I did it without attacking you personally, without attacking your intellect, without attacking your character.
I didn't attack your intellect. I said you were wrong. And that's the
I
same thing you
did
said
it.
about me.
I did it without
Okay,
attacking you personally.
how did I
were
attack you,
wrong,
Dr.
But I
AJ?
didn't
How
say,
did I attack you,
I'm going to
Dr.
tell
AJ?
you, because you say, you always try to pretend you're so smart. What is that about? What is that about?
Because in the
People who
context
come
of the
into these
conversation,
rooms- people who come
even
into these
the way you're
rooms-
speaking right
people
now,
who come
Dr.
into
AJ,
these rooms
even the
know
way that you speak.
I am the least likely person to flex my credentials in
You
conversations.
shouldn't.
I'm the
You
least likely
shouldn't.
person to do
You
that.
shouldn't.
So you're accusing me of doing that? You're accusing me of doing that? It's not only wrong,
Do what you're
but it is
do. That has to do with
suggestive
the way
of
you
some
speak,
malicious
ma'am.
intent. Wait, oh, so now you don't like the way that I speak? What is going on, Anthony?
Type plenty of stuff. You feign ignorance in the chat.
I do not feign
Yes, you
ignorance.
do. You absolutely
What's
do.
going on?
What's he talking about? He's trying to derail the conversation.
That's not
You just
ignorance.
didn't understand the
So,
point. That's the ignorance I'm referring to.
You don't understand.
All right?
You do not understand. You do not understand signifying rhetoric. When I say, what is he about? I don't
Full of
mean
rhetoric.
literally.
You are absolutely
oh,
full of rhetoric. You're
absolutely.
full of other stuff, but rhetoric is
I am
wonderful.
a master of rhetoric. You are right. I am the
Rhetoric.
rhetorical
Yes.
negress.
Yes,
I
you are
own
full
that.
of rhetoric.
Absolutely.
Rhetoric
And
is
I
dripping out of your pores.
And I
Absolutely.
teach it. And I teach it too. I teach people how to be rhetorically sophisticated. I actually do. Rhetoric is
No,
important.
you can't do teach. I got it. I understand. This
Oh,
I
see,
get it.
again,
I get it.
you
Yeah,
have
now
to
this is a
insult
personal
me.
attack on you,
Yeah,
right?
again, you do.
This is
Yeah,
a personal
why,
attack.
though? Why
Those
do you
that
have
can't
to
do
do
teach
that?
is a personal attack on you.
Why do you
This
have
is
to
sad.
do that, though?
This is sad.
Why do you have to do that, though? Why do you have to resort to that? very
You're going to talk about somebody
unbecoming.
making a personal attack? You won't even. You said you can respond and you keep on talking.
That's not a personal attack.
That's what you've done.
What's going on?
You said I can respond. You said you wanted to have a round
Oh,
robin.
that's why you're mad.
You speak
So you're mad at me. So you're mad at me. And so now you're going to attack me. Oh, now I don't matter.
Every time the very few times we share a stage together, you always comment on anything I say. You're
Oh, my
obsessed
God.
with me.
Oh,
Just
my
like
God.
single white female.
Oh, my
Did you cut your head bald? Did you cut your head bald, Dr.
This is where
Yeah, you gained 280 pounds.
this is where
You rocking a baldy right now, Dr.
this is
A
where
high
misogyny
speed.
comes forth.
Yeah, get these nuts out of your mouth.
When you can't fairly,
I'm not
you
even
can't fairly
pre-diabetic on my
engage
A1C
with
champ.
women when you can't,
Not even
when you
pre-diabetic on my
Post it.
when you can't fairly
Post
engage
it.
with
You
women,
should wear a sign that
and
says,
you are bested by a woman, you resort to misogynist attacks.
Yo,
Yes.
listen, it's
I
okay.
bested you at least 4 times in this conversation, sir.
Listen, you haven't bested anything. You just won't stop talking. You won't stop talking. That's all you do. Like I said, you're full of rhetoric. Like literally. Literally. How many cats do you have, AG?
I don't have any cats. Everybody on this app knows I don't have cats.
Okay, how many cats do you have?
ML, I'm gonna pronounce the time of death as 11:36. How dare you? She's a dog lady. Just pronounce the time of death.
Anthony, you're literally being dog walked.
Absolutely.
Anthony, you're talking about cats while being dog walked.
This is what I expect you to say. Yo,
To the level of Anthony, wow.
all up. What do you got?
Anthony, you trying to flex something.
You up.
Hey, Anthony, your flex was like, well, I don't have diabetes. I'm not pre-diabetic.
Is the work in the room with us?
Y'all can all get to work.
But it's not good work. You gotta do better. Like, you really need a gay friend. You could get a little
Anthony,
bit
you
more
need to
precise
post
in your reading.
your vitals.
Because it's just not good. We think you be eating it up, and you don't. You don't even be at the stove, bro.
He be walking in the blank and think he wants something.
You be all in the living room, think you cooking. You not. You good. You be like on the balcony.
We got another one.
Balcony.
Obsessed.
You yelling isn't gonna
All
do
my
anything.
fans, man. All my
Hey,
fans.
span, but he come into our spaces. He come into our space on a daily basis. Span. That makes sense. Anthony, we don't have it.
Look at my
Why
face.
you at screaming like this?
This shit
Next
is
thing he
fucking
gonna be
crazy.
saying, no wire hangers.
I hope you at somebody's track walking while you're doing all the talking. Exercising your body
Where
like
are your
exercising
hangers?
your mouth.
Where are the wire hangers? Where
You
are the
can't
wire
even
hangers?
make this shit up. All my
What?
chilling.
Are you walking? Are you getting your
Look at
steps
my
in?
chilling. Look at my chilling.
Anthony, quick question. How many steps have you got in today, bro? Come on now. Anthony, we're really concerned about your health.
7 MCs, put them all in a line, yo. All
What
of
you
y'all
talking
can get.
about? This is your
Anthony, you should stop hanging around TC. At least in the past, you were not that delusional, but now, I don't know. TC's rubbing off on you.
Yeah, ML, really is true. You're the last one.
You sound nervous.
Not you, ML. ML, you're the last one. You're the last one that would get addressed, ML. Why me? If I was
Why? You always address women. Why, Anthony, can I ask you a serious question? Why every time you
Why am I the last?
hold on, let me ask him. You address Sonny, you address Dr. AG, you address Patty, you address all the girls, but anytime a man steps to you, you always do this.
Yo, man, listen.
You always do this. I'm just wondering. You always back down from dudes.
Yo, Just,
Go
man,
take
listen,
a walk around the block.
Like you was just going like Dr. AG. You was just going at her like she was a nigga. And as soon as ML saying
I
something.
am not playing.
Okay, well, what's gonna happen?
I play with ML.
Okay, what's gonna happen?
I play with
Oh,
anybody.
okay, well, what's gonna happen? Stop playing that. So what's gonna happen? So
You
get
the nigga I ain't
serious.
playing
So
with.
get serious.
You the nigga I ain't
So
playing with.
okay, so what's
You the nigga I ain't
next?
playing with.
All right, so what's next?
With you.
So
I'm
what's
not
next?
playing with you.
All right, so what's next?
That's it. That's what I got for
You
you.
ain't gonna do
I'm
right.
not playing
Exactly.
with you. Yeah,
Exactly.
Exactly.
So do what
I
you
don't
did
react
to
to you, Judge.
Dr. AG to
I don't
me.
react to
Cause
you.
you know I don't
Judge.
play with you like that.
I don't
Just
react to you,
act like I'm her bodyguard.
I don't
So when you
react
think
to
about
you.
saying something to her,
I don't
just be like,
react
nah,
to you.
that's just
Yo,
like her. So
whatever,
I'm scared of him.
whatever.
So I'm gonna be
I'm
scared of her.
scared
Just
of
do
you.
that.
Nigga,
Yeah,
please.
you are.
No, nigga,
You
please.
are.
Nigga,
You
please.
are my
work
son,
for
bitch.
UPS, man.
You are my
Nigga,
son.
please, you work
You
for
understand
UPS.
that? You
Carry
are my
on.
son.
Carry
My
on.
daughter, actually.
I'm terrified. I'm
My
terrified.
daughter.
You'll never have. Daughter, you'll
You're
never
definitely
have.
scared of me.
Your son and daughter, you'll
You're
never
definitely
have.
scared of me.
I don't play with you, Just.
I know, because you know I beat that
Yo,
ass.
Just.
Because
I'm
that's
gonna
why.
deal with you a
You
different
know,
way. It's
because
all
you know I'm
good.
too close.
We're
You know
gonna
I
deal with
beat
it a
that
different
ass.
way, Just.
You know I will beat
It's all
that
good.
ass.
I am not playing with you, Just.
Anthony, you're not
not to be played with. You're exactly right.
We're
Not to be played with. Exactly.
I am not playing
Exactly.
with you.
But why? My question is, you go at women. You go at women.
I
You go at
understand gay
women.
rage.
Yeah, but you won't beat it. You won't beat it. Because I'll beat you up out your sleeves, bitch.
I
You
understand
already
gay
know that.
rage.
You know that,
Gay
right?
rage,
You
I
know I'll beat the
understand.
fuck out you, right?
Gay rage.
You know I'll beat you up,
I
right?
don't play with you, Andrew Cunanan
You know that, right?
niggas.
You right. You know that,
I don't
right?
play with you,
And
Andrew Cunanan
you know what he did, right?
I understand gay
You know what
rage.
he did, right?
I understand. Yo, I'm
Yeah.
not
So
Versace,
stop
baby.
playing with me. But
I am
answer the
not
question.
Versace, baby.
Why you always going at women?
I stay ready.
Far from
I
it.
stay
Far
ready.
from it.
I
Far
stay
from it,
ready for
bitch.
gay
Far
rage.
from it.
I
But
stay ready for gay
girl,
rage.
we've already
I
went
am
down
ready
the
for gay
road of
rage.
you meeting me.
I
You scared to
stay
do
ready
that.
for gay
So
rage.
my question
I don't
is,
play with you,
why
Just.
do you?
I
I
don't
know,
play
girl.
with you.
We have established that.
Like I said, my G.
Anthony.
So why do you play with
Ain't
women?
nobody scared of you, Just.
Why do you play with women? Why you yelling?
Listen.
Why you out your body?
Well, you ain't yelling?
Why you out
You
your
ain't
body?
yelling?
No, this is how I talk. This is how I talk.
Okay, now you're gonna tone police
Anthony,
me.
do you want to meet, girl? Like you yelling like you want to talk to me in
Josh, we've
person.
been down this
We
road.
can have this conversation in person,
We've been
mama.
down this road before.
We can. And I'll
We've
twist
been
the
down
big
this
ass
road
titties
before,
around
Josh.
and punch you in your face.
Just,
Girl,
we've
can
been
you answer the
down this
question?
road before.
Right, and you punked out.
We've been down this
Right.
road before, Josh.
Right, and you got scared. So
And
why do you
Josh,
keep
Josh,
going at
really?
women? Yeah.
Josh, so
All right,
I
so in front of everybody right now, do you want to meet? Do you want to meet my girl? Do you want to meet?
I went private.
Do you want to meet my girl?
Yo,
Right
I'm
now.
asking you a question.
Right now. You sound like you got free time. I do
Just,
too. You want to
Just,
meet?
I asked you a question.
Unless you're talking about doing something right now,
Yo, Just,
stop.
listen.
I don't do all that past tense.
Stop.
I'm
I ain't
about
stopping
right now
shit.
action.
I said,
I got
don't
free
play
time.
with
I got a
you.
full tank of
I
gas.
don't
You want
play
to
with
meet?
you.
All right,
I
so
don't play
all right,
with you, Just.
all right, girl.
I don't
So
play
why
with you.
you keep playing with
I don't
women?
play with you. Just,
Why do you
let's
keep
be
playing with
clear.
women?
I don't
That's my
play
only
with you.
question.
Just,
Why you keep
I
playing
don't
with
play
women?
with you.
And you keep
I
repeating
don't
this.
play.
You're such a
Just,
scary girl.
Man, listen.
So
Listen.
sissy. Such a
Yeah,
sissy.
I know. Ain't nobody more sensitive than you, Just.
Okay.
Nobody.
But you don't want you out your body. I'm asking you why you keep playing with women.
I'm out
But
my body.
anytime ML says something to you, I say something to you, you always want to, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Why?
Just,
I know that. We already know I'm the one for you. I'm like Allen Iverson. I'm the answer. I'm the answer.
You
Yeah,
don't
we already know why you don't play with me. Because you know I will slap your fat ass. You know that.
You don't even,
You know I will. You know I will.
Just,
Straight down.
talk is cheap. Talk is free.
Well, what's up?
Free.
What's up?
It's free.
What's up, girl? What's up?
Just,
You want to meet me in your Tesla Plaid that you don't have?
Oh my God.
You want to meet me in that?
Just listen, man.
Anthony, I'm the answer. I'm Allen Iverson, you girl. Just answer my question. This is a losing battle. I'll beat you up in real life. I'm gonna wear you out on this app. So just stop. You good. You know how you've been avoiding me? Keep doing that, because that's the best for you.
Just,
Because I'm gonna fuck you up every time.
I want to be clear. All right. Nobody's.
Be skinny. Be slim. Don't be clear.
Okay.
Lose weight.
Cool. Yeah.
Be
That
healthy.
too. That's
Be
all
that.
good. That's all
Big
good.
bitch.
Yo, Just, I'll beat all of that.
You are, bitch. You're fat. You're a big ass bitch. You have to be.
Whatever you say
You
I
have to
am,
be.
I am.
You're a big cholesterol,
Whatever you say I am.
fat, cottage
but Just,
cheese
guess
eating
what?
bitch.
Just, guess what?
What?
You wake up in the morning and you're still you. You still
A fat
got
bitch.
you. You're
A
still
fat
you.
bitch.
You're
Intelligent,
still
more
you,
pulled up.
Just, we
I'm not
know what
cuter.
you do, Just.
Slim,
Just, we
healthy,
know what you do.
sound of mind and
Just,
body.
we know what you do.
Yes. I'm
We
that
know
girl.
what you do.
Yes,
You're
yes.
still you.
Yeah, I'm that girl.
Every day you gotta wake
That
up and
girl.
be Just.
Yeah.
We know what
And
you
you have to wake up and put a hula hoop on as a belt and kiss your ugly ass wife who's a Trump supporter.
Just.
That was funny, Anthony. You gotta laugh at that.
You can never be.
Yo, that's crazy.
Anthony, you should be laughing at that one. That should be
Yeah, it's
funny.
Anthony, just
Your wife is taller than you, my nigga.
Anthony, just
Yeah,
hold
yeah,
me.
Your wife is taller than you.
Yeah.
Picture with Grant Cardone, girl.
Just
Yeah,
hold me.
yeah,
I know you cry yourself.
This
Yeah,
is the
yeah,
worst
yeah,
day of
You
your
lied about
life.
having a Tesla
Yeah,
Plaid.
yeah,
You are just sad, girl. You're a sad bitch.
I lied
This
about
is the
everything.
worst day of your life.
Yep.
You First, you start out, you got bested by a black girl.
Yep.
Now, you have been totally humiliated by a black girl.
I got humiliated. Yep, I got humiliated. Absolutely.
So, you know
Dr.
what?
AG.
You know what?
Dr. AG.
Show shame. Embrace shame.
Yo, listen, man.
Embrace
I'm
shame.
dealing with
It's your
freaks
friend.
and geeks right now.
Shame is your
I'm talking
friend.
to a barren cat lady. You are a barren cat lady, Dr. AG. You are a barren
Look, you
cat
ain't say
lady.
none of this to me. Look, now you going out there scary
You're
as
a whole barren cat
Oh my
lady.
God, I am so
Now you want to take the gloves off when it's with a woman.
You have nothing. You talk down to some students and you think you the shit.
Oh my God.
Yo, you like you.
I could be asking to meet you outside. I bet you he'll be doing it quick.
I'm gonna
He
write
want to
about
fight
this
you.
in my
You
fourth
got
book.
nothing, Dr. AG.
I'm gonna write about this in my fourth
All
book.
right, you should write about it because you have
Invite him
no life.
outside. He'll
You
he'll
have
beat
no
you.
life,
He's
Dr.
lying to
AG.
beat
You
up
talk
a woman.
about it.
Fight.
You
Do you
gotta
wanna
take
fight?
up all of
Do
those
you want
hours
to
doing
fight me?
something.
And just give me the address and
You
I'll
gotta,
go.
you
wanna
gotta
fight
take
me?
up those hours doing
Do
something,
you
Dr.
want to
AG.
fight?
Dr. AG, you
Do you want
said
to
you don't have a
fight?
cat. You don't
Do
have
you
a
want
dog.
to
We
fight?
know you ain't
Why
got
are
no
you so
cat.
aggressive with
We
her
know you
though?
ain't got no
Anthony,
kids.
do you want to
We
fight?
know you ain't got no
Oh,
kids. What
weird,
you
bro.
got,
Do you
Dr.
want to
AG?
fight?
What's your legacy, Dr.
Anthony,
AG?
do you want to meet me
What's
and
your
fight?
legacy?
Because at
What
this
you got?
point,
Is your dissertation your legacy?
it's
Is
for
that
the
your
ring.
legacy?
It's for the ring.
What you
at this
got?
What
point.
is wrong with
What
you,
you
bro?
got?
Why are you
You're a
going at this
barren
girl
cat
like
lady.
this? You're crazy.
Nobody ever chose you.
Oh.
You're a barren cat lady.
Anthony, if I look like you, I wouldn't be
Nobody
saying that.
picked you, Dr. AG. Nobody ever wanted to be with you, Dr. AG.
Oh no, I don't have kids. I don't have a drink on my wallet.
You
Let
got
me
nothing, Dr. AG.
Oh my God. You know what? So
You
in
got
my
nothing,
other
Dr.
life,
AG.
in my other life, I
You're
deal with
barren
people
and
like
empty.
this.
Voice clips.
Look
You
how
live a
you
vapid life.
Look how you keep
You
coming at
live
this
a
woman.
vapid life. Your existence, Dr. AG.
That's
A
not
man done invited her
That's not what vapid
to meet and fight and everything, but it's a cat lady.
Anthony, man, she gonna call Lorraine on you. And Lorraine gonna be mad you showing off like at a clubhouse.
Okay, Dr. AG, nobody would know
Vapid
this.
doesn't work there.
Anthony, she gonna call Lorraine on you and ask Lorraine why you acting up on
meant to
Clubhouse.
say that I live
Nobody
a life
would know this.
devoid of joy.
If you were
That's what you
gone,
meant to say.
nobody would
Vapid
think
is-
of
Oh, that's mean.
Oh.
Nobody would even notice.
You fat,
They would
Anthony.
know.
And that is like you're acting fat.
Too much, Anthony.
You're shrugging their shoulders.
So
Look, she
Anthony,
mad. This bitch is mad.
Dr.
have you
AG.
been
What happened to
googling me?
Dr.
Have you
AG?
been googling me on the
What
internet?
Dr. AG?
Have you been googling me
barren
on the
cat lady.
internet?
Anthony, where you at?
Barren cat lady. That
Have
nobody
you been
would know
googling
what's
me on the
going on.
internet?
The barren cat lady.
Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you.
And this is why
No,
Anthony
nothing.
is blocked.
You
This
got
is why he is
nothing.
blocked. Because
You
this
have
level,
nothing.
this level of
You
vitriol
don't own a
and
home.
this level of verbal
You don't have
violence
shit.
against someone because
You
you
don't
have
invested
shit.
you in a
This is
definition
why
of
A man just talked to you all kind of crazy ways.
This is why Anthony is blocked.
this is it's
This
signature
is
level of
why Anthony is
violence that
blocked.
should not be tolerated.
This is
because
why
it
Anthony is
makes
blocked.
no sense.
That's okay, Dr. AJ. I'ma see him one
Based
day.
on being vested in a conversation,
I'ma slap that bitch with a wet
being
washcloth.
vested in a conversation about
I look forward
definitions,
to it.
being
You look
vested
forward to seeing me, so let's meet up now.
Let's listen
I'ma
to the
beat the
barren
sleeves
cat
off you,
lady.
bitch.
This level
Let's
of
listen to the
violent
barren cat
language,
lady.
this level
Let's listen to her.
of blood
Carry on, barren
pressure
cat lady.
raising vitriol.
Uh-huh.
It is
Yeah.
unhealthy and it is
Yeah.
unsafe. And I
Yeah.
pity the women in your
Uh-huh.
life. I
Yep.
pity the women in your life
Yep.
because
Yep.
they are at risk
Yep.
for harm. Because
Yep.
you, sir,
I hear
are-
your voice cracking,
you,
barren
sir,
cat lady.
Oh, you
Look at you, listen to your
here.
voice crack.
Oh, babe.
Listen
oh,
to your
babe.
voice crack.
Oh,
I
babe,
hear
you're
it
sadly
cracking.
mistaken, sir.
Anthony,
I hear
why
it
you so
cracking.
You are
juvenile?
sadly mistaken.
Anthony,
I
why
hear
you
it
so
cracking.
juvenile?
You sad existence.
Anthony, why you so juvenile?
Hold up, all y'all men go up
Your
and go.
sad existence.
You wish you had the power to
Yeah.
demean me. You wish
Yeah.
that, but you don't.
Yeah.
You don't.
The facts
Because you are
hurt.
an
Facts
unfulfilled,
hurt.
you are an
The facts
unfulfilled,
hurt.
unsatisfied,
Facts hurt.
I suspect
Yes, yes,
involuntarily
yes, yes.
celibate
Yes.
overweight, underachieving,
Yes.
mindless
I'm married and
man.
involuntarily celibate.
Yeah, because
Yes,
your wife
okay.
sleeps in another room. I think she lives in another house.
You know
I
who
think
sleeps
she
in your
lives
other
in
room?
another
With
house.
another
Nobody
man.
sleeps in your
With
other
another
room.
man.
You know who sleeps in?
Oh my
Angie, when's the last time you seen a penis?
Oh
When's the
my
last time you seen a
I
penis?
live
Angie?
in
Miserability.
my
You
car.
want to talk about
I
involuntary
live in my
celibate?
car.
When's the last time you
I
seen a
live
penis,
in
Dr.
the
AG?
car.
Why would
Y'all
you
gotta
say- why
stop
would you-
arguing
During
with
the
the
Reagan
unhinged nigga
administration.
from Correct.
I
The
live in
last
a
time you
car.
saw a penis was during the Reagan
Mind you,
administration.
a man just invited him to a fight.
This is
Wouldn't say
crazy.
shit to me.
Alright?
This is how I know you
The
pussy.
last time you seen
This is how I know
the
you pussy.
Reagan
A
administration
gay
was the
man
last
just called
time
your
you seen
wife
a
ugly.
freaking
I
penis.
wasn't
And you
alive
wouldn't say
when
shit to
Reagan
me.
I wasn't
sir.
alive during the Reagan administration. Whatever.
Mm.
We don't believe you. You need more people.
Are you happy?
I'm
Are
ecstatic.
you happy now?
I'm ecstatic.
Anthony.
I'm glad. Because
Anthony.
this is
Anthony.
This is what's beautiful about this because
I am
any
ecstatic.
person who had
You literally
any
went
person,
after a
You
woman like
got
that.
it.
any person who had
You
any
got
doubt that you were a virulent misogynist, you
Yeah.
have now demonstrated it. And I
Yeah,
hope
yeah,
that all of those people
Yep,
will treat you with the kind
Yep,
of disrespect
yep,
that you deserve
absolutely,
for your behavior.
absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
good job.
Absolutely. Great job.
You're
Cat
doing,
lady.
babe.
Baron
You're doing
cat
great,
lady.
babe.
Baron cat lady.
Okay, JD.
You sound mad, sis.
Anthony.
No, ML, no.
Just let it go, ML. He gotta catch his breath. Let it go.
She got beat all across the top of her head. Yeah, let's let it go.
Hanging niggas today, boy. Again, got it.
We did have I will say that we did have the privilege, and we were fortunately blessed to see, and you don't rarely see this. I'm an aficionado of boxing, of course, and rarely do you see someone actually get knocked out in the same round. It's a unique experience, and I think that we should take some moments to appreciate it and really glean the uniqueness of the moment. I think it was spectacular, and it was extremely unique. So it has been a fortunate morning to watch a incredible thing to happen. And thank you for providing. Here it goes, Dr. AD. Thank you for providing levity, sir. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist it, but yes.
Man, if I gave GA that work, but yo, I would break GA's heart, but I'm gonna leave him alone. It's all good. GA ain't the enemy. I'm gonna let GA live. All GA needs sentence. One sentence would eviscerate GA. That's all you need for GA.
Thank you so much.
Girls say it like you act like you really spare somebody say it, bitch. I'm the only bitch in your city, and you won't say shit to me or meet up with you. You want to fight with everybody out of town. It's a bitch right here that wanted with you, and you won't do nothing.
Just, I'm scared. Listen,
I know, because I'll rock you,
I want to
bitch.
say on the stage right now.
I know,
I am
girl. You
scared,
better say it. You better
You're
say it,
scared?
bitch.
I'm
Yeah, speak up,
afraid for
ho.
my life,
Speak
Chuck.
up, bitch.
I am afraid for my
You
life.
heard what my bitch just
And
said.
that's
She's
why,
scared.
and this is why I'm
My
not
bitch just said she's
engaging with
scared.
you. Because I'm
I
scared
know,
for
because
my life.
my bitch is a pussy.
This bitch is scared of that.
That bitch is
I am
scared.
fine.
Turn on Ricky.
Please, put it on ML.
This fat bitch is scared of this fine bitch.
Record this.
That fat bitch
I want the
is
world
scared
to
of this
know.
fine bitch.
I just started the recording. Can you repeat
I
it?
am scared. Please record it. I'm scared for my life.
Don't leave out the bitch.
I'm scared. He called me a bitch. All right. He's asking me to meet up. He has threatened me.
I stopped the recording.
He has physically threatened me multiple occasions. He's threatened me with
Notice how
guns
he
as well.
switched up. Notice
He's
how he
threatened me
switched
with
up.
guns as well. He has threatened me with
Now you trying to snitch.
Notice
Yeah,
how he's
I am scared.
He was going on a man talk.
You are not like that. You are not like that, girl.
I need
You're not like that.
protection.
And this why I don't do what you
He
girls do.
says that he's in my city.
Oh my
He says he's in my city. I need
He's trying to use entrapment on you. He thinks he's an undercover cop trying to use entrapment.
Yes, he was doing on that man talk at first. And then when I said I'm recording, now he's trying to list all the things that culturally is done against him.
She's so stupid because while she was doing all that, I just went and took a picture of the back channel. So if you ever try to get live, I got those knees. Make sure you don't shoot it. You're a dumbass bitch. You were like a really stupid bitch. And you a scary bitch. I'm gonna run into you though, girl. I'm gonna see you.
I'm scared. Yeah, you're gonna run into me. You threatening me again. I am scared, Just please. I'm scared. I don't want the smoke, Just please, don't hurt me, Just.
What's going on?
I already did that.
Wants to be defeated.
Please stop threatening me, Just.
What is
Please.
going on? I thought I was the white lady. It sounds like some white lady in right now.
Oh, Karen.
You should hear the plea got I know, you should have heard the plea
God
got
knows what Just would do to me.
You
Oh my
exactly
God.
right.
Stop.
Beat you right about your hula hoop belt.
He would beat me up out of my hula hoop belt. That's what he would do to me. Yes,
Take
y'all.
them big ass titties with them big ass areolas and twist them.
This is what he would do to me.
Anthony.
This is what he would do to me.
I think this is disgusting.
We're gonna pretend that Clubhouse does not have recordings of these rooms. Like replays are off, and Clubhouse does not have recordings of these rooms. We're gonna pretend that any rooms that I've been in with
Stop talking.
that are not being
Just stop
recorded.
talking.
We're gonna pretend like that's not the case.
Stop talking because you're boring.
Mute up, Anthony.
Stop talking because you're boring. We're over you now.
That's what we're gonna.
That's corny.
We're over you now. I'm quitting you. We break up. I'm quitting you. I quit you. I quit you.
You're a 40-year-old virgin. You're a 40-year-old virgin.
I'm 76.
40-year-old virgin ass cat.
I'm 76 and I'm a nun. So stop personally attacking me. I will send my Jesus angels after you. I have the power.
Dr. AJ, you should send the Paula White African ones. Okay? You could be colonized properly.
GA, man, you keep pushing, GA. You keep pushing. Disingenuous.
Girl, snap! Just snap, girl. Like, she act like she's on the edge.
When I snap,
I'm stepping on your fingers.
GA, when I snap, don't get hurt. Alright? You jumped in the car. No, but GA, you jumped in the car. You jumped in the car, GA.
Not you threatening people.
No threats of physical violence. Nobody can say that I threaten physical violence.
Oh yeah, we can.
Anybody.
We can.
Nobody.
We can.
Yeah, I think I might can. I think I might can.
Nobody.
I got a few of them.
Anthony, I beg you not to go down this hill.
It's never
I begged you not to go down this hill. Anthony, as a friend, I begged you not to down this hill. It was not worth it. There's other hills you could not go on.
GA, I actually like you, GA, so I ain't gonna say nothing, man.
Yes, there's
so
a
I'm gonna leave it alone.
smile on his face. He's only trying to fool the public. But when it comes down,
I'm a broke, dusty, I ain't got no special plaid, I'm just, whatever.
You have so many more worthy hills to die on, not this one.
give you the wrong impression. Cause he's
All
so
the time I'm
sad
gonna lie about him.
all the time. That's one thing known to me. Oh Lord,
Dr. AZ.
This was your biggest crash out here. We get into you. You
Thank you,
talking right,
Mr.
man.
Williams.
You
Thank you,
crashing out. You keep crashing.
For Dr. AG.
Is it that the election
For
got to
Dr.
you?
AG.
Those results came
For Dr.
in,
AG.
and you was upset.
I understand. I understand why you chose.
You tell
I
you what's
understand why you chose.
You
the
don't
What's the
know
profession.
my
profession?
profession, sir.
I don't know your profession.
Look, she mad. Second
Go
of mad.
Spartans, go green, go right. Spartan, what's your profession? Yeah, that's the chant from my school. Go green, go white.
Yep. Now, here comes
Sister
another
Nigga
one.
crash out.
Here's another fan.
Anthony.
Here's another fan. We got another one. Another one has entered the building. We got another one. Do you see a trend? Does anybody see a trend here?
I do. The trend
Your weight is going up. The trend
marks.
What's the trend?
is cholesterol is going up. That's the trend I
What's
see.
the common denominator?
What's going
Your
on,
weight.
Anthony, with
And
the
what?
bad knees?
Common
What's the
denominator.
radius
Black
of your
women and
waist?
what?
Hey, girl.
Black women and what? What's the common
You talking
denominator?
about people
Black
being
women and what?
bitch, hold on, you
So
talking
BGA, what do you mean black people?
Okay.
You
Matt,
talking
I
about people
respect
being
gay
40-year-old virgins. Your booty hole should be a
Okay.
virgin, but you get fed every night
Okay.
by your white
All right.
bitch. You
All
get
right.
fucked in your
Matt.
booty hole, your
Matt.
retarded, slow,
Matt.
dumb, dusty
Matt.
ass bitch.
Matt.
Does anybody
Matt.
give a fuck about
Come
you?
out the closet, man. You're straight. Matt, why don't you tell the world you're straight? We know your secret, Matt. Matt, you're straight.
Your face looks
You're
like
straight,
a motherfucking tiger.
Stop
Give
trying
me
to
the tiger,
cosplay
bitch.
as a gay guy. You're straight.
That's what's on your
Matt, you're
face.
straight. We all know your secret. We know you're straight, Matt.
Sick of your
Matt,
slow,
we know
dumb,
you're
dusty
straight.
ass
You're
bitch.
straight,
Why
Matt.
don't you get your
You
cock
are
out off the
straight.
stage,
We know that you're not
and go
gay. You're
find the
pretending
one
to
who
be
you
gay,
strap
Matt.
on to shove up your booty hole. You know you like it up your butt, bitch.
You're
Talking
straight.
about gay
You
race,
like
bitch.
pussy. You're
You
straight,
love the
Matt.
gays, bitch.
Matt,
you
you
love
are
it when
straight.
you pretend to be a bottom
Why
with
are
your
you
dumb
pretending
ass
to be
white
gay,
mouth.
Matt?
And you're mad about
Matt,
it,
why
bitch.
are you
You
pretending
put your
to be
white
gay?
face on every morning before
Why
you
are
leave
you
the house.
pretending to be gay? We
And you
know
got
you're
gangsters
straight.
all up in your head, bitch.
We
You
know
so
you're
why
straight,
that
Matt.
bitch?
We
Shut your
know.
G.I. Jane
You're a
ass the
fake
fuck
gay
up,
guy.
home.
You're not even
We're
really
sick of you and
gay.
we're bored. You're mad
You're not
Democrat
really
sweat
gay.
last
You
night,
wanna
night
act like
before
you can
last
dress
night, the
and
other
look like
night,
you-
bitch.
you-
And we're gonna keep
we're an eye for the
bitch.
straight
Just
guy.
like you need
You're
to
the straight
keep your
guy.
house up, bitch. All this
You
damn
wanna
funky
pretend to
ass
be
tacos
clear eyed for
you got in
straight
your
guy.
fridge.
You're the straight
You nasty
guy.
ass project living whore.
Yo,
You need your
you're
snap
the
benefits
straight
to end
guy.
on why you on stage right now.
You are the
need to
straight
conserve your
guy.
energy, bitch.
You
know
wanna
you ain't had a
pretend to
meal
be
in 5
gay.
to 6 weeks. Shut
You
the fuck
wanna
up, ho.
pretend to be
We're
gay.
bored. We're bored.
I
And
was-
you're upset,
Matt,
bitch.
Matt,
And you're upset about
Matt,
it.
it's
You won't
okay.
even go fight justice.
It's
You wanna
okay,
fight
Matt.
Dr. AT in
Matt, it's
person,
okay.
bitch. You're
It's
a
okay,
pussy
Matt.
ass bitch.
Matt,
Oh, got
it's
hemorrhoids
okay.
up your butt.
It's
and you
okay,
sad,
yes,
bitch.
yes,
Your
yes.
teeth falling out.
Black
Your
women-
butt, your
black
beard is
women-
uneven.
black
You don't got a
women-
hairline. Bitch, your job clearly
Black
don't
women
have you as an
and the
employee.
gays.
You ain't a nurse,
The
bitch.
black women and the
You
gays.
don't work at no hospital or
The
no
black
urgent
women and the
care.
gays.
Bitch,
The
you
black
are a
women and the
secretary, bitch. Why are
The
you not
black
saving
women
lives,
and the
bitch?
gays.
Do no harm.
all we
If they
have
don't
here,
motherfucking,
this is what we got.
Your sworn
We-
motto.
I'm
What
gonna
the
try
fuck
to get
you
another
gonna do
gay
no
dude.
harm, bitch? You do harm
you
every
gonna
day. You
tag
walk
in
out the
another
door,
gay
bitch. You
dude?
killing people's eyesight,
Are
bitch.
you going to
You
tag
making
in
us
another
wanna jump
gay
off the
dude?
bridge every time we look at you. Every
I
time we hear your
understand,
slow
Matt.
accent.
I
You so
understand, and you should stare at a picture of me as you walk over the Brooklyn Bridge.
Bitch, we
You
ain't
should
in New
stare
York.
at
You
my
ain't ever gonna
picture
be
as you
something
walk
again,
over the
bitch, 'cause
Brooklyn
my
Bridge.
body's in office.
That's
Bitch,
what
shift
you
your
should
ass
do.
back where the fuck you came
Yeah,
from.
yeah,
You Grenada
yeah,
Island
yeah.
living motherfucker.
Yeah,
Wait till I
yeah,
get you up and I'm gonna be
yeah,
ice on your
yeah.
doorstep, bitch.
Yo,
You're gonna be
okay.
back where you belong. Back in the
Okay,
wilderness,
okay.
bitch. Fucking up, getting
Yo,
these nasty
you understand that I live in
living
Georgia,
out the
right?
fucking
You
forest.
understand
You
that I live in
a nasty
Georgia.
ass forest
I just
dwelling,
want you to
bitch.
understand
And
that I
you're
live
mad
in
about
Georgia.
it. You
Read
got yellow
between the
teeth,
lines.
your skin
It's all
ugly,
good.
you got
I
wrinkles,
will
your
defend
head
myself
bald, and you're
at
mad.
all
And you
costs.
come on Clubhouse
I will
every
defend
day
myself
because
against
that's what
gay
it looks
rage.
like, bitch.
I will
Kim
not
Gus
be a
said,
victim of gay
that's
rage.
your reality.
I will
And
not
you're
be
mad
a
about
victim
it.
of gay rage.
Yeah,
Because
bitch.
that
Why
would be
don't you look like
suicide.
Justin,
Victim of gay
bitch?
rage.
He is right
I
there
will
in your
not be a
zip
victim
code.
of gay rage.
Why don't you go
I will
get beat
defend
up?
myself against
we
gay
can laugh,
rage.
bitch. We're trying to
I
laugh.
will defend
Joy,
myself
bitch.
against
I'm
gay rage.
that we're gonna have joy.
I will
wanna have
defend
joy.
myself against
I
gay
wanna
rage.
see you get beat the fuck
I
up
will
by a
defend
gay
myself
man
against gay
off
rage.
the app. Bitch,
I
You can't do
I will
nothing,
defend
bitch.
myself
All you
against
know
gay
how to do
rape.
is lie about your poor, broke ass
will
life.
defend
Your
myself
wife don't
against
want
gay
to
rape.
fuck you even with a strap on. Ain't
I
that
will
sad, bitch?
defend myself
Ain't
against
that
gay rape.
sad,
Nobody
bitch?
is raging against you,
Yeah.
sir. Like,
Defend myself
you're
against gay
ridiculous.
rape.
Yeah.
You're ridiculous, Anthony.
I will defend myself
Yeah.
against gay
All you
rape.
do is attack girls, and I told you every
I
time
will
you do
defend
that,
myself
that I'm
against
gonna say
gay
something
rape.
to you.
Matt, you're too strong for me.
Because you
take
are
dick in your ass,
such,
Matt.
and you do
A
too.
man that takes dick
You
in
do
his ass, Matt.
too.
Matt, you
do
take
too,
dick in your
Anthony.
ass. How can I argue? How can I win a
And
fight
don't
with you,
you
Matt?
rage.
Who's
Join
screaming on the top of their
Dick in
phone?
your ass.
You got two gay men making you scream out in
You
your
take
plaid.
dick in your ass, man.
Hey, something
Like you keep
How can
saying
I fight
that.
with you?
You like 12 inches, bitch,
How
and
can I
you
fight
get
with
fisted
you?
by white Republican donors,
How can I
bitch.
fight with you?
You the reason why Cuomo had a good campaign, even though we lost. You got him all that money with your booty hole. You prostitute for Republicans. I don't know why they want to touch your nasty ass. You George Santos looking motherfucker, and you're mad about it.
You
And you're the black version of George Santos.
You're one of them glory hole niggas.
Grand old pussy. And I know you're upset, bitch, that you don't have a
nigga.
pussy. You too can have a pussy.
You
'Cause
are a hoe.
Why
You
don't
take
you
dick
your
in your
bitch?
ass.
Why don't you
How
take your
can I
ass to
win?
the doorstep and offer up your service?
How am I gonna win against a nigga that take dick in his ass?
Because I heard his
How
whole
can I
looking a
win?
little off, girl.
How
What's
can I
going
win
on? You
against
mad
a
about
nigga
that
that
too?
takes dick in
Are
the
you mad
ass?
you're gonna lose in 26?
I need to
Are you
understand
mad
that.
you're gonna lose in 26?
I need to understand. There's nothing I can do with you. You take dick in your ass. You're immune to everything.
Like I said, bitch.
You're
never
immune
go
to
back
pain.
Again, bitch.
You are immune to pain.
See the city free bus.
You are immune to pain. You take dick in your ass.
Grocery stores, bitch.
You
He
fucking
gonna
glory
transform your
hole,
bitch, and I
nigga.
know you're upset. You
How
feel
the
the
fuck?
girl, shut the fuck up.
What
bitch.
am I gonna
You're
do
a
with you,
sad,
man?
broke, poor ass
Hey,
nigga.
yo,
That
what can I do, man?
On
What
a
can I do?
white man's ass.
What can I do against a nigga that takes dick in his ass?
Exactly. You're wrong, and you ain't got
How
nothing
can
to
I
say.
win against a
Why
nigga that
don't you
takes
go
dick in
to
his
the
ass?
pit, sir?
You've already
Okay,
won.
Anthony, you said this several times.
You've already
We
won.
got it.
You
You're
have.
obsessed with people's sexual positions. Got it.
Already won.
We can move on, niece. You ain't about no action.
Right, and you can't fight it.
And I really think that no, but seriously, I know
I
you
don't
are.
want you guys to beat me up.
I know you don't. So I think that you're afraid of. I think that that election last night really got to you. A lot of y'all, like you, TC. I notice y'all are really on edge today or whatever. And I get it. Y'all been talking shit like, oh, we won. Forget it, we won. And y'all really got washed last night, and that's an indication of what's to come. So I know you over there with your booty all clenched up, but just relax a little, niece.
PTR me. I got a whole nother fan, yo.
I know you're ugly.
I'm
always gonna PTR. And then I just noticed how your top lip dips in a little bit, kind of like a predator style. I don't know what's going on with that. You're hideous. You're hideous.
Study
Oh, I am, girl. I already did. I got some other pictures in my inbox. It's not your face. It's like, I would have let the face ride. It's the way that you're shaped like an egg. It's the way that you're built. It's the way that you're built that's the key to me.
What am I
Like,
gonna
it's
do?
your build, your overall build. I didn't know that you was even, like, how are you this big? You have like a small head.
Facial
And I didn't even know, like,
recognition.
if you look at Anthony, you would never think he's as big as he is.
And I'm
Just
scared of
imagine,
you.
like, he has a really small head with like an egg-shaped body.
Yes.
You big and fat and funky.
Yes,
So I understand why you're so upset and mad and so mad at women. I know. Just go to the gym, girl. Like, you are so.
Go to the gym, girl.
Yeah, girl.
You ugly girl.
Yeah, I know you ugly as shit.
Girl.
Jess, you know you can use your BMW facial recognition to find Anthony anywhere in the city.
I know.
It was like, yo.
Like, girl, you are ugly.
Anthony, you
Like, no shit, Anthony, I see why you like this. And when I saw your whole
For
body,
years,
I understood. Then I was like, oh, I see why she act like this. This bitch is hurt. That's fine, girl.
homosexuality was
That's fine.
classified
That's
as
fine.
mental
What I'm not,
illness.
though, guess what I'm not?
It was
I'm not
classified
bad.
as mental
Hold
illness.
on. I
I am
might be
scared of
mentally
gay
ill.
rage.
I might be mentally ill, but I'm not fat. I'm not shaped like you,
Okay,
and that's
no
gonna help me
problem.
with my mental
No
fortitude
problem.
because
No
I don't have to go through life knowing that I'm built like that. And there's nothing you can do about it. Bitch,
Yes.
you are hogy as
Yes.
fuck. You are built like you are really
Yes.
built like a tube
Yes.
of toothpaste.
Yeah,
You
I
are
am
fucked up.
all of that.
You're built
That's what-
like
yes,
so.
that's
So
what
this
I
is
am.
all you have, baby.
That's what I am.
This is it.
That's
Coming
what I
on
am.
here
We got
screaming at
married cat
people
ladies
because you
and gay
know in
dudes.
real life
This is what
you
we
wouldn't
got.
say none of this to
We
me in
got
real life
married
because you
cat
know I
ladies
would
and gay
flame you
dudes.
up, bitch. You
Oh
look
my
terrible.
God.
You look
Oh my
terrible.
God. You would flame me up?
You look terrible.
Is that
Yes, my
another
girl.
threat? Is that another
You're
threat?
terrible.
Oh, you threatening
look
me
terrible.
again? I'm
Yes,
scared,
to roast
Josh.
you, I'm definitely
Josh, I
threatening
am
to roast
scared.
you. Yes, absolutely.
I am no.
Yes, flame
No,
you, cook you, broil you.
The physical
Broil
violence,
you.
the threats
Broil
of
you.
physical
Yes,
violence.
and if you look like you're gonna raise a hand, yes, I will beat
Yes.
the sleeves off your dumb ass.
Yes, the
Yeah,
physical
absolutely.
violence that you're
Absolutely.
threatening me with.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. Yes.
Now
This
take
is
that
your
to the bank.
city. You own the city. This
I
is
sure
your
do,
city.
bitch. I
I'm
sure
scared
do.
of you.
And you better keep it cute.
You run this city.
You better keep it cute, ho.
You
I
run
know
this
that. I
city.
know that's very difficult for you because you're
You
fat
run
and
the city.
disgusting and all.
You
But,
run
built
no,
this
you better
city.
keep
You
it
that
cute.
dude. You that dude,
We
Josh.
built
Why you
this
screaming?
city.
Why you
You that
screaming?
dude. You're not screaming, just only me.
Yeah, only you.
That's
Only
Jefferson
me.
Starship.
That's just how you talk.
Hey, Anthony,
I'm
is that
watching
on
this shit,
Thursday?
You can't make this shit up.
That's what I'm saying, Anthony.
You can't make this shit up.
Bitch, you look like Meg from Family Guy. Oh, you are toe up from the motherfucking flow up, beat up from the feet
And
up.
the
bitch.
sight of it makes you want to throw up.
Anthony, man, those are real body blows, bro.
UGL fucking wild. You ain't got no fucking alibi, bitch. That's all I need to say to you. Anything that's going wrong in life, I can just say, well, Anthony's still ugly and built like that. So that makes me feel better. I sleep better at night knowing that you're built like a bag of shit.
And you wake up the morning still
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
You wake up in the morning with a sore ass, still you.
A sore ass. Well,
You get fucked
it's
by
like-
your mind.
I feel shaped right.
Sore
My
ass.
ass, okay, well, let's say that.
And
You
he's
wake up
still
with a
here.
sore ass from motherfucking
And you still
untreated
him.
motherfucking hemorrhoids,
You
bitch.
still him. Why, my man? I need you.
You
I
need
need you. We take you down.
bitch.
He wakes up with a sore ass still him. A night of glory holding.
Nigga, you bathhouse prowling ass faggot. Shut your big booty up, bitch.
Yeah, that's crazy. Why does he know this?
Bitch, you rooted.
Big booty
Shut
Judy.
the fuck up. Hey, every dick in
Glory
there,
holding.
including your wife.
This
You're
is
not
really
now.
sad.
Walking around.
Glory
Just
holding.
imagine walking around Atlanta looking like somebody's auntie.
I
A
don't
bunch of
understand.
Look,
barren
you-
cat people.
Just stand up right now. Stand up right now. And I better make a lot of noise when you stand up because you got a lot of material, you
A
big
bunch
bitch.
of barren
You
cat
big
people.
fat bitch.
This is
Barren
insane.
cat people. Carry on.
This is insane.
The glory hole in the buzzsaw.
Damn,
is
Anthony, you got body, bro.
Somebody, wherever he is, somebody just needs to tap him and tell him he's dead.
He got it.
No,
That's too
they
much.
were sick.
Dead body.
Man,
I
Anthony,
see a
you
trend.
can't-
I see a trend. We got a trend going.
Anthony, you
We
took
got
the
a
L
trend.
and leave. You see TC
I
left,
see a
you took
trend.
the L and left. You just
I see a
recycling
trend.
your L.
Yo,
Recycling
ML,
that L.
ML, do you know what the L and ML stands for, nigga? Yo, that's
Yes,
for real.
Lorraine, your wife's name. That's what it stands for. It stands for Lorraine, your wife's name. That's what it stands for.
You thought you was gonna do it. You know what the hell and else stands for,
You don't
bitch.
even know
Shut
my
your stupid ass the fuck up, bitch. Lethargic, that's what it stands for, because you
That's
big
what it
fat
stands for.
lethargic, yo.
Look, I am master of Lorraine.
Okay.
Yes, you know
So,
your wife's name.
we're bringing wise into this, right? ML, since we're bringing
Anthony.
wise into this.
This is crazy.
You're bringing
Stands
wise
for later,
into this now.
which is what you use to move up Cisco.
Since we're bringing wise
short-term rentals?
ML, why did your wife divorce you, ML?
Stop.
Why did she divorce you, ML?
Shut the fuck
ML,
up.
why did your wife divorce you,
Master
ML?
of Lorraine.
Yeah, y'all doing
Okay.
too much now. Y'all doing too
ML,
much.
why
Y'all
did
doing
your
too-
wife divorce you?
Y'all doing too much.
Why?
Is he really?
Bro, I was married.
Y'all
doing too much.
I was married for 18 years. My wife and I are literally
Oh, now they
good
doing
friends.
too
My
much.
Okay, yo,
ex-wife.
ML, why did your wife divorce you, homie?
Can we just fucking?
When I was
Yo, homie, why did your
a
wife
cat,
divorce you since you want to be honest to this?
Bro, I know.
Why did your
Doesn't
wife
put up with the
divorce
shit.
you?
He said to his wife, I don't like taking out pictures. So every picture he takes out of his wife, he hides behind her. So everyone sees his big ass.
ML, why did your wife divorce you, my nigga?
My husband always
Why
not
does
taking
your
pictures
wife
with me.
live 3 doors down?
Why did your
Exactly.
wife divorce you,
Probably
ML?
with 3 doors down. But why did
Anthony,
Why make it make sense?
I'm divorced and I'm married right now. What are you talking about?
Yeah, my G. But why did your wife divorce you?
Hey, listen.
That's on you, my nigga.
Listen,
You're a
I
man.
was married to a. Listen,
Women don't leave
Anthony,
good men.
Anthony,
Women
it doesn't
don't
make
leave
any
good
sense.
men. Don't leave good men, loser.
Yo, we're not gonna do this.
Nigga.
culturally, check your back channel. Culturally, check your back channel.
Is this dude 52 years old? What
My.
Is he?
CEO, I was just at the airport. I'm in the car now.
You back in LA or what?
Yeah, I just landed. I just was.
Not CEO shutting down.
CEO can attest to me being 5'2", morbidly obese, and super ugly. He can attest to that.
Pictures, bro. We know what you look like.
We can attest to it, girl. You got a picture out. Girl, you fat.
To a day that's gray and lonely.
Girl, that's just what it is.
CEO, guess what I found out
It just
today?
makes more sense to see why you act like this.
This is breaking news. I found this out today. That the A in Anthony stands for alopecia Keisha. Yeah, alopecia.
Stop it. Stop
You
it.
can't ever
Theo,
get my back.
stay out of this. He was literally horrible to Dr. AG. He says the most vile thing to Dr. AG. And
He said the most
Yeah, but
vile
y'all-
thing. Nigga, I say the most vile thing to your ass, ML.
Y'all
yeah, I'm a man, bro. You were going after a woman. But you talk about
Why did
my
your wife leave you? That's all I want to know.
nigga. I already
And
told
he
you.
said-
I wasn't leaving.
Nigga, if my wife ever divorces me, it's my fault. It's my fault. If my wife
Yeah,
ever
bro, move
divorces me,
on
it's my
then.
fault.
Yes.
Do you really think you're eating? Like, shut up.
Why, nigga?
Shut up. None of this makes sense.
50% of marriage in America end in divorce. And I'm like, okay, whatever.
Your wife is with you for some type of benefit.
And
We know you're transparent.
Nobody like you, Anthony. You're ugly.
We can see through you.
Anthony, 1 second.
We
Look.
can't see through your big ass.
Cultural, just give me a second. Look, y'all can bang, but stay off the spouses. That's too much. Stay off the spouses.
Yo, you already brought my wife into this, man.
I wasn't
And
here
maybe
for
you
that.
should tell him to stay out of my womb.
Yeah, he called Dr. A. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Can you tell him to stay out of my womb?
Yeah, kill that.
Yeah, and out of my bedroom, out of my intimate relationship.
That's apology.
I know.
That's apology work.
I don't want it. I don't want it.
CEO, do not come off mic for this fool.
Because I texted him.
Anthony said the most vile things about
He
things.
still didn't win. Even with his virulent despicableness, he still didn't win.
Alright,
I still
I'm
beat
not
him.
apologizing for calling a barren cat lady. Why apologize for a fact?
You're under
Why
my
would we
shoe.
apologize for a fact?
You're under
Yeah, the
my
fair parts of that must
shoe.
stop.
She's barren.
Just like
You
your
don't need to do
scalp.
that. You
Just
don't
like
need to
your
do
scalp.
Anthony, you got body, bro.
And I said she was barren.
Hey, Anthony, you know what's so funny?
Wait, what did you call? I didn't hear it. What was that?
She called me an incel. So I said she was barren.
After I called you an incel.
Anthony,
You insult.
Anthony,
Intellect.
Anthony, before you lie, I recorded this crash out. I have this crash out on fucking tape. It's recorded. So I could play that shit back
Oh,
if you're lying ass.
no, that's like illegal.
Oh,
No,
look
it's
at
not.
here. Pick a side,
We're in a public
CEO.
platform,
Pick a
you dummy.
side.
There are people
I'm
from
not
multiple
supporting
states here.
illegality.
It's on a public
Just stay on mute, because you came late to the party. Stay on mute.
Yeah, really.
This person has been spewing vitriol,
I agree.
virulent misogyny at me he spewed it for at least 25 minutes. And now I want to be clear. It wasn't effective. But he still did it.
It wasn't effective, man.
He still did it. So
you wouldn't be talking about it if it wasn't effective, man.
This is okay. I'm not responding. So this is not a new thing, and he deserves it. Let it rock.
You wanna know what else ain't effective? Rogaine on his head. You wanna know what else ain't effective? Hair transplant surgery. You wanna know what else ain't effective? Ozempic, Monjourno, Wegovy, Zepbound. You wanna know what else ain't effective? Motherfucking get your dick up again, cause you like it in your funky big booty, tooted and rooted and booted up, bitch. You wanna know what else ain't effective? You wanna know what else ain't effective?
Leave him, girl. Go, girl.
Look at it.
Look how she
Let him
doing.
have it, girl.
It's coming out of him. It's coming out of him.
Seep it out.
Anthony, why you gotta be
Need
so
some pumpkin seed pills.
Anthony, you took such a big L today. It's worse than the last time, Anthony.
That's how you beat us and chop at the glory holes, Anthony. Get it, girl.
She is mad. You are distraught today, girl. That election really took a toll on you. You need to go ahead, just go to your little favorite Korean spot, go to Jeju. Go to Jeju. I know, girl.
I'm just scared of you, Just.
I know,
That's it.
bitch. We already know that.
Okay,
Everybody in this room knew
I am
that.
scared of you.
I already knew you was my
I'm
son.
scared of any nigga that can take his dick up his ass. Any nigga that takes his dick up his ass, I'm terrified of.
Culturally, does your move to audience work? My move to audience doesn't work.
No, I don't.
Okay.
But, see, this is what I'm saying, CEO. You can't be taking up.
Can you move yourself?
You guys been trying
Can
to
you
move me to the
embrace
audience.
shame? Can you
Yeah, girl,
embrace
because
shame?
we actually want to do it.
Yo, here's what's up.
But you know, I don't mind reading. I can do this all day.
But you said you
And
want
I'm not, and I don't gotta work
I'm
till next
happy
year. I
to
can
leave.
beat you up and then come back home and take a nap.
Alright? I'm happy to. Alright, since y'all been trying to move me to the audience. I didn't know you got down like that.
Ass up and go. Get your big soft body ass up and go, girl.
When we say goodbye.
Girl, we can bang. What's good? We can actually, you know what? I don't want to do this in Patty's room. We can open a room and I can really read you. Because I've actually been holding back.
Why are you trying to move me down, nigga?
This is politically correct. So we can, I actually open my room. If you would like to get really drunk, I would love to hold you over.
Make a room.
Okay. 1 second.
If we get to see tomorrow. Oh, what happened? Did he run to?
Oh, they created a room to keep me on.
Oh, Lord. It's going to be all kind of violence. Okay, so back to seriousness. I just want to say, as a sequitur, that this is an example of what happens. This is an example of three things, three phenomena. The first is when you cannot articulately support a position that you have offered, right? Some people derail. When their derail fails, they start attacking the person who's challenging the argument that they put forth, right? When you are a he-man, woman hater, and you engage in an argument with the woman's not hostile toward you, the woman doesn't call you names or anything. When you are bested by said women, your misogyny will come out. So we saw that. Third thing is that a lot of these patriarchal misogynistic men, it's women. It's not ideas. It's not conflict. It's women. because he was called every kind of offensive name by these men. He was shunned by the men. He was humiliated by the men. And his level of vitriol toward them never reached what it reached when he was engaging with me. So let this be a lesson to you. These people don't have the capacity to rightly, fairly, or intellectually engage around serious topics. It's never that. It's never that. Thanks for attending my TED Talk. And yes, CEO, post-crash analysis is necessary because it was horrid, and people in the chat were rightfully disgusted. It was a terrible showing, and I don't know. I might say Anthony set black men back maybe 45 years with his behavior. So the other black men did a lot of redemptive work. But it was really sad and dispiriting.
Anthony's from a culture where men beat women. He's from Guyana.
It's
That's the culture he's from.
It's really crazy and sad. And the fortunate thing is I was raised by a man who loved women, and he wanted me to be a woman who could stand on my own in the face of men in various capacities, right? So I was unbothered by that. But just imagine people who have less self-worth, right? Imagine the damage that such a person could do.
Exactly.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
It is really terrible.
I was definitely really proud of you, Dr. A.G., because there are a lot of women who wouldn't be able to withstand that kind of disgusting vitriol and walk away unscathed. He has done that bullshit to me. I hate that guy. I normally don't like the argument where people say, oh, let them expose themselves. But this time, I think it is a good idea because people really need to know just how poisonous and cancerous that asshole is. He is just the most revolting creature that I've ever come across on this app. So kudos to y'all for dragging him to the white meat. Continue moving forward.
How did it start, Dr. A.G.?
It's funny, but Dr. A.J. will tell you.
Oh, sorry. Well, it started because TC was making a comment. We were talking about healthcare, and TC wanted to offer his solution to healthcare, and he had been shut down previous times. Nobody was really interested in hearing him. And so he started this whole exhortation about how nobody's interested in hearing him, but he has a solution. And if he could offer it, he would like to put it forth, and as well to introduce a little levity to the situation. My solution would blah, blah, blah. And so then I said, levity's not the right word. You used it incorrectly. And he proceeded to go on. And he said, no, I didn't, no, I didn't, no, I didn't. And then Anthony comes off of his mic and says, he used it correctly. And then, so I said to Anthony, I'm skipping the tedious parts, but I said to him, I said, oh, okay, let's have a semantic roundabout. You get your definition, and I'll get my definition, and we'll spar, right? So he gets his definition, he reads it, I comment and tell him why his definition proves my point and not his. I read my definition, and then he detours into attacking me and how I teach because I can't, and then it just escalated. It escalated from there. Yeah. So that's how it started. It started with a word.
And being corrected by a woman, by the way.
Dr. A.G., you're now forbidden all post-crash analysis, by the way, going forward.
Yeah. Dr. A.G., I think
It was really disgusting.
gravity.
Yes.
The word you're looking for is gravity.
Yes. Or just balance. And he got confused because levitate is where you know, like you're just sort of balancing in the air. And so he assumed that they were connected, but they weren't. But anyway.
Well, also the woman who came in to, try to, analyze the situation and
Another did say.
Yeah, and she doesn't understand that we actually know who these people are on the stage. They don't have the capability or the bandwidth to be able to introduce levity to a situation. So it wasn't even on the table.
Emma, are you there?
What's up, bro?
So I don't normally do pop psychology, but I want to ask you, what do you think TC's doing? Like, is he trying to run for office one day or something? Does he, give a
He ran out of this room like it was the Olympic trials.
I think he does. I think he has I think TC does have political aspirations, but he hasn't really gotten into it. Because TC comes here he doesn't really come, he writes to debate every issue, he's an expert in every issue. And if you notice his writings, because TC has published a blog and a bunch of other stuff where he's written about policy discussions. So the thing about TC is that I'm just in amazement. I am floored when I hear the stuff that TC says, and he would be like, he's so genuine in his concern about stuff, the way he comes across, but it's strictly out of left pocket. But to him, he's right. TC's right 100% of the time, and he would argue a point. He would argue paint drying. He would argue anything. So what is the outcome? I think he's doing this as practice. I don't know. Maybe he has political aspirations. What do you think? You've met him.
Yeah, I think he has to, because he's been acting very intensely around it and trying to come up with bigger ideas, and he's so intense about it. I would think he would have to. Or he's just.
I think he wants to be the next Stephen A. Smith. I really do. I don't think that he has the kind of work ethic that it would take to run for office and do all that kind of stuff, but he imagines himself as a jack of all trades of everything, and wants to stand in front of a camera and bloviate to the masses. Anyway, that's my guess.
That's a pretty good analysis, actually.
Hey, TC was so crazy.
To do whatever whatever Grant Cardone tells him to do. He's a paid shill by Grant Cardone.
Well, TC couldn't even handle the conversation. He ran off before Anthony ran off.
Well, TC was very powerful. He literally made Gold change his name. I'm just saying.
And to be fair, he ran off when he was challenged about backpedaling on being a Republican. And could he explain his comments about how he was upset with Trump and reconsidering his political affiliation? That's when he decided he was going to try out for the Olympics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to say his vitriol towards you, Dr. AG, and towards Jess, honestly, was really disgusting. Even for Clubhouse standards, it was really fucking vile, and showed all of us once again what a vile, pathetic man is.
Incel is exactly what he displayed for all of us.
Well, he shares a trait with TC, all MAGAs, and Trump. And that trait is the inability to pivot and turn in the face of evidence that disputes what they believe. They will just continue to fight that fight until the death, till the very end, instead of saying, oh, I learned something new.
I thought you were going to say He-Man, woman-hating misogyny was what they had in common, but
well, well, that would be the case as well.
So I am going to say something serious, though. I'm going to ask y'all not to
I was serious.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, not about that. I understand. I was just going to say, I would encourage y'all not to gassed up and then just again though. He has some history. There was a day in Lisa's room where we were talking about meeting up in Atlanta.
Yeah, we weren't guessing it though, CEO. We weren't
You
guessing
know anything about that life? You ain't coming down the block. Come on.
We weren't guessing it.
Yeah, we wasn't. He was like, no.
But that be is him. He always talking about like, oh, I'm do this and you're gay rage and all this, bitch. At some point, like, what are we doing? Like, we just gonna keep, doing that? Like, we're in the same city. We can have this conversation in person. He talking about, oh, the threat of physical violence. Nobody threatened the threat of physical violence. But if you do anything like you're gonna do anything to me, bitch, I'm gonna definitely defend myself. And I don't like you, so it's gonna be severe. So I don't give a fuck about nothing Anthony is talking about, nothing Anthony is saying. And every time I see Anthony, I'm going to read him. So he could just be mad. He could do whatever he want to do. I don't give a fuck.
You did tell him to prepare to dust my glass bottle. Just.
Yeah, and we were arguing. I'm sure he said something to make me say that. But I mean, he's threatened to shoot black women on this app, do a whole bunch of things. I mean, should we take everything seriously?
No. This on Anthony's first time going after a woman on this app. He's done that multiple times. Saying the most vile shit.
Well, he's been blocked and kicked out of rooms for the same shit.
That's why I haven't blocked.
That's why he's blocked, and not because he said it to me, but because I've witnessed it with him on people in other rooms, and I blocked him for it. But yeah, it's some psychopathy going on.
But shit started today because TC did a TC thing and used the word in the wrong way, and they were offended that someone corrected him.
Oh,
A woman.
Not just someone, but I corrected. Yeah.
A woman who's smarter than him. Okay, so his ego was severely bruised.
I mean, I counted 7 in the just the short amount of time I was there. 7 misuse of words, but I'm sure there's.
But Dr. A.G., I know better not to use the word levity because I know I might mess it.
Yeah, that was
but
just.
see, you very adapted at communication. They're not. They think they're the smartest person in the room. That's their problem. So how dare you tell them or correct them?
DC's favorite quote to that boiler now is, I'm a big fish in a small pond.
Yeah. Remember, TC has a perfect credit score. He has an 850 credit score. Remember that. But he took a loan for 29% interest.
Well, he did show it.
You can put those two together.
There are some people that validate shit.
Yeah, but why would that credit score give you a loan interest that high? What's going on?
That's usury, bro.
I think he's talking about as business owners, you get these companies that send you like these ridiculous offers. So he probably
No, that's not what Mickey said. He was literally boasting that, look, I got enough business credit. Look, I have an offer. I have business credit right now, 29%, 50%. And he was going off, and she was like, that's not a flex, bro. 29% interest on a short-term credit note is 29% is really bad. And he goes, well, I got an 850 credit score. So he just kept on digging himself a bigger hole. And Mickey kept on making fun of him.
So said 37%, and I remember this because I didn't even know it was legal to have a 37%.
It's usury.
That's what he said.
No, that's like if you're borrowing money from the mafia or loan sharks or something like it.
See, you gotta talk to your boys, man.
Well, I just saw Anthony yesterday. So.
Well, he is on Ozempic, so he's actually lost some weight. He is on because his wife.
He didn't look good.
Yeah, he has lost weight. His wife has put him on Ozempic.
Well, he needs red and true tide.
Still supposed to exercise even though you're on that shit.
Trent says he bet 3.7. No, Trent. That's Trent. You're not part of that conversation.
And Trent, you're gonna be next, so you might want to stay quiet in the chat. This is the other Trent. Yeah, he might want to stay quiet because he's next.
Trent, take that up with TC. He was the one who was bragging about it, bro. Come on now.
See, we got 37%. Lord, Jesus. Hey, I just came in real quick.
No.
Did you see the motherfucker? Did you see the job numbers this morning?
Oh no, I didn't.
What, those crooked job numbers?
Oh, Lord Jesus. All right, see,
Trent, glad you're here. The importer. So tell us about the job.
Hold on.
We need the job number.
The job. CEO, and Patty, I'm gonna text him.
We're at 2008 levels of job loss. So what are you talking about? They announced it like literally today.
2003. But yeah, you're right back. But CEO, I'm gonna text it to you. You and Patty.
Why are you only addressing CEO?
Why you just don't put it in the chat?
All interested. What's going on?
I don't know how to listen. I'm trying to move
Focus
fast.
on your PCR.
But Trent, what's your point though? You haven't made a
Tell
point.
us what the numbers are. He hasn't done that part yet.
What I'm trying to say, it would be better. I'll text it to Patty and CEO. It would be better because it's a CNBT clip, so that they can tell you what I've been telling you is happening. We were talking about it in the automotive room this morning. It's significant. That's all I can tell. I'll text it to both of y'all. I'll talk to y'all.
Oh no.
Why do you always do that?
Always do that.
So apparently the month of October. Apparently, the month of October has been the worst October in 22 years in terms of layoffs.
I'm going to send you the secret article that was published in the New York
153,000
Times.
people were laid off in October.
100, how many?
153,000 people were laid off in October.
The Midas Touch post,
Making it 175% increase over the previous year.
The United States economy post its worst year for layoffs since 2009, with layoffs surging 183% in October compared to September of this year. So, trend is retarded.
Let me go ahead and send you this publicly available article through your back channel because we were talking about it privately.
And you think is turned to talk about it. Can't talk about it. So is this 153,000 like just the job cuts, or is it like the net number for the net negative number for the month?
No, that's specifically layoffs for the month. I don't think that's the entirety for the month.
What did you say? Sorry, my app crashed.
Yeah.
Those are like announced. Those were not even like this. I don't think this is a BLS report. What I'm reading at, they just say announced job cuts last month climbed by more than 153,000, according to report by Challenger Gray and Christmas. By Challenger Gray and Christmas. Who the hell is that?
I don't know, but the Midas Touch already posted all about it, so y'all already know the Midas Touch is trusted source.
I'm just so tired of winning. I don't want to win anymore. I'm exhausted by all this winning.
But remember, Dr. Agent, you guys were all wrong because y'all said Trump was not going to win and he won. So everything you guys said back then is false, and we were right.
Trump really is mentally unwell. He's acting like this is some sort of celebration that he has to like stealthily tell Patty and see a back channel text messages. This man is a peanut head looking bitch. You Gerald from Hey Arnold looking motherfucker. You know what the fuck is happening in this country. Like literally the thing that you guys like, you got some fucking breaking ass news. Literally the Midas Touch, which all of us know what the fucking Midas Touch is. Literally. It's available, right? Yeah, breaking news. This is 4 hours ago. The United States economy posted its worst year for layoffs since 2009, with layoffs surging 183% in October compared to September of this year. All of y'all can look up the video and watch it, and also there's more information online about it. This is stupid. Like this man lives in a fucking alternate reality. Like is this like the X-Files? Like what the fuck is wrong with this nigga, Trent?
Okay, so October was a 42,000 net. September was a 32,000 loss. August was a 22,000 plus. This is a strange pattern.
Wait, so is the Department of Bureau of Labor Statistics come out tomorrow?
Nope.
On the first of the month? It doesn't. They're not doing it anymore.
They haven't released the report. Plus, the government is shut down, so they're not working. So they won't release the
So
report.
that's going to be
So that's private sector numbers.
No,
Last month, Trump said that he did not want to release job numbers anymore.
Exactly. Yep.
because
So that's why some data aggregation companies are actually compiling the data, because Wall Street still need the data in order to make investment decisions, and they figure that BLS is no longer a trusted source because Trump had his hand-picked guy in there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and I want to make a point of clarification. Brad asked, Matt, do you hate Trump because he said there's only two genders? Do you hate food? Do you hate weight loss? Do you hate getting a lobotomy? Do you hate finding God? What do you hate? Because, bitch, you need to figure your life out, bitch. You are another alternate reality living motherfucker. You and Trent. Y'all are the dumbest people on earth. Everyone in this room does not like Donald Trump, probably except you, Brad S. You're an idiot. Move to Russia, where you can be called the N-word and treated in a fascist regime like you clearly want. You're dumb. Stop writing me in the chat.
He's a white supremacist. He's actually white.
Oh, even better. Well, I'll actually say this now that I know that you're not my race. I will beat your funky. So don't be talking to me in the chat. Thank you.
Again, just a friendly reminder that Brad S. is the same guy that carjacked a vehicle with somebody else's kids, and then did that while he was drunk, by the way. And
Yep.
yeah, so like, just a reminder, like, who we're listening to in these spaces. Like, let's not listen to the psychos.
Yeah, can someone remove this carjacking, children endangerment, motherfucker from the room? Thank y'all. Kindly.
Oh my God, I didn't know.
Yeah, a criminal's in the room. Another Donald Trump.
Hey, CEO. We're waiting.
Yes, sir.
Brent said he was gonna text you this shit. What did he text you?
He just texted me a Facebook video of the CNBC for 153,000 job loss.
What was all this excitement about? I'm confused. What was he so excited about?
Because he never mentioned that this was happening, so he didn't.
Yeah, but he said he was right about something. He said he was right about something. Was this the argument he had made in the initial premise was the fact that, hey, AI is exacerbating the amount of layoffs? Was that the argument he was trying to come forth today with?
But he's
corrected?
He's been spending the whole year, talking about how some tariffs are good and how job manufacturing coming back and all these factories are opening. So I don't know what he's talking about.
Remember, in the automotive space, and I actually deal with those people.
I mean, I work in the automotive space. I just parked my car. I found
and make sure it's parked on the right side of the street.
Yes, I don't have to move it until Monday. Okay, so I'm in the automotive space.
Exactly.
Those days, alternate parking.
It's a thing.
It keeps you alive. Trust me.
Yeah, look, I gotta go outside.
It keeps the mind sharp.
Nobody's gonna move my car for me. Well, it's either that or $700 a month for a garage.
Yeah, the market is actually failing right now.
Yeah, it sounds just fun.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a totally separate one. Maybe it's a Dr. AG question. I don't know. What is a good cognac for cooking?
What did you say, Spirit?
What's a good cognac for cooking?
Has anybody ever tried Maison Rouge?
That's a good. What are you cooking?
French onion soup. So I wouldn't mind if it was also cognac for sipping as well, but I'm not trying to go too upscale.
I mean, if you're gonna simply sip it while you're cooking, you could do something cheap, like
Julia Child, or what's it?
you could do a cheap thing.
Lady? Yeah,
You could do like a Courvoisier, like a BS, yeah, because it's not bad to drink, but it's good for cooking. If you're not trying to, spend a lot.
Yeah, maybe. Okay.
If you're trying to spend a lot, you can go with a Remy.
Prove that to the American people.
Wait, what?
Okay, something just came across my feed saying that a judge is going to order federal agents to restrict using force against protesters and the media in Chicago. I'll see if I can find something, a link to post in the chat.
I don't know if you guys seen a football player. I think he was from the Cowboys. He died after 24.
No, what happened? What's going on?
Marshawn Nealon. Oh, dies of self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Oh my God.
After police chase.
Not like, not the same kind of situation as that other guy.
Our friend's gonna mention CTE momentarily.
No, that guy wasn't even guilty, and the police gotten him for a car accident.
Did you guys know that Don King was MAGA?
No, but I'm not surprised.
Yeah, Don King's been friends with Trump.
Oh yeah, he's over there on the wheelchair, rocking his red hat. I was like, oh okay.
I'm in a wheelchair. I'm in a wheelchair with the red hat. That's great.
He's a con artist too, so.
Honestly, I thought he was passed
You
out.
thought he was sleeping with the fishes?
Yeah. My bad, Don King.
Let me stop answering stuff because I act like I know everything and I'm smarter than everybody.
Who said that?
Anthony. Oh, Patty, you must have
I don't think I even said it.
Oh, yeah. You missed that.
Luca Brasi.
Said I'm a married cat lady.
Oh, it was going on for so long.
I had. Yeah, child. It was not a good look for him.
These men be mad that women know something.
Yeah, it was really sad.
That's why he started insulting her, because he was embarrassed that he was wrong. But ML kept telling him, back out of it, don't do it, back out of it, and he still wanted to do it, so.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
Even BT told him, bruh. BT is like, bruh, don't do it, bruh.
he asked me what the L in my last name stand for.
Oh, that was
said his
good.
wife's first name. I was like, he's like, he didn't say anything after that.
That and the hula hoop
belt.
The hula hoop belt, yeah. He almost laughed at the hula hoop belt because he knew he had got on that. That was hysterical. Yeah, I know. It's just a sad situation. Sad and touching. But Mel, so the police were chasing the guy and then he pulled over and killed himself. Let me try to go.
I put the link in the chat.
Oh my God, I need to work. Jesus Christ, can't do job things that.
There was another this white lady speaking, you know, Trump's sugar mama, secretary, whatever her name is. Hold on.
Gee, Dr. H, I'm going to take my workday nap before I head back to work. I take like a 25-minute nap every day, like around lunchtime.
Hold on, let me see. Play this video real quick.
Whether the administration will partially pay SNAP benefits. A federal judge ordered them to do so. President Trump indicated on Truth Social just yesterday that benefits will only be given out when Democrats agree to reopen the government. Now, this morning, the White House provided a clarification saying that they are working to comply with that federal court order.
The recipients of these SNAP benefits need to understand it's going to take some time to receive this money. We are digging into a contingency fund that is supposed to be for emergencies, catastrophes, for war. And the president does not want to have to tap into this fund in the future. And that's what he was referring to in his Truth Social post.
What you think about that?
He's a liar.
No, that's the same thing my husband.
They act like they have to go make the money in the contingency fund.
Look who's back, Trent.
Hey, Trent.
With his what he said. I forgot. 2023.
Yeah, it's talking about the publicly available confidential news articles.
He said it to Pat. Patty, did he send you something? He said he was sending you something.
I'll send it to you.
Let me check.
Look.
I didn't say it was confidential. It's
The CEO said you didn't say him. You sent him something, but it was bullshit.
said it was bullshit.
I'm joking.
See, this shit. Hey, here's the bottom line. You see it, Patty? I think you should play it. And the bottom line is the job retraction that we're seeing. We had 150,000 job losses in October. We're at 1 million on the year. But what Steve Leisman says on CNBC, that this is hitting the technology and warehousing sector, and it's due to AI, and there's some other factors. Government is a huge part of it. I think there's 310,000 government jobs. Obviously, that's because of Trump. But the other layoffs and the forward-looking statements state that we're down 35% in prospective hiring, and that's the scary part. Is that we're not seeing job hiring, we're not seeing expansion, we're seeing a tightening, but we're still continuing to see the same profit margins and output by corporations. So they're becoming more efficient with less people, which has always been the scare when you talk about, when you listen to Bill Gates and Dario Marty and Mark Cuban, that companies would remain profitability, but remain output, but do it with less.
I mean, that's not called AI, that's called stagnation, right? When you have broadly inflationary environment with like a robust equity market
hiring, right? No expansion. That's just called stagnation. There is no evidence that it's happening due to AI. In fact, there is an evidence of the opposite. If you didn't have AI spending in the economy, your GDP growth would be 0.1%. There was also no evidence outside of junior roles that there is any significant contraction in hiring due to AI. Again, in fact, there is evidence for expansion. But
this is what Christmas and Young said, and this is what Steve Linsky said on CNBC. You ain't arguing with me. You can argue with what they said on CNBC and what the forward-looking statements say. And yes, even admitting that it is happening to junior employees, which are people under 27 or under 30, depending on how you classify it, and that 58% of them are still looking for their first job coming out of college. That is still a significant impact, no matter how we slice it, to the economy. Hey, it's not AI. I mean, we can keep saying it's not AI, but that's what people are saying, and you can dispute it with them.
I mean, sure, I'll be happy to dispute if I meet them, but forward-looking statements from companies and studies of actual hiring patterns, right, are like different categories of credibility of information, right? I'll look at forward-looking statements, that's great. I'll look at the NBC interviews, but I think the better for this is studies of actual hiring practices, right? Also, to junior roles impact is also not necessarily assignable to AI. Like, we know that it's probably going to impact junior roles, but there isn't even a strong correlational study that shows that junior roles are impacted. We know certain work classes are impacted, but we can't say that juniors and young people are not getting jobs because of AI, because that problem was kind of persistent before AI. And just a reminder that technology sector overall, right, and this junior roles focus heavily, the argument goes that especially it's going to affect software developers and information jobs which are highly impacted by and with high exposure to AI technology, right? You have more than full employment in IT sector. Like, the IT sector is unemployment in that sector is something like 3%. Like, yes, the companies are firing a lot of people, it doesn't mean they're not hiring other people, right? Like, you have close to no unemployment in IT sector.
I'm just coming in on the tail end of this conversation, but I just wanted to point out that we actually have a labor shortage. I put information in from the Bureau of Labor and Statistics. As of August 2025, there were about 7.2 million unfilled jobs in the U.S. Now, of course, that's across different industries. Education is one that we've had labor shortages probably for at least, I would say, over the last 10 years. Healthcare is one that we've had shortages in probably since I was a kid. I remember, since I'm in Houston, and the medical center is extremely robust and one of the most widely respected in the entire world. Shout out to Houston Methodist and the Children's Hospital. They started recruiting nurses from overseas, because I remember seeing those ads in the Houston Chronicle. They were basically reaching out to nurses that were educated in Mexico, asking for offering huge bonuses. I know RNs that have received $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 bonuses, and that was decades ago, because they were simply that short-staffed, because as a lot more nurses go into private care, which is why we also see a lot of nurses that are traveling nurses, because they can make more money that way, so they can't keep them in-house. So something else that I wanted to point out, which I think is benefiting us, everyone, and I honestly think it's saving us a bit, is the boomers that are retiring. I put in the chat approximately 10,000 to 11,000 baby boomers have been retiring each day, and they're entering their peak 65 years, right? They did as their parents told them before. The majority of them, they got married, they bought houses, you know, they have all of this equity, their houses are paid off, right? They have huge 401ks and pensions. That is also why we think that the economy has been self-sustaining for the most part, because there's still a lot of money around. The inflation, of course, is eating into that, and we're starting to see action. But as neoliberals said, corporations fire all the time. Like, this is literally what they do. I'm not saying that none of this is because of AI, but what we're starting to see is a lot of those white-collar jobs are the ones that are going to be easily replaced. This land here. My son was going to school accounting. I have a young friend, I think I told you guys about it in this space. He was just hired by the Harris County Appraisal District, not to throw all that information out there. Probably shouldn't say it, but oh well. And guess who's retiring? Everybody. Everybody is retiring. So they are literally looking here. They have a really good salary if you get in early. Ain't nothing wrong with a city job, if you know where that's from. Shout out to you. You're the best generation ever. Right? And guess who is working on his resume right now? It comes with a car allowance because you're driving all over the city. You get your accreditation. You can even go into commercial appraisal, because guess who's retiring? The commercial appraisers. There's nowhere to step in and do those jobs because they're boring and nobody thinks about working for the county or the city. So, yeah, y'all don't listen too much to the propaganda. Just cause all. Hey, Patty. Hey, y'all.
You don't want to play it?
It's one economist trend. I mean, you know that they're.
Oh, at this point. Then you can, like, tell me wrong.
No, Miki, I think it's both Challenger and Christmas and Young. I don't think it's not just one report. It's multiple reports.
But there are multiple. That's what I'm saying, Trent. I'm not denying what you're saying for some industries, but I do want to point out that industries always become more efficient over time, right? Like, I know that AI is like the latest and the greatest, you know, but remember, because I'm old school, right? Remember Y2K. Everything was going to crash. We were all going to die. Does anybody remember that? I had to bring my happy butt in office along with everybody else. Like, it was like, oh my God, Y2K, like, we literally were in the office at 7 o'clock in the morning looking at each other, looking crazy. And then after 2 hours, they were like, okay, y'all can go home. I was there during 2008. I was literally in the office. I watched the market crash. I had to take a 10% pay cut, as did everyone else in our office, because we had a serious, real recession that almost took out the world. Does anybody else remember neoliberal? Do you remember the runs on the banks in Greece, just for one country in particular, where people were literally lining up to take their funds out? Because when the United States catches a cold, the rest of the world gets the flu. I also remember stories from 1987. I was not street then, as I was only 13 years old. But I remember hearing stories from people, and trigger warning, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There were people that were jumping out of windows in 1987 because of their market losses and because of the debt that they had accrued. So what I'm saying, Trent, is that, and I love when neoliberal is here for his perspective on the economy, is that there have to be so many factors that are in place at once for there to be super serious concern. Is there concern that AI is going to take jobs? Of course. But there's concern right now that immigrants are taking jobs, right? Is that not what the Trump administration is saying? Concern that, people are crossing the border and taking your jobs, is the current administration is saying, which is why he's limiting immigrants from 125,000 to what Joe Biden said to 7,500. Like, is there not always concern about something? Right. So it's just, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's always concern. And Trent, for example, do you know? Because I was literally at a firm, and this is anecdotal, but where this happened, that we were all extremely highly paid specialists, and the firm was bought out. A firm that had been in place for 60 years, and guess what? They got rid of all of us. And do you know who they hired in return, where the average age of us was like 45 and 50? They brought in college graduates and had some people train them, and basically saved about 2/3 of the salary that they were paying a highly specialized group. So this tends to happen, especially in corporate America, because corporate America ain't shit. They're not. They ain't shit. They're gonna do what they need to do, and this is. And they always tend to do this right before year end, especially publicly traded corporations. You know why? Anybody know why? I feel like giving y'all a $10 cash app for Starbucks. Put it in the chat, or if you're on stage.
Sorry, what was the question, ma'am?
Why do corporations tend to do a lot of firing towards year end? It's Obama and Tony, y'all got it. I'll repeat it again for I've never given Scotty a $10 cash app. I'm going to send it to you too, Scotty, anyway, just for being cool. Bottom line profits. As Obama said it, earnings. Send me your cash app in the back channel. They do it to make numbers look good. So what do we hear around October, November, every single year? Oh my God, there's all these layoffs. Now, I'm not making light of the people that have lost their jobs. What's happening in government is manufactured and intentional. And I'll just say this because 36% of government workers in Maryland are Black, which is why those counties, number 1 and number 2, are the highest earning and highest net worth for Black Americans in the country. It's not Houston, it's not Atlanta, it's not LA, it's PG County and that other county that's actually number 1. And the overwhelming majority of those 36% of government workers that were Black in Maryland are women. So this is absolutely intentional with the government job, so I'm not talking about that. But that ain't because of no damn AI. That's because of a robotic crackhead called Donald J. Trump, and we know that. So that's of concern, Trent. If you want to get into those numbers, he is literally impacting an entire community and demographic. And I can expect to see, or we would expect to see those, y'all got me good this morning. I'm in a good mood and I'm ready to talk. I would expect to see foreclosures, right? Do y'all know, like neoliberal, did you see those numbers that consumer debt is the highest that it's ever been in the history of the world in the United States? That shit is scary right now. People are struggling, and corporations are making their best money. They're making their highest earnings. We have a $5 trillion valuation for NVIDIA. We have never had a $5 trillion valuation for a corporation in the history of the world. $5 trillion. It's like 2 Amazons, y'all. Shit is crazy, right? So, yeah. Shout out to AI.
Why is NVIDIA value so high? What do they do?
Trent, I can't take you seriously. Child, how you watching the sister get him sister? How you watching the MSNBC and gonna ask me that question? Lord Jesus. Trent.
Yeah, what's up, baby? What's up? They're valued that high because of AI. And if you think that, I mean, look, if you think that everything is fine with the economy and there's no problem, then, I mean, okay.
I didn't say that!
It says that product.
Okay, you think it's not okay, hey, we don't have to yell at each other. If you don't think it's because of AI, that's I actually completely understand that. I think I was just saying, play what CNBC said this morning. I think it's become, we were having the conversation this morning, and I was talking to a lot of conservatives, and I said, listen, the reason why we're seeing a 25 to 29% in favor between the ages 18 to 44 toward socialism, which I know is shocking to especially to many of them. They don't get it. I said it's because of what is happening economically to folks. And, you know, like it's hard for them to understand, but I can see it. I've known that I've seen the consumer debt numbers for months now. And now we're starting to see what we actually expected. We said we would see it in October, and we're starting to see, you know, these layoffs in October. 153,000 is a lot of layoffs, and I can't attribute it all to terrorists, especially in the technology sector. But you know, if that's what you guys or what you believe, I don't want to put things in everybody's mouth, but if that's what you think, then it's all good with me. We don't have to argue about it.
Trent.
It's unbelievable.
My good friend Trent. I've been looking for you, my friend. You there, Trent? You tend to say some intelligent things at times. Mom! But I found you in a room saying the most retarded, stupid shit I ever had spill out of your mouth. Ever. It was diabolical. I couldn't believe that this was the Trent that comes in here and provides great information at times in this wonderful room. Trent, you were in the room saying why democracy shouldn't be and why you feel like we don't need the democratic process in the United States because it just slows things down too much. You were advocating for a dictatorship. Being pro-Trump in that room.
Wow.
And you didn't think I was motherfucking there, but I was there.
You're taking the conversation.
I'm not taking it out of context. I said quietly and listened very intently.
Well, let him explain.
So what I'm talking about is partially what I was just talking about. I'm talking about, like, you look at the YouGov poll, and you've got between the ages of 18 to 44, which is Gen Z and millennials, trending towards socialism over capitalism. And what I was saying is people are seeing, we have social media, they are seeing they're seeing China, the rise of China, the middle class of China.
Goat already debunked this yesterday when you have these talking points that you try to shoehorn into every conversation, bro. We all see it.
Okay, so what we're seeing is what these people, in my mind, this is my opinion, they're seeing the rise of China. They're not as fearful of socialism as they used to be, and it's appealing. And Scotty, if you want to talk, go ahead.
I'm just saying it's dumb. Continue.
Okay, well, it's a YouGov. Hold on, I'm walking by.
Dude, you don't know the history of the United States. Okay,
I don't know
that's
the
all.
history of the United States.
No, you're taking a snapshot of right now what you've seen on the internet, and you shoehorn all of that into the same conversations that we have with you every day. It is also debunked every time you do it, and yet you come on stage with a tabula rasa and think we don't know.
Okay, that's fine. What I was saying to Jim, to Jim's point, is we do have to understand. What we do see is, in a very efficient China, I said that we needed high-speed rail in California and Texas 20 years ago, right? And we didn't get it. But in China,
I want you to think. Can I ask you something real quick? Because I understand the aspect of what you're saying. I listened to the entire conversation. I just didn't say anything, so I'm very aware of what the context was. But I have business partners that deal with China. I have clients that are located in China, and we're talking about people that are highly controlled. You understand that?
Yeah.
They're not allowed to get on Instagram, Trent. Listen, Trent.
Yeah.
They have to block their IP to get on Instagram, Trent. They're not allowed to be there, Trent. Why would you want to live in a society?
I didn't say I wanted to live in that society.
That's what you're condoning, though.
No.
You're only looking at one component of that's a lot larger. There's a lot of aspects that you're not accounting for.
My man, China's a market socialist economy with some aspects of capitalism. Communist and totalitarian. So between the two. Marxism in itself is actually an economic theory. It's not necessarily have some sort of basic income when you get to scale with humanoid robots. I actually think we will end up as a more socialist economy.
That's socialism. It's capitalism with UBI. They have UBI in Alaska. Is Alaska a socialist state?
I think a lot of people would call UBI socialist. I mean, people think that the minimum wage is socialist. But will we be a more socialist state in the next 10 years because of what's coming economically? Yes. And do I think it might be
That's
good?
an evolution of capitalism, man. Like, basically, yeah.
This is crazy. Hey,
I don't think you can call it an evolution. What's up, man?
Trent, let me ask you. So, do they have elections in China? Are you aware of that process? Do they have elections or no?
They don't have elections.
No, they have absolute fucking power, which means there is no accountability. Could you imagine Trump in that situation?
Again, I'm not saying that I'm advocating for it.
Actually, can you imagine Trump under those conditions?
Again, you're looking at the government function. What I also said is I think that we should extend.
You were literally discussing government's function and how democratic process slows progress. You cited the train being built very slowly because of the democratic progress. So you were just talking about government function, bro.
What I was saying is, yeah, there are some benefits to totalitarianism. It's hard to say that there's not. When we look at the progress that China has made versus the stagnation that we have with EVs and environmental concerns and all the things that we have over the past couple of years.
That's what it is. So rash decisions being made. The decisions are being weighed out. The benefits, the pros and cons are being evaluated prior to someone to say, fuck it, let's do it because I had that control.
Well, the problem is that in the United States is that we have a heavy influence from corporations and heavy capitalism that doesn't favor the people. And so all the time, I shouldn't say it never favors the people, but a lot of times it doesn't favor the average American person. So what I do foresee as you have this rise in technology is that we will need and we will have a more socialist in the state of economic forms in the United States. I think that's going to happen.
You're just making it unnecessarily dramatic. It's not that you don't have to wait, but you're just making it too dramatic. Capitalism with UBI integrated into it. That's it. Why are you going beyond that?
What I also think we need to do is we need to stop having elections every 4 years and at least take them to every 5. So that the country is No, I'm not talking about Trump. I'm talking about after Trump leaves. But just listen to what I'm saying.
Do you know what you do a constitutional amendment?
I know what it takes. That's how.
Okay, so don't even float stupid ideas that don't even make sense that nobody wants you.
Well, I don't know. I think we're always going to
wants that, Scotty.
Well, actually, let me put a spin on that. What would y'all think if there was just one presidential term, 6 years, that's it, no re-election?
No.
You have enough time to implement your policy, no second term, you don't have to.
Because, CEO, think about if we were so far down, like we're barely going to make it for the next.
But you'd be done with Trump. You would have been done with him.
I'm answering your question, CEO. I'm being optimistic, overly optimistic when I say we're barely going to make it. Because I don't know if we're going to with Trump at the head of our government right now, right? Imagine extending that another 2 years and enduring that, right? Like, I think that check and balances are set in place so that we have a chance to change the trajectory if we're off path, right? That's why they put it at that time sector. That would make the most sense. To extend that, I think, would be deadly.
But the problem
you would have been done with him in 2022.
Hang on. The problem is we're in constant flux. And we can't finish anything. Like the EV tax credits are one thing. We put in, and the infrastructure bill that Biden put in place, right? Great plan, well-intentioned, can't get finished because, we had an election and now everything is being wiped away. And so instead of changing the head coach every 4 years, Maybe we take it to 5. Maybe we have 2 terms. Instead of going to the polls every 2 years for Congress people, maybe we take them to 3 or 4, so we can actually move into a direction and finish some
Spitballing ideas are not going to happen. Like, why don't we actually talk about policies that we can
I recognize. Now, my man, I recognize that
if what you're doing is that great, you'll go for re-election like Obama did, and they'll recognize the progress you made and see what benchmark you're at that point, and you can tell them your projected trajectory, and they will they'll re-elect you. You'll be in office again. And if not, that is the point where they elect someone that they feel can do a better job. That's all.
And then you're a lame duck after 2 years, Gemini. Anyway, so you only get 6 years if you get reelected. You only have a 6-year term anyway. The last 2 years are dead.
Yeah, so I recognize that it's not something that's likely to happen, but I'm thinking like, what's best for
We don't want this. It's not what's best for the people.
These are horrible ideas. Sorry.
It's a referendum on politicians as prescribed in the Constitution. That's what it is. Everything else is a waste of time.
It's not a matter of liking it or not. What it is really ridiculous. And let me explain why in the simplest terms that I can. The reason why we have an administrative state is for the continuity between elections. But for some reason, conservatives think that the people who make the laws are the ones who actually interpret and execute them, which they do not. And they turn the word bureaucracy into a curse word when it is actually what kept the United States of America stable between elections. And so they went and fired them all, and they think that they can just make decisions and turn an entire country on a dime, and they cannot. What you're trying to do is replace the missing bureaucracy that you fired. It's not going to work. Now I'm complete.
It's not going to work. And you have to have a balance between, okay, they're making progress and accountability, right? Because if they get off track and they're going down the wrong path, you still got to suffer 2 more years of that, right? And who knows what damage could be inflicted during that time period. There has to be accountability. Our whole system is checks and balances. We're supposed to offset this branch, offsets that branch, offsets that branch. Then this term has to be it has to end at a certain time period so that we can reevaluate and reconsider if we want to re-elect. It's a balance for accountability.
I agree with you on that, Gemini. What I'm saying is we need a stabilization in our political system. What we actually have is MAGA nationalist protectionism and trying to, in their minds, bring back job creation to the country. And on the other side, we have progressives who are looking for rent freezing or complaining about the wealth gap, as is MAGA, same thing.
Rent freezing.
They're both sides are talking about a shrinking middle class that's not working for them. And so in my mind, I'm like, if we could just get on one train and stop switching tracks every 2 years or 4 years, I think the country would be a lot better on.
Trent, you know, I've never personally.
Didn't I just explain that? Were you listening at all when I explained what the bureaucrats and the administrative state is supposed to do? That is exactly the job that you are trying to assign to politicians. But did you hear me? Did you understand what I said, at least, Trent?
Trent, you know I've never personally disrespected you on any.
I
actually like you, but I think what you're saying is just fucking crazy, bro. It really is.
I understand.
Did you get sister's point, though, or you don't agree with it, Trent?
But I agree with Trent. I think AI enabled like one-party state Leninist system that gets voter preferences and substitutes them by AI. Nobody needs to vote. There's AI. AI can do everything, right? So nobody needs to vote. And a one-party system, as Comrade Trent rightfully pointed out, I appreciate the. I didn't know you were a Leninist, Trent, but welcome. Welcome to the far left. Welcome to the Antifa. Yeah, I think there is something there.
Prince is part of the Young Turks. He's so progressive, man. He's super far left.
I'm a pure capitalist.
You're a moderate.
Yeah, I'm a pure capitalist. I've been pretty all my life. But what I am seeing with the wealth gap in this nation, with the haves, the extreme haves, and the extreme have-nots, and then you have
very Marxist. The bourgeois appropriating assets from the workers.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's Marxist. I'm not saying it's not. I think what I'm looking. Do you want to continue to talk? No, I'm sorry. Were you talking?
No. Sorry, go ahead. I'm just
okay.
In awe.
Yeah, what I am saying, and this is very shocking to my hardcore Republican automotive friends. What I am saying, based upon the technology that I'm seeing, based upon the job stabilization and possibly layoff that we are witnessing now, and what is to come, which is an increasing technology, I don't see how pure market capitalism sustains itself in the United States in its current state. It was already teetering, and now I think it's being pushed overboard because there's not enough support for the working class and for people who don't have. You're always going to have a dichotomy when you have a wide gap when you have capitalism between rich and poor. But now I think it's going to look like the 1920s, where we have trillionaires, we have people that can't feed themselves, and I don't think that's sustainable in the U.S.
How have that not been the case? That's been the case.
It's been the case, but I think it's going to get worse.
This has been the case. Yeah, I'm sure it's probably going to get worse, but a lot of times I be confused because I'm like, what America have y'all been living in? You know what I'm saying? Like, these harsh realities have been there. You feel me? They didn't leave when the civil rights ended, when the civil rights movement ended. They didn't leave when we got the right to vote. Yeah, they've changed. The numbers have lessened. So it's not as many like black people or just Americans in general in poverty because things have improved in terms of humanity in general. But this has still been the case of extreme disparity. Man, I've been seeing this shit since elementary school, Trent. Not understanding why I go one school and this shit fucked up, but I go to another school a block away and this shit is amazing. Like, this is America, man. It's built on disparity. It's built on haves and have-nots.
What I'm saying to you, Rob, is Mondami is not just it's not just possible in New York. It can happen in Houston, Texas. You know what
if Mondami got elected in Houston, Texas, I would be happy if he won.
Yeah, Rob.
Because that meant the people of Houston came out and voted.
Yes. What I'm saying is the people in New York who we think are so different are no different than the people I'm talking to in Sugar Land and in Katy and in the Woodlands who are experiencing some of the same things.
But what about us that feel like that about Greg Abbott? I feel like Greg Abbott is the right wing equivalent to Mondami.
Huh?
Like I feel like Trump is truly the right wing equivalent to Mondami. If you believe that Mondami is somebody that's coming to destroy like the fabric of our nation, that's what I believe.
I don't think that Mondami is going to destroy the fabric of the nation. I think Mondami is the people's call out to a system, to systems that are not working for them. And I don't think it's just happening in New York City.
It's the Trump effect.
Hang on. The cost of living has been high everywhere. I think it can happen in Los Angeles. I think it can happen in San Francisco. I think it can happen in Dallas, Texas. I think there are a lot of people that are being left behind and working 2 and 3 jobs just to make ends meet. And then, we're driving Uber, and now we're going to have to compete against a car that can drive itself. So I understand I sound crazy right now, but
You don't sound crazy, Trent. You sound, to me, what it sounds like is somebody who's been living in a bubble. Because and again, I can't discredit your experiences, so I don't want to come off like that. But my experiences as an American has always been from the landscape, from the scape of somebody who's either been in poverty or very adjacent to poverty. Even when I've had a little more money as an adult, I've never been in the higher income tax earner bracket. So I've always seen this shit from the lens of somebody who's being shitted on. even if I'm not being shitted on, like literally, like I see it from that lens because I'm around people who feel shitted on every day, and not simply because they can't get food stamps because they make $2 more than that. They feel shitted on because the entire system, man, is bogged down on them. Like, we're literally, like, bro, before I moved in my apartment that I'm in now, I looked at an apartment that I stayed in 2006. That was a 2-bedroom, 1-bath apartment. I paid $575 for that hoe in 2005-06. This same apartment on Richmond and Dunville, when I looked at it this past summer when I moved, they hadn't done no dramatic, like, upgrades to it. This apartment was $1,250. Like, something's wrong with that. And if we, like, those are the things that, like, that's why I don't trust either sides of elected officials, because neither party truly addresses issues that's affecting Americans. Ain't nobody addressing overdraft fees and how the fuck that shit work. They just keep letting it go on, both sides. Ain't nobody addressing.
Biden actually did try to address that, Rob, but Trump reversed it, if I'm not mistaken. He wanted to limit overdraft fees to $5.
I do remember that. But let me just say this though, Nick. I know you in this financial world, and hey, I miss you. I ain't talked to you in a while. Nothing freaky.
Yeah, how you doing? I'm glad you're doing good. Yeah.
But
looking good. That's good.
And, you know, nigga got a little when your wallet's sitting a little fatter, it's easier to be happy. You feel me? So
for sure.
That's how I say that. But now, when you look at this shit, like, I was banking with Chime last year, right? And Chime, I'm not a big fan of it, but I was banking with them. So, like, I switched to Capital One, and, like, literally within the first week of me being with them, I had an overdraft. And it's like, it's the way that they collect our money, it doesn't make sense. These type of things could be addressed, man. Like, seriously. And I do know Biden made some strides. I know that Kamala, her initial plan was to address the food costs, and it was people on this app, maybe even in this room, I'm not looking at my phone, but it was people on this app telling us that we were going to turn into Venezuela if we started, like, trying to tackle price gouging. This is literally when her shit started. So let me correct myself and not say that neither side has made an attempt to address certain things. I don't think our side of the party has done enough to emphasize that these are the things that are actually hurting us as consumers. So it's a bunch of fucking.
You're right, and I'll just
go ahead, Trent.
I'll end with this. Go ahead. Biden's consumer protections were great. One of my favorites was on the airlines, so that they couldn't sit you in a CEO, you know what I'm talking about, so they couldn't sit you on the runway for 4 hours captive, or when you didn't want to take the flight after it was delayed 6 hours, you're going to miss the connection, they were going to take away the refunds. So there were a lot of things for consumer protections, including in automotive, that I thought were, especially for transparency, were that absolutely good for the American people that have now been reversed. And so Rob is actually speaking my points. I don't think in a pure capitalist society, as we see reversals of consumer protections, as we see more power go to corporations, but the attempt to bring in almost a nationalist system of protectionism, I don't see how we level set the two. It's not working right now, most of us can tell, and I don't think it's going to work going forward. So I think more people are going to side, because the vast majority of people are in the $40,000 to $250,000 range, and I think more of those people, as they feel the crunch, they're going to be the ones who say, "Hey, my health care is too high. I can, like Rob is saying, I'm spending half my check on my rent, my car note, and the insurance is the other half. I can barely afford to eat." That's why I think, and my job is precarious.
Like, how does that shit even work like this?
That's where the democratic process comes in, and we hire officials that are focused on those issues and make that the primary part of their agenda.
What you are confusing, okay, is that just because you have a socialist aspect to your government, like per se France, just because you have a socialist aspect to the government doesn't mean that you are a completely communist country in the way that you elect.
That's what you were championing. You were literally championing China. That's the thing is they have one leader, one head, one party. That's it.
Socialism is all through the United States system, man.
What I was saying is there is something to say about the effectiveness of having one mind and one person leading a charge when it comes to innovation. We're seeing it in Dubai, we've seen it in Saudi Arabia.
But you know what they have that we don't have?
Hang on, man, hang on. I understand that these are thoughts as an American.
Sorry, ethnically homogenous nations. It's much easier to get a group. Go ahead.
I agree with you. All I am saying is, as Americans, we're taught never to think these things, that they're not possible. But for the good of us all, we may need to think about redoing our system in today's
economy. We're not doing it. It's stupid. Yep, there it is.
There it goes.
There it goes.
Yeah.
There it goes. Fucking stupid. A waste of time.
I hate that nigga with every type of hate.
There's a lot of.
Think our system. Get the fuck out of here.
I just wanted to say.
Outside of manufacturing and building infrastructure, we dominate China in a lot of aspects, including AI currently, even though he says the opposite, by the way. Like, they're relying on us for AI right now, unless he doesn't understand that aspect, right? They're trying to develop their own, but right now we still have the edge. So if their structure as a communist is so good, they would be in a different light right now, right? The number one we lead, as far as finances, we lead the world still, right? The epicenter is still in New York right now, right? The dollar is still the default currency for the world, right? So if it was doing so much better, we would see that impact on a lot different level other than just building out infrastructure and having manufacturing down there. Seriously.
Well, actually, Gemini, Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, just said that China is leading the race against AI.
Yeah, they done figured out the chips and got better because they started. I watched this shit, Mickey. We was talking about how they China.
Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, our first $5 trillion company.
Wow.
He just said that a few days ago, actually.
They definitely surpassed us.
If you pay attention to him, he's not with the shits with Donald Trump. Like, he goes there. See, this is the problem. Oh, go ahead, Rob, and then I'll say what I wanted to say.
You got it. My headphones on mute, so that's why my mic up.
Okay, so what I wanted to say is the problem with China is when we talk about incredibly efficient machines is because they're so part and parcel with the government. The government wants to win. The government is entrenched in business. The government is entrenched in education. Their government controls a lot. They also suppress a lot, right? So like our version of TikTok, even though it's Chinese, they don't have that version of TikTok. They don't have their kids making TikToks and all of this stuff. Like, they shut that shit down.
That's a fact.
So we find this with a lot of things. Like, who was it? I think it was Sister that was in here or in a room another day making a point about how we can't actually have similar trade numbers because a lot of countries won't even accept what we do, especially in terms of the food. Red dye number, whatever that red dye is, right? A lot of shit that we use in our cosmetics, in our cleaning products, in our food, that shit has been banned in Europe, like, for a while. So we can't import that stuff because they won't even allow it to be sold. There's a cosmetics line, I can't remember, it's really popular. Maybe it's like Nivea's. There are people that actually buy the same products here that we get in the United States at Target. They'll pay for extra shipping overseas because it's literally a cleaner product than the version that they sell here because the FDA, basically we have this lobbyist system. As long as it's not turning you into a zombie overnight, they'll allow the shit. Like, seriously. Corporations find that it's cheaper to have a contingency fund to pay for when they get sued versus absolutely changing a product outright. And this has been documented so many times, like going back to the Firestone tire debacle with the Ford Explorers when those bitches were rolling over, if anybody remembers that, right? That's when that came out. So the point I wanted to make about China, when China is constantly solving equations, I will give them that, right?
They send their kids to, and they'll even help pay for it, help, and sum us up before. You have a lot of immigrants that come here for education to the United States that are absolutely taken care of by their governments. I think Katrina was talking about that, right? So, because they want them to come here and get this education, and then a lot of them bring that information back to their countries, or they send dollars back to their countries. Now, everybody does that. I know lots of people at the Sorbonne, Paris. I know lots of people that have gone to Oxford. Well, maybe not a lot, but plenty enough, right? So that happens. We have Rhodes Scholars, so forth and so on. But the point that I was going to make, when you fuck with China like that, they're literally like an algebraic machine. When Donald Trump said, okay, you can't buy our chips, and we started limiting stuff, and even Biden started doing that after Trump started the war, I will admit, Biden continued it. But China was like, fuck you. Just like with those soybeans, China is always going to solve for X. They don't really give a shit. They are going to solve for X, which is why they're investing in Africa. Why? They see decades, hundreds of years down the road, the United States has started to F less with us. So what is China saying? We need to build up infrastructure, education, and commerce in Africa. And guess what? Who has the lowest age for, I can't think of it, I'm talking too fast. The youngest people on the planet right now, India and Africa. So what is China doing? China is basically making future consumers to replace Americans. They're not stupid. They've been around for thousands of years. They know how this shit works. So when we were like, you know what? You can't have NVIDIA, which is the darling of the world right now, $5 trillion valuation. China was like, okay, boom. Let's get some of these government subsidies and start making our own shit. So that's why the market went into pieces, the tech side, when DeepSeek came out. You know why? DeepSeek used older technology more efficiently and cheaper than the shit we were doing now. And if y'all want to follow somebody who keeps it real, follow Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, because he is always super honest. He said they made a better product, cheaper, costing less money, that's more efficient. Because what is nobody talking about with AI? How freaking expensive it is. The utility companies. Have y'all paid attention? Wait, let me cook. I'm almost done. Have y'all paid attention? This is not financial advice. Have y'all paid attention how BlackRock just bought a damn utility company?
That's hard, Mickey.
Are y'all paying attention? Are y'all paying attention? The water, it fucks up the water. They don't have, why do you think they're going out in the country? Meta is going out to North Louisiana to build the largest center that they have in the world. They're having to put hundreds of dollars into the infrastructure. Why? Because no place as is going to be able to sustain all this shit. Nobody's talking about this. Literally, nobody's talking about it. But when you have companies like BlackRock, right, KKR, Citadel, these are the private equity companies that basically run the world. When you start seeing them mofos buying utility companies, the fuck? Boring ass utility companies? Utility companies are typically what? A consumer staple, meaning that we tend to invest in those when we see that the market is going sideways or going down. Why? Because people always have to have electricity, right? Discretionary items, like people going on cruises, stuff like that, right? We tend to see that, like travel, we tend to see those stocks or those investments go down when there's pre-recession activity. Why? Because people tend to hold on to their dollars. But you're always going to pay your utility bill. So why are these companies? I'm going to name another one, GA. I got to give it to him. Warren is stepping down. He's already named his heir apparent. Y'all should pay attention to that shit too. Warren Buffett is sitting on more cash than Zeus and Mansa Musa had at this point. Why the fuck is he doing that? The other shoe is gonna drop. They're gonna scoop up a lot. What did Berkshire Hathaway buy? Y'all never send me your cash apps, but I'm gonna ask again. Not on the stage, in the chat. What company did Berkshire Hathaway just complete their purchase of quite recently? Anybody know? Occidental Petroleum. Y'all better pay attention. God damn it.
Pay attention,
bitch. Not giving financial advice.
Pay attention, you fucking bitch. What exactly? Because I was looking it up. I didn't know he had said that he felt China was leading. What I found is he said he felt they were leading in some aspects that that they were still behind us or beside us in for overall, right? He does indicate that he thinks eventually they're going to win the AI race because we're shooting ourselves in the foot with some of the measures that we're taking as far as felon import and things like that. But I don't see where he says China has advanced further than us in AI.
Yeah, I'll find it. He is leading. He literally, this was maybe like a couple of days ago. Because what is happening is that,
it was Monday.
Thank you, GA. Because remember after, and Trump totally folded on these Chinese tariffs, right? We know that. He totally folded. He did not make any gains. He did not make any inroads. He basically just reset it to before he started being goofy. Because China controls an highly unusual amount, like just way too much of those precious earth minerals that are needed to make all those stuff. So Trump did not address Putin with China, which we know that when we started messing with China was like, kiss my ass, US. And we know that Putin was basically giving their oil to China to sell, right? So we know how Russia bypassed those restrictions. That's what was happening. So Trump didn't say shit about that. He didn't say shit about Taiwan. And remember, in years past, y'all remember Biden was in office after Pelosi went to visit Taiwan, which, Patty, wasn't that like the first time that happened, that we had a U.S. dignitary or something of that matter? I can't remember exactly, right? That went to visit Taiwan. Remember when China said, we about to invade that bitch? Does anybody remember that?
I do.
Yeah, China said, yeah, we about to run up in there, right? And then it was like, oh no, like, girl, you playing, stop playing, girl. But nobody did shit, right? So he didn't address that. And the third major thing it was reported he didn't address is NVIDIA. It was reported that he said that NVIDIA would be reaching out to Xi to start talking about, like those purchases again. But this is why Jensen Huang was in the news. China was basically like, I don't want to F with y'all anymore. I'm straight. Like, you pull something away from China, they're not like the U.S. They're not going to tweet about it. They're not going to pitch a shit fit. Those people are effing efficient. They are going to solve for X every single. Don't you even give them a couple of weeks to think about it, because they'll be like, oh, boo-boo, I done moved to China's like a bad bitch. Honey, I done moved on. Irreplaceable. Do you think you're irreplaceable?
They move like the board. Is immaculate. There's no question about it. But there's a link they just dropped in the chat, and it pretty much says everything that I was saying earlier, right? It says NVIDIA CEO Hang on Wednesday clarified his remarks, warning China would, quote, win the AI race, suggesting that Beijing is close behind the U.S. on artificial intelligence technology and what is vital for Washington to pull ahead. So what they're saying is they're right behind us, and at this current trajectory, they will pass us, but not that they have passed us, which is what was being said. They have not passed us yet. Now, if we keep moving the way we're moving, right, and trying to control the exports, right, they're definitely going to pass us. We don't make the right alliances right now to get the materials needed and the engineering needed to stay ahead. We're done. We're cooked. But currently, they're right behind us, according to him.
But Gemini, here's the thing, and I say this all the time. And call it for what it is. But the difference between China and the U.S. is what Miki was saying. They move like the Borg. For those that are familiar with Star Trek, I'm not a Trekkie, but I just watched enough to know that. They move with a collective unity while we're over here pitching a fit, fighting red and blue and a liberal and conservative, and like my book title, Black People Can't Decide Who Gets the Big Piece of Chicken. They have already collectively decided
to says that you don't have a book title.
No, literally, that's the name of the book that I'm writing currently. Yeah, that's the name of the book.
I can't look at the title, then. You crazy, bro.
In my house, so.
but literally, they, just like Miki said, they will take something that's not as advanced, but because of their unity and their singleness of focus, be it may be the type of government style, they will take something just like DC that is not as advanced, but because of their unity, they will make it more efficient, make it cost less, and actually make it, the output be double what we already have.
That's a fact.
So our technological superiority means shit. It literally doesn't mean anything. Because if we stay ahead of
They innovate, they duplicate, re-innovate what's already there, re-engineer, reverse engineer, re-engineer it, make it better, make it cheaper.
Dude, AI is always moving. Every single day it's getting smarter and smarter. And I mean, considering that they're actually planting buildings, I'm yet to see us have an AI building, or farm, as they like to call it. China's funding that. That's like literally their project. And then the also counter where you were saying, dude, they're ran by a government where they can't even talk about shit that happened in the 90s. They'll go to jail.
True.
So, I mean, that the unity thing, I don't know if it's really unity.
Yeah, that unity is maybe a wrong word to use.
They're beaten into submission. Like,
it's like unity to me is like,
it's forced submission
behind it. You know what I mean? This seems more like you're gonna do what you say, or your family's we're gonna ruin you for generations.
That's a fact. I have clients that tell me they have to get a VPN to go onto Instagram, and if they get caught, they go to jail.
Yeah.
We're talking about social media, bro.
But that's the point is, whether it's forced submission or whether it's however you term it, the fact is they move in lockstep. Whether they're afraid for their lives or afraid for that, they still move in lockstep. And they do that in so many different areas of their life. Granted now, there is, the young people that, like, they want to be super westernized. It's not everybody in the country, but hear me clearly. For the most part, the important parts, when they're moved, they're moved to Africa, the heavy investment in Africa, their talks with Canada and Mexico, the circumvent the U. All of this stuff, they have been doing this. This is a plan. They are systematic. They're not going to shed one drop of blood, but they will gut you like you're in a back alley in, like, West Baltimore. They will gut you, and they move efficiently and quietly.
But Gemini, what I want to say is, this cleanup by Jensen Wayne, don't pay attention to that. Go back and look at his original comments. This is like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't really mean that. I love black people. No, he dropped the N-word with his first comment. Yes, it is, because you see, he had to clarify. That man is extremely intelligent. One of the most, he is probably on par with Elon Musk, in my opinion. He started NVIDIA himself. He also has a cousin who is also a CEO. I don't know if it's a Fortune 500 company, but if it's not, it's going to be soon. That man does not play. He started, did anybody see the scene? He's like, I'm now fanning out over him, if anybody can't realize it, right? I hope he doesn't disappoint me like Elon did, because I was a huge Elon fangirl.
You shouldn't fan out over any tech, like, CEO ever.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm always going to fan out over somebody that's super intelligent.
Because they're human and they disappoint you and do all kinds of weirdo shit for capitalism or for unseen reasons because they're being controlled by someone more powerful than them. So
No, Jensen doesn't follow. That's what I'm saying. If you follow him, he does not follow that playbook whatsoever. He is actually talking about the things that Peter Thiel and the PayPal Mafia never spoke about out loud. Like, does anybody else in tech, like, to me, he's a breath of fresh air. He's not.
I get what she means, dude. Peter.
Right. Like, you know what I'm saying?
In comparison to the people she named, I mean, Peter Thiel, come on.
I just want to shout out my friend Algebra because he's the only person on the app that ever gave me a tip worth talking about and got me into NVIDIA super early, and I bought a shit ton of it. He's the shit.
Yeah, I mean, those tech companies, they're not blowing up one day and then the next that they are, like with Intel. But I will say, if y'all are not keeping your eye on Palantir, this is not financial advice, but Palantir is all up and everywhere. Or you'll have things like Larry Ellison with Oracle popping in on the TikTok deal. Tech is just insane right now. Like, it's always been a little crazy. It's always been aggressive. But it's just crazy. Like, did y'all see the reports for the iPhones? They keep saying Apple is gonna topple. But anywho, tech is slightly too aggressive for me, which is why I admit it in my portfolio. But that's just me.
We're done with land wars. It's always going to be tech.
Yeah, you're right. That's the future.
Because of what I do, I'm always running into people from Ukraine, refugees and things like that. And dude, I mean, they tell me stories like the sound of death is what they call the sound of, your normal drones. The drones we fly over here, it's the sound of death to them where they're from, and it's not. It's not as much as land war anymore. It's going to be technological warfare.
Hey, Nikki, can I ask you a quick question?
Catch up.
Oh, I'll just say before you do, it was reported that I belong to this group called World Affairs Council. I think I've talked about them before. They're local if anybody want to find there. So they find all these former generals and heads of whatever and people that are served in government. It's very fascinating. So I remember listening to one of these guys. Actually, he's with KKR. General Petraeus, I want to say Petraeus. So y'all, these generals are literally going on now with these big ass companies like BlackRock and KKR. KKR is more global than BlackRock. And if you want to know the complement to Citadel, Citadel is the one that started the new stock exchange in Dallas. So those are like the three big boys in my opinion. Everybody talks about BlackRock, Blackstone. They get those two confused, but they have similar foundations. But also, don't forget KKR, it's just KKR, and Citadel. Follow them and see what the fuck they're doing, because they're some big boys, international players too. But General Petraeus was talking about how a lot of the drone strikes that were happening and that a lot of the strikes that were happening in Israel were literally all by drone. And he was like, yeah, somebody can just be sitting on a laptop deploying these things and not even have to, basically risk human life, which he said just opens the landscape. And that's how highly efficient they are in finding these targets. Shit was insane. And I'm sitting there listening to him like, holy shit, like this is crazy to me. It's like a movie or something, right? But yeah, to what you were saying, Fly, and they're starting to talk about it more, which is kind of concerning to me because it's like, remember how they used to keep us in the dark about this stuff? And now it's like, oh yeah, we're casually talking about how we can deploy drones to
we have to because
murder, death, kill,
which is everyone's pinpoint from earlier with Africa. That's likely where we're going, and who's going to support Africa? China. So it's going to be a drone.
I just talked about that. I love that. I mean, I know it's bad. It's colonialism, right? It's colonizing. But go ahead, GA. I love these kind of combos. These are my favorite. I loved it.
Now that you guys brought up both of that, I got two questions for you. First, I want to know, are you having the same reaction I am? Like you mentioned Larry Ellison. And I'm like, have you had like WTF moments when these CEOs and these people that have been in that type of position for a long time, they're popping up in the oddest places, in the oddest deals. And like back in the 90s, we could kind of, okay, I could see where this person is going, and I could actually kind of see what their interests are, where they're going to be going, the next move they're going to make. It was kind of easier. Now, for some odd reason, like you mentioned, Warren Buffett. I mean, what is that? 356 billion or some astronomical amount they're hoarding? Like hoarders? It's like, what is this? They're popping up in the oddest places, in the oddest deals, and I don't want to say erratic behavior, but it's just really strange. Have you had a WTF moment?
Oh hell yeah! When Tim Cook. Did y'all remember when they brought those CEOs there? Because nobody really used to F like Trump with that. Y'all remember the first administration? Who did he want to appoint? Was it the CEO of Exxon or Chevron? I want to say it was Exxon.
It was Exxon.
It was Exxon, and everybody was like, oh my God. Now, I expect the oil and gas companies to be grifters, y'all. Please don't come and sue me. Because, so much of what they're allowed to do and not allowed to do is based on legislation and restriction, right? You can't drill here. Oh, you can drill here. You can't. Oh, you're effing up the sea and the wildlife. So they're always going to be up in government's butt, basically, no matter who is in office, because their bottom line depends on that so much. Like, legislation like get out of Alaska, and they'll just be like crying, their stock will drop. Oil and gas is so cyclical because a lot of it is not what happens here. We think it's like the price of a gallon of gasoline, but it's like a barrel of oil. And when there's a conflict in the Middle East, that's what a lot of people run to. Like, oh, is this going to disrupt the price of oil and da 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 da, right? So I'm like, okay, they're just doing what they do. Crackheads. They always gonna be crackheads. But these tech CEOs, y'all, GA, are they not selling their whole freaking soul? When I saw Tim Cook kissing up to Trump, I'm like, Tim, Apple, y'all remember when that guy, and I brought this up in here somewhere, y'all remember when that guy, it was like a government building or something, and he went in there and shot up, and the government was like, we need access to his phone, and Apple said, kiss my ass. We don't break into phones, not even for the government. Does anybody remember that?
I remember
It was
that.
a couple of years ago.
I was like, what?
But what is Tim Cook doing now?
They got into that phone though.
They removed, but it took them a long ass time, and now with Apple's help.
It did.
Apple, it was like, at Apple, one of my IT guys told me, the IT guy at the firm, told me years ago, right, like, getting hacked is now going to be like getting robbed. You're not going to be able to control it. It's inevitable. It may not happen to you, but if it does happen, like, it's just going to happen, which is why a lot of these firms focus on recovery. So if you're looking at something and you think it's unhackable, like, that's a wrap. That shit ended like 20, 30 years ago. Sorry to tell y'all. What they focus on now is recovery and fixing the shit, right? So that's why all these systems, like, we're not going to talk about the first time that, not that AWS system, with the damn Microsoft, with the emails that back up. I know they ass got hacked. I ain't going to say why. I know. But I know they ass got hacked. Not this most recent outage, that first one. That was some crazy ass shit. I know they ass got hacked, but they recovered pretty quickly. Does anybody remember that?
I do.
The first time?
I do.
I was sitting in the fucking office and we couldn't trade, we couldn't do shit. And then there were like some back end conversations about the brokerage firm and da 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 da, because everybody used them. I was like, oh yeah, these motherfuckers got hacked. They just trying to say, oh, we had an innocent new temp who came in and unplugged something. Get the fuck out of here. You got the most sophisticated motherfuckers in the world working on that shit.
They did not tell you that.
Yo ass was hacked. No, they didn't tell us that. But do you know what the official responses were? Because it was the official responses from, what was it, Amazon? Was it Amazon or Microsoft? All of them hoes work together, whatever. Yeah. But it was also what we got internally. But we have clients that are like sophisticated as fuck. When you have clients that are like Fortune 500 CEOs and they start musing, I fucking pay attention. And what I surmised was that them motherfuckers was hacked. But they would never say that. Because they were worried. They were worried that they were accessing our accounts. I mean, you couldn't trade Fidelity, Schwab. Do y'all remember that? They shut down all of them hoes. So they have safeguards in place, like, bloop, like, close the gates, bloop, like try to safeguard the information. Because you know how big of they hacked the IRS like 25 years ago, y'all. I remember that shit. Because I was in a firm and they were filing fraudulent tax returns like they were, but it didn't make like national TikTok and shit. But yeah, they fucking hacked the IRS decades ago. So if they can hack the IRS, trust and believe that they can hack anything else you have going on. But anywho, I digress. What point was I trying to make? Oh, GA, yes, Tim Cook asked all
How much
shining.
coffee did you have today, Mickey?
I didn't have any coffee. I'm just in a good mood. I don't know why I'm in a good mood. I'm just in a good mood. I'm just in a great mood. So, my portfolio is doing well, which always has me in a great mood. But I'm just in a good mood. I'm just honoring Q, right? Life is great. Did y'all hear about that Texas cowboy, the 24-year-old, unfortunately, that had just lost his mom and never recovered from that? So, we just gotta experience joy where we can, right? It's gorgeous outside. My kids doing good. I ain't got no little shirt, the grandbabies to worry about. So, amen, hallelujah. What was I gonna say? Oh, Tim Cook all in Donald Trump ass. Apple had an app to track ICE, and then the government bitched and moaned, and then they took that shit off. And I'm like, Tim.
That was shocking to me.
Yes, I was like, God damn, Tim. Old boy would have told the government to kiss his ass. Because, what was his name, GA? The other Apple CEO? I still have menopause brain.
Oh, gosh. Yeah,
Jobs.
Yeah, Jobs. Steve Jobs.
Steve Jobs was an asshole, but y'all, he was an asshole collectively to everybody. He would have told the federal government to kiss his ass. Like, Steve Jobs was notorious for that. He was like, I don't give a fuck. Who gonna check me, boo? Who gonna check me? Steve Jobs did not give a shit. He would have told them no. But GA, I'll land here if I want to hear everybody else's comments. What took me out, clean out, because where did Larry Ellison, old decrepit ass, come pop up with the TikTok deal?
Where did
Like,
he
bitch,
come
what?
from?
When you fucking retired? Like, Oracle is like, what the fuck? Like, what the hell? What the hell? Where did your old ass come from? You making a play for this shit now? Don't you have enough fucking money? Go sit your ass down, Larry. These tech CEOs, y'all, I mean, the grift, they want so much fucking money. I swear to God, they're on a rush to be the first trillionaire. This is just it, because these are people like, when I saw them with King Charles sitting and holding court with Donald Trump in England, I said, all of these motherfuckers sold out, but let me go check their stock right now. That's where I am, y'all. I hate them, but my portfolio loves them. So, you know what I'm saying? Let me shut up. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just playing.
You ain't playing, because I'm doing the same thing. You are not playing.
I just told the disclaimer, I'm just playing. I do the exact same thing too. We ain't playing.
I'm very angry when I'm placing trades, though. I'm very angry.
I'm angry when I use the TCJA Act to get my tax benefits.
Yeah,
I don't like it, but I still use
when you see all that green, you're mad.
Yeah, I'm very upset, goddammit. I'm shit.
So pissed off at the OBBA, but I promise you, I'm loving that 100% depreciation that they kicked in.
Man, it's re-up. It was at, what was that, 50% right before then? It had moonlighted all the way down to 50, but it's back at 100.
Exactly. So, real talk, yeah, I'm angry, but I'm sure gonna claim it. Watch that.
Man.
Yeah, but they're all up
Might
in
give me one
Trump's
more
ass.
vehicle right before the end of the year so I can, you can still stay in this fiscal.
I mean, why y'all think I've been able to not work for almost a year? Hello! I'm quasi-retired. I'm not retired. No, I'm not even close to retired. Just trying to be an entrepreneur, but that really disappoints. Like, the tech CEOs have long been the thorn in Congress's side. Remember when they hauled Zuck up in there and he was trying to look like the choir boy and they were asking all them dumbass questions? The senators have, they're, first of all, they're old. They're old as shit. Their assistants do everything, right? They're politicians. They kiss babies and shake hands. They don't know about any of this technology shit. They got elected because their charisma or because of their ickiness, whichever one you gravitate to. Barack Obama was incredibly good-looking man, very charismatic. He reminded me of a Kennedy, right? Donald Trump, I don't think he's charismatic, but a lot of people do. But is he knowledgeable about these things? Congress is not subject matter experts. I shared this in another room. They've gotten rid of like 30% of the advisory committees. So basically, we have these elected officials and they don't know shit from Shinola. They don't. They don't know how shit works. They're not subject matter experts. They're not the EPA. So you had all of these advisory committees filled with people that actually knew what the fuck they're talking about, the PhDs, the people that have been in industry, right? Do you know, y'all know that Trump has gotten rid of about 30% of those governing agencies? Not governing, that's the wrong word. 30% of those agencies that provide information and oversight to the people that we elect to make these decisions. This shit is kind of scary, y'all. Republicans are always against regulations, don't get me wrong. But this is why they tend to have bad economies. It's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like when you're a pretty girl and you finally get a date with the superstar athlete, but at the end of the night, y'all having too much fun, so your weave comes off, you got some fake teeth, your makeup comes off and you're not cute, and you were using some tape to prop up your boobs, and he leaves your ass. That's the Republicans. The Republicans are the fake bad bitch. You know what? I just gotta tell it like it is, CEO. The Republicans are like the fake bad bitch. It looks all good, but at the end of the night, they're just fake as shit. Then the Democrats gotta come in. That's the girl you run back to. Oh, baby, I'm so sorry. She's the girl next door. You know what I'm saying? She's cute. She's not a super baddie, but she's a good woman. That's the woman you have kids with and put the ring on and buy the house. The Republicans are the fake bad bitch. And then you gotta come home to the good girl and get yourself together. That's the Republicans and the Democrats. I'm trying to tell y'all, which is why Democrats have better economies. Because Republicans are full of shit. They remove all of this regulation, then it's like, oh no, The babies are turning into tadpoles. Oh, here come the Dems to fix it. And then America forgets, and then we start the same goddamn cycle all over again. I'm telling y'all, that's what it is.
Carter was the only anomaly in that, and that's because he was the only anomaly that I can remember.
I'm actually drinking some caffeineless tea, so this bitch must have some caffeine in it, because there is no way that I'm this hyper.
I'm telling you, like I'm saying, what you say, you either did a line or you on some coffee.
No.
A line. I'm done.
I miss y'all.
But,
there's just so much going on.
But Mickey, do girls really be having fake teeth though?
Oh, for sure.
Yes. Those veneers, you can't tell that they're fake as hell. Nobody's goddamn teeth are that perfect and that white.
Glued in their mouth.
Exactly. That should be shining.
Like the
Like
club
they
is the
want
worst for the veneers because that blue light, that black light, that's the telltale right there in the club. I don't know if y'all.
I'm like, bitch, I'm like, y'all look like a vampire about to suck the shit out of somebody's neck. The hell? Them hoes be having BBS diamonds and shit in their mouth. Like, goddamn.
Especially at the club when they open their mouth. You know, anything about being at the club, you can see them veneers across the fucking room.
Like, I know you chomped the shit out of a carrot. God damn. Them hoes be looking like they hurt, too. And some of them actually remove all of their teeth to put those fake teeth in, y'all. So I'm just saying, make sure you check on your baddie in the middle of the night. He might roll over and see the...
They grind down.
That could be a bonus depending on their mind.
Yeah, stop it.
Oh, my God.
But you know what, Mickey? You mentioned something about cyber security. I literally started a whole separate department so I can actually service that part of small to medium businesses to offer that liability, that cyber liability, because it's a real thing. It is a real thing, and I'm like, somebody's gonna make this money. It might as well be me.
Yeah, I'm tracking small medium business reports every few weeks from the administration, was it called NFIB, and consistently, I don't remember within past 3 years, every quarter you look at the highest concerns that they survey the businesses that they have. Always in top 5 is cybersecurity.
Yep, some government contractors require, the city, the county, because remember, we talk about government contracts, but there are also corporate contracts, right? There are college contracts, right? There are city, county, local, municipal, right? School districts also have contracts. A lot of them are starting to require that you actually have cybersecurity insurance because you're going to be dealing with sensitive data. So that's excellent, GA. And you always on top of it.
Some good stuff.
Yeah, I actually got a serious question for you. So, if your company email has been hacked and it's sending out the phishing stuff to somebody else and then they end up having some sort of loss, are you liable for that?
You could be. In a lot of situations you are. I mean, this is case by case basis, but you could be liable for that. And if you don't have the structure or you don't have I'll use this word, the insurance for that, that's coming out of your pocket.
GA, what if you can show you took the appropriate steps as far as cybersecurity goes to secure your account and they were still able to bypass that? How could you be held accountable?
It depends. First of all, it depends on your industry. It depends on the state that you're in, and it depends on the laws that apply to that. And even if you took the proper care, I'll put it in a real life scenario. Say, for instance, a doctor took the proper care, followed all the hospital procedures in a surgery, but and told you all the risk of it, but you developed XYZ issues with it. It doesn't stop you from suing the hospital. Now, will you win? That's up to the court. But it doesn't stop you from suing.
That's more of my question, because Anybody, you can sue anybody for anything. I can sue you right now for just telling me that, right? That doesn't mean that my case has credibility. It means I just filed a suit.
Yeah. So, and what the department that I was kind of mentioning is what it does is it provides for lack of a better way to say it provides the cash flow to say somebody suing you, whether they win or not, is a whole different thing. But it provides the cash flow to pay for that lawsuit, so it doesn't come out of your actual pocket, come out of your actual company. Because Mickey said something that's extremely important. It's not if it will happen to you, it's when at this point.
I've been hacked. I had a couple of my sites hacked, and I had to go pay a couple companies to run malware tests to find out where it got injected and what plugins were weak and updated. And then when I noticed with a lot of these sites that do cybersecurity, and you would know more about this than me, so please interject whenever you want. But what I noticed is they'll offer their security, and then it seems like they are the ones that will do more damage to your site once you're done with your services, and then send you more emails, because it's like all of a sudden I'm getting all these brute force attacks on my site the second that my subscription to you ends, and now you're emailing me like it's like the mob, like we can protect you, but from who? You? Do you follow what I'm saying?
I know, I follow what you're saying, and that is one of the things that they're talking about that is pervasive in that particular industry. And quite honestly, legislation hadn't really caught up to. This is what Mika was talking about, how Republicans like to deregulate. The problem is that as they deregulate every freaking thing that they can get their hands on, legislation hadn't even caught up to actually manage that side of that problem. And especially with them destroying the Consumer Protection Bureau. Didn't they gut that?
Yes, they did, and the Inspector Generals.
Yeah. So I mean, it's exacerbating the problem.
And the cybersecurity in the CISA too, which among other things advises businesses on cybersecurity protection, and also does election security work. That department was gutted.
Right, and I think I'm just wanted to say, for Gemini, thank you, GA, for being here, for providing, info behind it. So Gemini, in terms of, protocol. So, for example, if I have a firm, I have a brokerage firm, right? I handle client accounts. There's, the utmost level of fiduciary responsibility that I have. This is why, Schwab, right, Ameriprise, LPL, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan Chase, right? They have the highest levels of security. So it's kind of do you want to go with the big boys who are the best and are more expensive? Or do you want to go to Coinbase and Acorns? This is nothing against them, but I wouldn't have my shit on Coinbase. Coinbase has pretty much already said that they are going to be easily infiltrated because they don't have as much robust protections. So it's kind of is it cheaper? Is it easier to access? Maybe. But you also run that risk down the line. If something happens, Coinbase has literally said it somewhere in the paperwork that you signed that they're not liable for that shit. So you can sue if you want to. Brokerage firms, absolutely, in all of that new account. Let me scare them for a minute, GA. All of that new account paperwork that you sign in the DocuSign or the paperwork and you never read it and go through it. Guess who's had to read that? Because I've worked with engineers for 20 years. Me. Because they will question you about that shit. They read the fucking prospectus on the damn mutual fund, and I had to be prepared to answer all of those damn questions. They are indemnified from suing. If you are working with a brokerage, with a securities advisor for the most part, or even a firm, which most people are, because where are you buying your stock? You're not sending to the company to get a stock certificate, right? They don't even allow that for the most part anymore, right? You're not going directly to an exchange. So guess what? You can't even really sue them like that. There is arbitration paperwork, there is arbitration language that is written into your new accounts. So a lot of firms are covering themselves this way, so y'all just be careful. This is why I believe in highly paid professionals that are subject matter experts, because guess what? Now this is how I would play a Gemini, right? Not only am I having my own errors and omissions insurance, and I never eat where I do business, if that makes sense. So if you're selling me one product, right? Like if my CPA is doing my taxes, that's not going to be the same firm that does my audit. Hello, because you might cover for yourself. I'm not blaming you. I'm not alleging you, but I'm just going to take care of that from jump. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to firm A to do my taxes. I'm going to firm B to do an audit if I need to as a fiduciary. I'm not getting that done at the same location. So I'm getting my errors and omissions insurance in one place. I'm getting my cybersecurity in another place. And I'm getting an audit of that cybersecurity in a third place. So you know who those clients could sue if something happens to my shit? The motherfucker that I hired to tell me that it was safe. That's who I'm suing. And that's who I'm going to direct the lawsuits to. Because I always cover my ass. My ass is covered up, down, and around this bitch, okay? Because y'all not suing me. I know how this shit works. My professionals have professionals. Fuck that.
But that's they should. Yeah, they should.
Just for context, like it's rare for banking infrastructure to be. I don't remember actually a single recent instance where banking infrastructure specifically was hacked in a way that allowed hackers to move money. Banking infrastructure itself, right? Like there are many instances where consumer data is hacked through some other way, and then people impersonate it or get the credentials and then move money. But there are many hacks where consumer information is leaked through a hack, right? Where social security numbers, all that type of stuff. But it's very rare for like brokerages.
Are you staying in the U.S.?
Yeah. But yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's
The
very
only
rare.
reason I asked this because I remember in Africa they got like 16 billion or something out of a bank, but that was Africa.
Yeah, and I'm not saying crypto. In crypto, this still happens a lot. Not Coinbase though. Coinbase did get hacked recently, but again, it was in a way that consumer information was leaked, but it didn't allow the attackers to move money directly through the platform. Then they would later have to go and use that consumer information to impersonate people and do all of this stuff.
Neil, that concerned me though, because even though they weren't directly, like I used Coinbase and have for a long time, right? And they were not able to move capital, right? They weren't able to liquidate any crypto or any cash, which the cash is actually secure on that site, not the crypto. But what they did do was get the data that's needed to be able to do that, right? As long as they can bypass that two-step authenticator. Like, if they can do that, then they can get in and move the cash because they have the credentials. And this is the key. Coinbase does not ensure any authorized access, right? Not hacks. Hacks, they have some limited insurance for. But they were able to get access to your account, even though they're unauthorized. They're able to use your credentials to access your account and move your crypto to whatever cold wallet they chose. That's right.
Right.
That's that.
But even the cash, Gemini, so there's SIPC, which is the equivalent of FDIC for banks. The cash in your brokerage account is only covered up to that certain amount, so it's not covered over that. Just FYI.
250, right?
Yeah, it's SIPC. But Coinbase testified to the SEC, and I remember this. Coinbase testified to the SEC, like for example, if they were hacked, Fidelity and Schwab have Lloyd's of London policies that basically cover each brokerage account up to $1 billion. It was a huge selling point, y'all. Because why do old rich people swear to God you need to have 50 million goddamn brokerage accounts across 4 firms? And I'm like, ain't nobody dealing with all that shit. You better consolidate that. And they'd be like, well, I don't put all my eggs in one basket. I'm like, Fidelity covers this shit up to $1 billion. Now, we're not talking about market losses, but we're talking about if something happened, Fidelity's assets are secure. Coinbase told the SEC, which is why the SEC was after their ass, but surprisingly, all of that went away after Donald Trump was elected and they got rid of Gary Gensler.
That part.
What Coinbase said was, we can't guarantee shit. We can't guarantee the stocks. We surely can't guarantee the crypto. So basically, if something happened to Coinbase, that's why I said, look in that indemnification in your paperwork. Coinbase said, we can't even guarantee one share of Apple is going to remain in the client's account. And I was like, fuck that. Absolutely not. And they have not shored up anything, especially since they've been donating majorly to the Trump administration. So I would just check Gemini, because they are not secure whatsoever. They admitted it to the SEC, which is why Gary Gensler had, a bee in his bonnet going against them.
You talking about the cash aspect, the cash on, that's on?
No, the assets. Like if you're using Coinbase just as a brokerage account, So if you're buying Apple, if you're buying mutual funds, they admitted, you can look it up, they admitted to the SEC that they had no way of securing or safeguarding those assets. That's what they said. That's why he was trying they were in so much trouble all the time.
You're very well could be right. I only use them for crypto. Like that's.
Oh no, I am right. You can look this up.
No, I'm not saying you're wrong.
Yeah.
There's no challenge here. I'm just saying I only use them for crypto purchases. That's it.
Hey, Jim.
Yeah.
You can get stocks on Coinbase, Gemini?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm sure I didn't even realize they were trading stocks. I'm crypto.
I've never seen that.
I would never get my crypto no stock trades over there.
I've never seen that.
Hey, Gemini, let me give you a heads up real quick. And this is what I tell people. Don't leave. A lot of people actually would put their crypto on Coinbase to purchase it and maybe trade it. Your profits, and once you hit TPS, you hit your take profit margins. Pull your crypto off of Coinbase. Leave enough to actually trade and make moves, but do not leave it on there. I say this repeatedly. Don't do that.
All the money is in a cold wallet. Come on, bro.
Okay, I'm just saying, okay, you good. Because I run into people all the time saying, man, I've been doing so good on Coinbase, and everything they own is still in an account on Coinbase. I'm like, stop it.
You never let your if you let it sit on the transfer that long, then you are uneducated. Whatever happens, exactly. A cold wallet, or at minimum a warm, but I like a cold wallet, so.
Yeah, I make the joke. I practice on Coinbase. I just practice to actually be familiar enough with it when I have a client come to me and talk about it. It's not where I do business, but
I like them for purchasing just because they don't freeze up when shit gets serious, right? Because when there's a heavy run on a coin and you want to extract or make a trade and you're dealing with one of these smaller platforms and they freeze the fuck up, you could lose money by the second. Like, timing is everything during that exchange. And that's where Coinbase has been real good. Like, I haven't had them freeze in a critical time.
Hey, GA, I got a question. So I'm looking at something. Is there personal cyber insurance you can get for your Coinbase money from like Chubb and Lemonade? Do you know anything about that?
yeah, I'm gonna tell you this is personal. This is purely personal, okay? It's purely personal, not financial advice. Purely personal. I don't like lemonade, and I got my personal gripe against Chubb, but Chubb is functionally looking at them, great, fantastic. Chubb, Integrity, those companies, great. I just have personal issues with them from their service back end, and that's just personal. But lemonade, absolutely not. Do not do that. Please don't do that to your life.
Chubb is number one, so they're a bit of assholes. I would say Chubb or Travelers are the assholes, but they're the most well known in the industry, and they're expensive too. But that's
why I said, Mickey. That's why I said it's personal. So don't take what I'm saying.
Right.
They are.
I love when GA's on here. GA. What else was I gonna say? What Coinbase also got in trouble with the SEC is because they were basically acting as a brokerage, taking custody of assets. So taking custody means, like, when you have an IRA of Fidelity, it says for the benefit of, right? Meaning that you are purchasing those assets really for Fidelity, and then that account is for your benefit. Think about like when you have a 401k, right? It's Miki Gabriel's 401k FBOGA. I'm gonna put myself there, GA. Right. Yeah, so probably more like GA's 401k for the benefit of Miki, right? So it's his, but it's for my benefit. So having custody of the assets, that's like a really big deal in a fiduciary standard. We are not supposed to take custody. So if a client gives us a check, 24 hours, it's got to be out of there. Client gives us, a stock certificate, which sometimes they pop up. All of these boomers, they go look in the attic. Oh, I bought 5 shares of Apple the day it came out. Literally, true story, right? What is this little certificate with all the little colors on it? Oh my God, right? It's like $300,000 25 years later or whatever. So we can't have quote unquote custody. We have to send it to the brokerage. So we send it to Fidelity or we deposit that check. What Coinbase was doing was functioning as a brokerage, telling clients that they could have custody of the assets, that they custodied them, but they did not have the proper protocols and protections in place to be a brokerage. So those of you that utilize Coinbase, I would definitely go look on their website, look at their disclosures, and see if it's kind of like Fox News. You know how Fox News parades as a news outlet, but when you look at the fine print, it basically tells you that they're for entertainment purposes only. That is my professional advice. Go and make sure. Because y'all have so many other options right now, right? Everybody and their mama is custodying crypto, so you don't have to utilize them. But I would definitely go and check. Or give them a call and see what they say.
If they show enough, we'll tell you. And there's so many things popping up right now, especially this run on stable coins, but I won't get into that.
Oh yeah, they're propping that shit up like crazy. The Trump numbers came out. Like his kids are basically billionaires, which is insane. They're propping the shit out of that market.
I'm confused, Mickey. Coinbase does that?
I may be confusing Coinbase with Robinhood, but I think so. I think that you can have a traditional, well, I'm saying brokerage, like brokerage account, so it doesn't matter what you're holding. A brokerage account is basically a brokerage account. So I'm sorry. I may be using a little bit too much lingo in that regard. But a brokerage account is a brokerage account.
I know I use them, I always knew them to strictly be a crypto exchange. Like, okay.
No, it's a broker. They were holding themselves out to be like a brokerage, like a Schwab, like a, like a brokerage.
Yeah. I have a Schwab. That's where I do all my trades.
Yeah.
That's where I'm doing
right.
trading at my Schwab account. I actually was with Ameritrade first, and then they forced us to convert to Schwab. I guess Schwab took them over.
Yeah, I love TD Ameritrade. They were one of my favorites. But
they
yeah,
were mine
so
too. I got forced into Schwab by them. Well, I won't say forced because I don't mind it, but it was forced because my account migrated from Ameritrade to Schwab.
Yeah, but that's what a brokerage account is. So basically, a brokerage account is a firm that can custody assets. So whether it's crypto, like there's alternative assets, right? People that have the alternative IRAs that they hold, real, right? Those are still it funds as a custodian is what we call it.
I got you.
We call it a custodian.
It's kind of like, let's say they did
hold the assets.
For me, it's kind of like, even if they did offer stock, I wouldn't trust it. It's like when you logged into your Cash App and you see you could do crypto there. It's like, yeah, but that's not Coinbase.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they don't offer securities, although they tried, right? And that's the challenge. They were trying to do something like token equities, which is like a tokenized representation of another security. So some type of a derivative on crypto of some other security, like I don't know, Apple or whatever, and they got challenged and they never launched it.
Got you. Now that makes sense. I follow.
Okay, Neo, that's what it was. I know when they were testifying, they were trying to do something, and I may be confused. I'm not confusing it with Robinhood because Robinhood had its own case. But okay, that's what it was. I remember they were in big, and that came out, but they were shysty about it. They basically tried to do it, and they know that they shouldn't have, which once I question your compliance, that's it. Get away with something, and you know you're not supposed to, because these brokerage firms are like, there's nothing new about them. Crypto is a new and exciting asset, but you know what I'm saying? Brokerage is brokerage. Custodying assets is custodying assets, whether it's defined as a security or not, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they're still kind of arguing about what technically crypto is. Am I not mistaken?
That's what the SEC's case was against Ripple Laboratories. Yeah. That was the essence of the case.
And then Trump's new head of the SEC, because I liked Gary Gensler, but I'm a compliance person, right? I like compliance because it basically helps people who are not as savvy with these things, which are the majority of investors, right? It's not for the 10% that we call sophisticated investors, or maybe 20% now, but it's for the majority of people who are not, that get taken advantage of. But that new person, basically, almost the day they were appointed, were tweeting out that, the U.S. was going to be highly supportive of crypto, and it was going to be a new age for the SEC, blah, 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 blah. No, they haven't, Roger. It's still being, they haven't even settled on the taxation, but I believe a couple of years ago, the IRS started requiring people to report on their crypto.
Oh yeah, they do.
Losses.
They do. And
they double check you too.
They also came to the crypto platforms and made them fill out tax documents for each person. They issue that every year now, right? So that's automated at this point. Even if you don't claim it, they already know because the platform is like Coinbase, for example, automatically sends that form to the government and lets them know exactly what you're holding and exactly what you've gained or lost. That's automated.
Well, we knew that was coming.
Yeah, they're gonna regulate the deregulated because everybody was like, you know what? It's deregulated. Nobody's gonna really monitor. Nobody really knows. That's the beauty of crypto is the anonymous aspects. Yeah, bullshit. That shit is all documented.
Yeah, is it just for Bitcoin or is it for everything?
It's
for
everything.
Everything, yeah.
Everything.
Yeah.
Well, there are some like Monero and like Zero True Crypto is actually privacy preserving to a large extent, but those are not very popular, or rather more popular in crime. Although all crypto is popular in crime, but specifically that too. But yeah, blockchain, and there are many companies that sell investigation services for blockchain, and it's relatively easy because it's blockchain, it's in public. That's the whole point of it. All transactions are recorded in public. It's not super hard to trace people.
Nikki, it was so good to see you. I got to get ready for my 3 o'clock with my client, but if I get done early, if they just sign the documents and send me a bunch of money, I'll be back.
You too, GA.
We just chop liver. Mickey, we just chop liver. Okay, GA, I see what it is.
No, I haven't been here in a while. Yeah, and I'm tonight on Chatter, y'all, at 7 o'clock Central. I'm going to be doing Debate the News, talking about Bernie Madoff, which is always a oldie but a goodie. True crime.
That is a great documentary on Netflix.
Yes, with his cuckoo self.
And I finally downloaded Chatter so I can come, Mickey.
Yes. I never saw the documentary, but I follow him.
I know you know about it, meaning I know you know about the scandal, but what I thought going into it just about Madoff and what I knew, because I knew people that were impacted, because I'm in New York, because a lot of people were impacted, the way the documentary zoomed out to the whole financial industry being complicit in all of this, looking the other way. I mean, the fact that Bernie Madoff was president of NASDAQ is crazy to me.
He was?
What's that?
He was? Damn.
Yes.
He was at one time. Not when he was doing the icky stuff, but yep, he sure was.
No,
he was smart.
he was ingrained in the financial industry so much that everybody trusted him. So he built that trust through all of this, through all of the networks, and then did all of this shady stuff where he had, a person on the 11th floor fucking fudging all the numbers, and sending out fake banks. I mean, it's insane. And everybody looked the other way because everybody trusted him. I mean, the documentary it really shows how corrupt the financial services industry is.
Yeah, and Scotty, before they did it, I love Vanity Fair. Vanity Fair does really good articles like Playboy used to do back in the day. If anybody knows, It's like, I'm getting Playboy for the articles. Nobody believed them. But Playboy used to do some really good. They did. They were some really good investigative journalism. So Vanity Fair is similar. And they did that, even talking about the son's girlfriends and so this is the crazy part, Scotty, right? Those are really, really long reads, but y'all, they are so good. But I'm going to have to watch the documentary. So this is how intelligent this man was. Had he just placed the trades, he probably would have been okay. So if we would have never had 2008 and there was a run for liquidity, he probably would have been getting away with this forever. But he was offering like 14%, like something crazy. You had, and then he played. So Scotty, for you, like he played on the whole Jewish network too.
Oh, of course.
Because it was like, Bernie will take care of you. Give it to Bernie. Bernie will take care of you. Because it was like a status symbol
and also,
have this man as your financial.
Right, and also people who didn't even necessarily have a ton of money, but it's like, okay, if you have like, even a couple 100,000, well, Sarah over here, her mother, invests with him, and she's been making, 12 to 14, 15% every year. Okay, I'll put the, my life savings there because, it's getting a couple percent here and there, but, he's trusted, everybody knows him, he's in the community, we know where he lives, like all that stuff. And he ingratiated himself with the entire sector. So it was not really a big deal. But, at the same time, more savvy people would be like, yeah, 14% every year? Something may be up with that because nobody does that. And when the shit hit the fan, when everybody started asking for their money right after 2008, and he couldn't provide, but he could have got away with it if he did do like little trades here and there and kind of keep the thing going.
Lord. That's how crazy it was because, y'all, so he actually had, so like I was just talking about, there was a brokerage side, which is like you have a Series 7, you can do trades, think about it like Merrill Lynch, and then there's like an advisory side. So FINRA oversees the brokerage side, right? That's like Merrill Lynch, Goldman Sachs, right? The old version broker, like from those movies, like Boiler Room. Those were Series 7 guys, right? Some of them just do trades all day. They're brokers. Like I have a Series 65, so that's advisory. The advisory side is a little different, right? Because you manage portfolios. It's not so much based on trading, which brokers are going to charge you for trading. It's a slight difference. It's kind of like more compliance, but just to provide a little background. So he was passing the audits for the brokerage side, right? Because he used a custodian, like I was just talking about, like Schwab or Fidelity. Very rarely are you going to find an independent agent that has their own brokerage because it's kind of like you starting out to be a small business person and you like creating your own, cell phone network, right? Like it's just impossible. You can't do it. So you use a brokerage firm. Like I could be an independent agent. I can work for Fidelity as a Fidelity advisor, and I can also utilize Fidelity as my own firm, if that makes sense. So that part was perfectly fine. Why? Because those clients are going to get statements generated by that brokerage firm. If your advisor works for Merrill Lynch, you get a Bank of America statement, right? If your advisor works for Goldman Sachs, but if your advisor is like JB firm and they custody through Fidelity, your statements are going to say Fidelity and they come from Fidelity. They just put JP's logo on there, right? So he was doing his own shit, y'all. This is how calculated and brilliant this man was. He was investing the money as if the trades were real to give the sense to clients that the shit was real. So that's what I'm saying. Somebody went through all of that math, Scotty. It's freaking insane, isn't it?
Yeah, and
he did all of that for years.
For years. He used to print on IBM, like old school IBM printers, and pump out statements. He had one floor in his offices where it was like under super security. It was like one person who did all of those statements and send them out regular to everybody. Everybody sees the statements. I make sure I'm not having just e-statements. I want the paper statements too. So I always get them mailed to me, and I want to keep the postal service alive too. So, but I like seeing the paper statements, and I imagine all these like old people, people in their 70s and 80s who are getting them like, okay, that's cool, and don't think about it. And he also had the connection with other, investment, fund managers that were like, oh yeah, he's our guy. We're gonna take our funds and we're gonna suggest to our clients that they should invest through us to Madoff. So he was able to make so much money, but man, he didn't get audited. There was so much in the SEC that just kind of looked the other way. It was amazing. I mean, you couldn't have done this without the ineptitude of the SEC and other regulators just kind of looking the other way.
Exactly. Like Scotty, that documentary, there's an infamous scene where they have these like green SEC investigators coming to investigate him, and they were like in awe of him, right? Because he's making so much money. Like they were just doing it as a formality. And you want to talk about poker face? He in that meeting. He's like, oh yeah, the money's right here, and he like jotted down some fake number for like overseas account or something, and like you're welcome to call it, and that was it. The SEC, like investigators, rookies were like, no, Mr. Madoff, we believe you. Like that was it. Like that is confidence. That is a con man.
I mean, I disagree a little bit. I think SEC and FINRA and etc. were never empowered to begin with to actually oversee legislatively allow the insane dual registry. This is what Reformed was saying, right? That the fact that the United States law up until this day allows both a brokerage and an investor advisory under the same roof is a little strange to begin with. And neither SEC nor any other regulator agencies were like empowered to begin with to investigate this level.
Oh no, totally. No, I think we agree. I mean, it shouldn't all be put on the SEC. It's like if you give the FCC like very limited power to do any of this kind of stuff, you're not really equipping them with the resources to actually fully investigate and get this, get this guy in fucking jail. But it was the whole ethos of the government at the time, and this is the Bush administration. So, Republicans typically, but, certainly Clinton and all them were, we're not super regulating either, but the whole system was like going to look the other way. It's better to like, look, if nothing big's happening, we're just gonna let it go. That's the ethos of the whole system. And it collapsed as you could imagine, right when the fucking shit hit the fan in 2008.
Yeah, no, I agree. No, and I follow that story, and even Stanford, which happened in Houston, Texas, because I had colleagues that actually worked at Stanford Financial, and it's funny because they were in the Galleria. Their offices were there's like a huge Merrill Lynch firm not Merrill Lynch, affiliation that's in that Galleria Towers, and I was down the street, and we could see the helicopters coming in, like the feds just came in, and it was crazy because Stanford did something very similar to Madoff. I don't know if anybody remembers that. It didn't get as much attention, but Stanford did something very, very similar. And for the dual brokerage, yes, for the dual registration, you're absolutely right, Neo. Somebody's cooked here. I've always wanted to say that on Clubhouse. So listen how cuckoo it was. And I think it was actually the NASD back then, y'all, not FINRA, because they made some kind of change to the name. I can't remember when, but I want to say, and I never remember what FINRA stands for. SEC is Securities and Exchange Commission. And so basically securities, the assets, the exchanges, right? Like some of them are just exchanges or the custodians. NASD, I believe, was National Association of Securities Dealers, national agency. I never remember what the A stands for. But, so I've worked at several of those firms, Neo, where they have the Series 65, they have their own RIA, Registered Investment Advisory, and then they also are a brokerage, right? So you know how we have to keep it separate? The old Chinese wall. So what did that look like in one firm? We had two different filing cabinets. So one was for advisory clients, and I am so serious, y'all, and one was for brokerage clients. So it was like, yeah, and the auditors come in and they're like, oh yeah, as long as y'all keep it separate. What the hell? Like, come on, bro. Yeah, the good old Chinese wall in corporate America is just full of shit. It's like, really, bro? Like, that's how you keep that separate? Yeah, that's how you keep it separate. So they're in red folders and they're in blue folders. Yeah, we're totally separate. Sure. Same people, same everything else. But it's funny as hell.
remarkable. And they had whistleblower complaints for years on this, but they don't take this shit seriously.
It's a lot harder to do now, I will say. I mean, because you have like Bridgewater, Ray Dalio, some of those firms, like those hedge funds, they have insane returns. So you can't even say like that's a red flag, because some of those hedge funds, like their returns are just freaking insane. But this is also why you have to be an accredited investor, which I know a lot of people don't like that, but I'm like, if you're dealing with, you know, volatile investing, which basically means that they're crafting such an intense investment strategy that you could lose all your money or gain all your money, right? Because there's no guarantee to the stock market. There's no guarantee to any of this. But some things are a little bit, you know, there's a proven track record, so to speak, which you can't even really say that technically. Like I would get in trouble for even saying that. What we can say is that historically, the S&P 500 have returned 8 to 10% annually. But nobody can guarantee that, because like Jesus could come tomorrow and all this shit could crash, right? So, yeah, but it's crazy. But yeah, it's gonna be kind of cool tonight, because it is one of my favorite. Not favorite in the sense of fascination, but in the sense that this guy, y'all, he had institutional investors, he had wealthy people, he had celebrities, he had executives. And who? Do you remember the Shapiro guy, Scotty? Was that in the documentary when they were making the liquidity calls and he didn't have the money and he called that guy and he said, I need some money, and he just wired him $100 million, no questions asked? I believe that was Shapiro. Was that in there?
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't remember. Moose, do you remember that? No, there was so much. Yeah, it was like 7 parts. I saw it a couple years ago.
Yeah, it's really well done, but it's multiple parts. And like, weren't there like private rooms and within his office that like even his own son wasn't even allowed to go into?
He didn't let them go on that floor. That's right.
Yep. It was an infamous floor. That's right. The dark floor, the dark web.
Assets. But this man was extremely wealthy, y'all. Like, there was literally no reason for him to do this shit whatsoever. He was a brilliant investor. He was head of the NASDAQ. He had the esteem and well wishes of the entire industry. He stole money from orphanages, from pension funds. Like, it's just insane.
Yeah, I mean, my old boss's mother, you know, who has since passed. She was probably 80 at the time. She lost all her money, and my old boss had to, you know, basically support her for until the end of her life, because it took years to get a lot of that money. A lot of the money did come back. They were able to, you know, claw some of that back somehow, but it was still like regular people. It wasn't even just rich people. When I say regular, I mean, you know, regular Manhattan investors, you know, who may have, you know, a 401k that has, you know, a couple $100,000 in there or something. And obviously up like into the millions and, you know, tens of millions for each person. And I was just looking it up because I found this fascinating. What's going on? Yeah, I was just looking it up. They got back. This is maybe how the government can be helpful. They got back 80 to 85% of the money that was lost, which is incredible.
On the Madoff case?
Mm-hmm.
No way.
Mm-hmm.
That is remarkable.
It's remarkable because they say, I mean, I'm looking at like the.
They never share that story. I had no idea.
Yeah, they recovered $14.5 billion.
Oh wow.
And you know, through lawsuits, through liquidation of his assets, you know, yachts, jewelry, all that kind of stuff, lawsuits against banks and feeder funds. A lot of the feeder funds it was hard to get their money because they were in fucking Bermuda and other places, but they were able to get some. So, like, yeah, I mean, it's incredible. They say usually the recovery rate is less than 10%.
I was just gonna say, I was betting is about 10%. Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's remarkable. I mean, I think that's also a story of, like, how did they do, like, whoever was doing that, also made a lot of money because they were doing the work, but at the same time, like, that's incredible.
Those aren't bureaucrats? Who does that?
Well, probably, my guess is like an attorney, like they had,
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Like like a line 9/11 resettlement fund or whatever.
Yeah.
I think it was something similar. It may have been even similar, some of the same people. So it's incredible. That shouldn't give anybody, like, make it be like, oh, okay, don't worry, we'll just get it back, because that's definitely an outlier.
Sentenced to 150 years in prison.
Yeah, and didn't both his sons die? And he died in prison, but didn't one son commit suicide, the other one died of cancer?
One of them did. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he started with nothing, right? I mean, Madoff basically started with absolutely pretty much nothing.
Yeah, one was suicide, the other one was cancer in 2014. I mean,
like, believe it or not, his wife actually didn't have a nest egg. It wasn't like The Sopranos where they had a just in case emergency. These are the funds when I get arrested. Apparently, she was living in her car for a while after he got arrested.
Well, I mean, and I imagine, whether or not we want to believe that her life was hard after that, and a lot of it wasn't kind of like overblown, so we could have sympathy for her. I am sure that all of her socialite friends and everybody invested with Madoff too, and she just became persona non grata after.
Oh yeah, listen, like I worked with a guy many years ago a black guy who ended up doing something similar to this, and I had no idea he was doing it. And I caught so much hell from so many people for years. I had no idea. So, that's a real thing.
Yeah, I'm sure. And that's like the worst thing somebody can do also, is just like defraud their friends, and, hang out with them and be friends and, be like, a godfather to their kids and all that, and just scam the fuck out of those same people.
And in my case, like, I trusted this guy so much, my wife invested. So I'm his manager, and he cheated my wife.
Jesus fucking Christ.
What are you guys talking about? Scammers?
Yeah, Bernie Madoff.
We're talking about your circle of friends.
Right.
Hey, my job is to find him. So see you want to
because you're trying to expand your social network. We get it.
No, I literally used to run a skip tracing agency.
Well, did you watch the Bernie Madoff documentary on Netflix that came out like a few years ago?
I watched it, yes. I watched that, yeah. That was pretty eye-opening.
It wasn't it? Because it was just
beyond
the person himself. It was about the whole industry, and that's what I thought was like, holy shit.
But Scott, one thing I was confused about, that his kids did not fully understand the scam, but they worked for him. I never got that.
Yeah, I feel
they made him sound like they were inept. They were dummies to not realize that he was literally scamming.
It's possible.
He may have shielded them, knowing that the more they knew, the more they would be held accountable. So that is possible. And also, he was a wizard. So.
But think about it. The guy who outed him was like, yo, he was checking the trades. Like, this motherfucker hadn't made a trade in years. How the fuck is still collecting money? Where's the money going?
Follow the money.
That guy just snitched on him.
I mean, it's possible, ML, like Scotty's saying, that he was just trying to shield his sons, because I think in the documentary you were saying that he had multiple floors, and I think he had these IT guys that were doing stuff that nobody else reported, that even his own sons didn't know what they were doing. Computer access that nobody else had access to.
It was pre 2008 ML. So remember, a lot of us were still operating on DOS screens back then.
Yeah.
Like that was our, and he had a brokerage firm too. So I do have to, like, I think he was a Series 7 broker. So
yes, he did.
On the advisory side. So that's the crazy part. But he was faking it as if he was actually executing the trade. So this is how much of a mathematical genius he was, because there wasn't software to do this back then. He wasn't chat GPTing it. He was actually looking at the fake investments, the closing prices, everything else. And so if you fact checked it, it actually looked like it was making sense. But as you said, he just wasn't making any trades. That's the crazy part. Like the dude was he was mad brilliant. Like nobody knows why the hell he did this except his ass is like.
I know. They never fully explain why he went down that road.
But you know what? What's interesting to me?
So I watched that documentary a couple of times,
And it resonated with me because part of the reason he was able to keep it secret and go on for so long is because the people that were closest to him, that were executing the scam, were the least qualified. Like they didn't know enough about the business in general to know from like an ethics or compliance standpoint what was going on. They were only given direction from him. Like, I think I remember, like, I don't know if it was a cousin or a friend, but it was somebody that basically came from like a blue collar work experience, was the one that was doing a lot of the paperwork and documentation.
Yeah, he was like, wasn't he like a security guard? It was a security guard.
It was something like that, yeah. He was he didn't know what he was doing. He was just giving instructions. So it was pretty much like giving him data entry, but he didn't understand the data that he's entering.
Yep. Yeah. And that, I mean, honestly, I hate to say it, that's how you run a scam. Is to make people who are not bright enough, do that kind of dirty work. The other movie was the one with Robert De Niro, but I just think the documentary is, kind of more wonky, and I like that kind of stuff. It gets a little more granular, of course.
Yeah, and y'all read those Vanity Fair. There's 2 articles, and they really go into a lot of detail about like the just give it to Bernie. Like there's one now for some of the people, you have to realize these were Palm Beach wealth. A lot of these people, these homes, these tens of millions of dollars valued homes have been in their families for generations. They were putting second mortgages and giving additional funds to this man to invest. So there was a little tiny bit of greed involved on both sides, because if anybody guarantees you that much of a percentage, especially in like a sideways market, you really need to be concerned. But I even had at a firm with a few clients that got their restitution, and it was like you had to do all of this paperwork for like a small percentage of the assets. It was just insane, because yes, people invested in Bernie Madoff. Like he was this well-known, Wall Street darling. And then of course when he got arrested, that impacted everything else that he did. So then there was kind of like this panic. Plus we were already well into 2008, where we know that the market lost about 30%, which was insane. One of the worst recessions in history. And I think I will reread those articles, because what we're doing tonight is just like an episode of a podcast, true crime. But it's just crazy to me. And I don't want to say they weren't bright, Scotty, because like it's kind of like if you have someone that's new to an industry, as someone said, and you really don't know, right? Like somebody might think, oh, I'm the receptionist, and a client called and said, that they want to buy, 100 shares of Apple stock. Let me just take down the account number and the information. But SEC and FINRA laws say that if you are not securities licensed, you can't even take down the information to take the trade. Like, you're not even allowed to do that. You are supposed to pass the phone to somebody who is securities licensed. And people might be like, well, that's stupid. I can't just write it down. No, you can't, because you have to confirm it back to the client. This is why when they have those movies, they always say, so we want to buy 100 shares of Apple, good till cancel, open market. It's currently trading at, $200.22 out of account, ending in 4527, da 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 da. And I'm speaking to blah, 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 blah. Those are always on recorded calls, by the way. They have to be recorded in the firm, just in case you have to roll back the tape, right? So somebody might be like, well, I don't see why that's really a big deal. Or you might get a call that says, hi, I'm such and such's wife. I've been in the office. I met you the other day. My husband can't come to the phone. He's out golfing. But can you send us $10,000? I can confirm the bank account and the address. Well, sure, ma'am, I'll take care of that. But you can't actually do that because if that person is not on the account, or they don't have a power of attorney, which you're going to verify and be signed by both the client and the POA, then no, ma'am, I can't speak to you. It doesn't matter if you work next to me every day. You don't have authorization over this account. So it's like little stuff like that. And yes, it's this is why you need senior people. This is why I'm like, AI is not going to take over everything, because there's a lot of nuanced things that are required, especially in an industry like wealth management. So those poor guys, they must have felt like shit when they realized what he was having them do. Because think about it, y'all. If everybody on the stage, if I ran upon, you know what, I don't even want to say me, because we're not putting that in the universe. I am not going to jail for anybody. If somebody ran a Ponzi scheme, right, and one person gave $10,000, another person gave $100,000, one person gave $1,283,000, he had to track when people made their investments. He still had to go through the guise of new account paperwork and everything, right? Because these people, they were wealthy. They knew how that part worked, right? He still has to go through all of that. You have the wire. So to me, the bank should have probably checked something, because why is he getting all of these wires? Why is he sending out all of this cash? Like, what's going on? That's a hell of a lot of activity that you don't really expect to find, right? So I also blame the financial institutions, which I don't know off the top of my head if it was JP Morgan Chase, but JP Morgan Chase has also gotten in trouble with Madoff. Financial institutions have very, very strict compliance requirements to basically keep up with money laundering, which we think of money laundering as like the drug dealers and the terrorists. No, there's a hell of a lot of people committing financial fraud that utilize banks.
Oh, HSBC was busted.
I was just going to say, there's a whole documentary on Netflix called Dirty Money, and they do a whole episode exactly on that. Nobody went to jail. None of the bankers, none of just laundering cartel money on the regular.
Well, and this is why crypto is suspect, the whole Binance thing, and that guy getting pardoned, and them financing Hamas and other organizations and drug anyway. I did want to go back to CEO. I'm not sure if you had the question about it, but the people who led the recovery effort. It was this guy, Irving Picard, who was a SIPC trustee, David Sheehan, who's lead counsel, U.S. Department of Justice, FBI financial crimes teams, and international regulators in both Europe and Latin America. So this is, and I don't know if the FBI financial crimes team is something that still exists, or the U.S. Department of Justice would care if this was happening right now. Honestly, it's hard.
I mean, it was $65 billion, guys. That was a lot. That tells you how much people trusted him with, how much he had jurisdiction of. That's a hell of a lot of money. There are a lot of firms that are, they brag if they manage $1 billion in assets. That was $65 billion. And this was in 2008. So you can imagine how much that would be now. What, $300 billion? Easy? So it was a hell.
Let's also remember that it was not just individuals. It was whole, charities, synagogues.
Yes.
It was not just individuals. So that is part of the reason why that money got racked up so quickly. It was one of the things I wanted to mention. he needed a lot of retirement funds of people, a lot of retirement funds of nonprofits.
Yep, public, like pension funds.
Yep.
Wait, wasn't there a guy was it France? I think there was, I think that was part of their story, but I'll have to get back to that. There was some guy in France who was huge in this as well, who had befriended Madoff. But yeah, they had a lot. And just all those feeder funds. You don't think of these things. You're like, okay, I'll just, have my 401k over here. It's with this, investment group, and that investment group maybe tries to pretend that they're doing all this stuff for you, but in reality, a little bit off the top. Exactly. And that's where a lot of the money came from too.
Yeah, Bernie was the man. It was terrible.
Had their money with them. Another thing I will mention as somebody who works in privacy, it's just going to get worse with crypto and the way that people actually think that crypto is funded. Crypto is dangerous for our society. I land there.
Sorry. Here, what was the last part? Why is crypto dangerous for our society?
A lot of people that are involved in it don't really understand how it works and don't do the due diligence to understand how it works and are treating crypto as a gold rush.
Okay, so people who have 401ks and have no idea at all what the 401k does, etc., is that a danger to society?
No, I think that's just like, it is what it is. If you want to do your due diligence, that's one thing. But I think if you want to invest in, especially like, quote unquote, like these coins that don't really have any backing, meme coins.
Okay. Now I'm with you. So my request of you, if you'd be open to it, is to maybe just differentiate.
Yes, I should.
I think there be most pushback on the idea of the meme coins. Yeah,
yes.
They're terrible.
Yeah.
They're absolutely.
I will differentiate, not a backed coin like a Solana, like a Bitcoin, I used to work for an exchange, so I believe in this currency exchange, but the meme coins that are being the market that most people are getting involved in is the reason why.
Okay, thanks.
Well, I mean, I would add crypto to that. So first of all, 401ks are, fiduciary driven. You have trustees over the plans. You can see your withdrawals coming out. You should have access to your plan. They are IRS sanctioned vehicles. They are tax deferred vehicles. So, if you're investing in a 401k, you have access to, now people don't avail themselves of this, but it's mandatory, fiduciary oversight. You can call the custodian, you can call Empower, you can call Fidelity, you can call Schwab, right? So there's that, right? You can see it on paycheck, right? Crypto is largely unregulated. I would say the same thing about people who are being day traders. There's no regulation in terms of the average American just going to, start trading or purchasing crypto. Number one, it's not attached to anything. It's basically consumer sentiment, which is very, very dangerous, right? It's kind of like, remember all those people, like there's that infamous picture of the couple that was divorcing and had to separate their Beanie Babies. Does anybody remember that on social media? You see it? Because Beanie Babies were so hot. And guess what? Where are Beanie Babies now? Just like we saw those NFTs. They were all the rage during COVID, right? Justin Bieber.
May I interject for 1 second before I have to run this?
Stop pitching your NFT.
No, I'm not pitching an NFT. No, I just want to clarify. So I wasn't drawing that analogy to compare the validity of 401ks to crypto, so I apologize if it came off that way. I said it to address her point, which was because people don't know something about it, it makes it bad. I was just saying, like, well, a lot of people don't know anything about a 401k either. That doesn't make it bad. So that's the reason I was drawing the analogy, not to talk about the legitimacy of the two things. Of course, 401ks are a lot more legitimate than crypto.
No, I understand what you were saying, but I agree with her, right? Nobody knows about crypto. You can understand how it works, but there is no validation process for it at all. That's what I was saying. So I appreciate your clarification, but I agree with her 1,000%. I wouldn't have walked it back, is what I'm saying. It makes no sense. Crypto is literally consumer sentiment. It's not based on anything, right? Bitcoin is supposed to be the antithesis to the S&P 500, but what we find is that it trends with the S&P 500, almost like it's a piggyback, right? It's like a jealous doppelganger, right? Y'all know relationships because that's how people understand, right? It's kind of like the old ex-girlfriend later, and she's trying to mimic you. So this is what she does with your new wife, right? The S&P 500 is your trust fund baby wife. That's a baddie that comes from a great family that can go back for generations, right? She's the it girl. She's perfect. She's Nora. Is that little child's name? Little skinny girl that just popped out, that baby Nora, the little 6'2", beautiful lady with the perfect wife, perfect Nora, right? Crypto, Bitcoin is like, I hate to say this. Where is Matt? I hope he's not in here. Crypto is like Nicki Minaj, okay? It's fake boobs, fake tits, fake hair, fake lashes, fake everything with a badass attitude. You never know when it's gonna go off. You never know when it's gonna pop off. Sure, does she have some good music? But, can we trust on that? Because she's gonna go off with and not make any damn sense. Hey, I'm just telling you like it is, god dang it. The good wife, good life, right? Nikki is the washed up side piece. Does she give you a good time? But you can't count on that because a whole lot of headache comes with it. What is Bitcoin? Where is Shitashi Show? Shitashi Show yourself. How y'all?
Mickey, can you touch the internet?
No, I am in rare. Oh, can y'all hear
Can
me?
you touch the internet, Mickey?
No, Shitashi Show, not letting me live my best life. Shitashi Show, show yourself. How did the CIA get y'all to invest in something? First of all, what black people that invest in crypto, y'all don't. How did they get you, Gemini, as a black man, to be like, I'm gonna invest in this shit that was started by some Japanese man that was smart as hell? I don't know what the fuck it is. I don't know where it's going. He got 1 billion shares, but I'm gonna put some money on this shit. What the hell is going on, Gemini? What is going on?
Let me ask you this, man.
Black men don't even trust condoms. Now y'all trust Shitashi Show. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
But look, think about it like
who that motherfucker is. Where is he?
Hey, you gotta think about it like stocks, though, Mickey.
They done made up a story like Zeus, y'all. They done made up a story. This is why we have a decentralized, because y'all don't know what the fuck that shit is. Man, get out of here. Get out of here. Shitashi Show yourself. Shitashi.
You sound like my dad. You sound like my dad right now, Mickey. You sound like my dad.
Exactly.
It's the same like stocks, right? You can't see it. You can't touch it. You're not going to be able to put it in your pocket or your pocketbook. But over time, it proves its value to you. So I know you for sure a strong stock portfolio, right? Because eventually it proved its worth to you. So you decided, you know what, this will be a good investment. I'll see a return on this. Matter of fact, I'll hold on to it long term, which is why you have a portfolio currently, right? That's what stock was. Initially, I would agree with you 100%. What is this pie in the sky, decentralized, mostly for crime bullshit? You got to remember, its origins are dark, right? It always came out when it emerged into corporate America. It still carried the stigma of being a criminal currency at one point, because that was the decentralized attraction. It was mostly on the dark web, to be specific. That's why I say dark, right? It was on the dark web, and it was the anonymous way to purchase certain things that you shouldn't be purchasing, whether it was Silk Road and you're buying dope, whether you're buying people's security, social security numbers, whether
Is
you're
this
buying...
supposed to be helping substantiate?
No, I'm going to show you the transition. I'm going to show you why initially you were right, now you're not. It came from that to being publicly adopted, right, and backed by the likes of, you said you like BlackRock, well, look at their investments, right? So when you start talking about the way that it's transitioned and this went through lawsuits with the SEC, whether it was a security or not, we've watched the trajectory of Bitcoin being, the kingpin of the crypto world. Everything else is an alternate cryptocurrency that follows its lead for the most part. No, period. So with that being said, we watched it escalate to the point where it's at now. We watched the government, our current administration, who we love and cherish, create a reserve, a Bitcoin reserve for the government, which shows you their involvement and their backing of it. And you've seen BlackRock do the same simultaneously. So when you see these financial juggernauts touting this, and you see the trajectory of the coin, and when I say the trajectory, just since Trump has been in office, it went from, I think it was right underneath 100 when he got in, and it's hit the high of around 125, 126. And I think right now maybe 113, 110. Don't quote me. I'm just airballing right now. But
It's like the most volatile thing in the world that you can invest in.
Not really. And this is the argument I have with my dad, and I'm gonna show you. I can show you. If you go to when Bitcoin was launched, right? Forget the nuances. Like, you know how to trade stock, Mickey. So think of it this way. Think of the nuances when you trade stock, the highs and the lows, the dips.
I don't trade stock. I'm an investor. That's what I'm saying.
I am the same. I don't trade either. I'm a hodler. I hold on for dear life, so I get you. I'm the same. I don't invest in something. I don't swing trade. I don't day trade. I get you. But you're still trading on some level. At some point, you're going to cash it out or take an advance against it. That's why you have it. So what I'm saying is this. Forget the little dips and the highs and lows that comes with that. Look at the beginning. If you put a pin in when Bitcoin was launched and you put a pin now, look at that line. Look at that heel.
I mean, the price of cocaine has also gone up. The price of coochie has also gone up.
Well, then we probably should sell that too.
But this is not validation in saying that you can make money from it. My grandfather always used to tell me, any fool can make $1. There is nothing that I can say to get people to not utilize it. But what I'm telling you is, first of all, BlackRock will invest in anything that makes money. That doesn't mean that it's good. And of all of their considerable assets, which are in the trillions of dollars, I would encourage you to look at what percentage they are putting in Bitcoin, because it's not even a very high percentage.
That's because it's recent, though. They're just now jumping into the crypto market. But
Bitcoin
when they did,
has been around forever, because we had, what were those 2 ETFs, y'all? Does anybody know? It was like Grayscale. There was one for Ethereum and there was one for Bitcoin before everybody and their mama launched their ETFs. Which were they, Neo? Was it Grayscale? Gray something?
Oh, yeah, I don't remember, but BlackRock holds it through IBIT, iShares, Bitcoin Trust. They don't even hold it direct. And I mean, again, as Reform said, people invest in stuff that is growing, right?
It is. And I agree with her on the volatility, right? It's a very volatile market. You don't go put the money that you can't afford to lose into crypto, right? You put excess capital that you have, like you might spend frivolously, instead you would utilize crypto, right? But I will say, I got into Bitcoin late, right? And I was still kind of like on the Mickey side of the fence initially, and I had a good female friend, Jessica Kill. She's dope, and she was really convincing me to do it. Like, she was like, "You really should do it. You have the capital. Do it." Because her and her friends at this point, by the way, were balling off of Bitcoin. I mean, that's all they did. Like, they used to be financial brokers with me, and then just stopped. Like, fuck it, I don't even want to do this no more. We can just live off of crypto. That's what caught my attention. Like, fuck, because she has some of the best financial contacts. Like, by
so
far.
they just trade on crypto?
Hear me out. That's it. That's all they did was invest it early enough. So she taught me into it at around $27. And she described it to me this way. I'll never forget it. She was like, the ship was pulling off from the dock, but you can still swim to it, right? Basically saying, like, you're a little late, but not too late, right?
So are y'all, wait 1 second, because I actually know that my brother-in-law was actually doing it when you couldn't even get it in the U.S. You had to use overseas exchange.
I got an XRP when you couldn't get in the U.S.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It's not anything new. The financial industry has always been aware about liars. Like, It's not the first time. It's not the last.
No, I'm not saying this. No, but let me complete because I'm about to complete. I'm not gonna be long-winded. What I'm saying is.
Well, it's kind of sounding like an advertisement. So
it's not an advertisement because I'm not a broker. I don't get anything out of it. I'm just giving my truth. But I'm just telling you, it is an advertisement for people that are scared of it because it's volatile, though. So
that's what I'm saying.
I invested at $27, Mickey.
Welcome to Mickey.
Right now,
and that was sounds like an advertisement. That's what I'm saying. Like,
okay, well, it is what it is. But I'm gonna give you my truth. That's at $27, the bulk of it. Now I put a dollar cost average in, right? But the bulk of my investment came in early, around 27. It is now at, I don't know, 110, 130.
So you bought multiple Bitcoins at $27, and now it's at $100,000. And are you a billionaire?
No, I'm not a billionaire. No.
Are you worth at least $100 million?
No, of course not.
So it was only.
What does that matter? What does that matter? That has no relevance to what I'm saying. I'm saying that if I had listened to the people saying how volatile it was, I couldn't have made that.
It's still volatile. You just said it was 130, and now it's isn't that not the definition?
It's starting to stabilize, though. Would you agree with that? Like with the new blood that's being injected, when you got the Black Rocks and the U.S. government backing it, and you got it winning SEC lawsuits against it being security when it's sold on public platforms. So now it's starting to establish itself as a more secure medium.
It's like a pump and dump.
I'm sorry.
It's a pump and dump.
No, it's not a pump and dump. It's not. There are, and this is, hold up.
I think the liberal trying to get in there, yeah.
There is, one second, there is an aspect of it that is pump and dump, right? And we call those the shit coins. You got Bitcoins, then shit coins, right? So there is an aspect of it that exists. And if you stay away from the meme coins with no utility, and they're just trending on social media, and there's some back room on WhatsApp where there's a bunch of motherfuckers running it up, and they know when to pull, yeah, of course, Trump just ran a pump and dump. If you want to be real, the Trump coin was a pump and dump. So did his right the day before inauguration. So we are aware of that aspect, but there's also a very stable portion of the asset, stable as possible in the crypto world, in crypto terms, portion of the asset. When you talk about Bitcoin, Ethereum, and you look at their trajectory, and you look at where they started and where they're at right now, and the investment potential that they have, especially with them being backed by the government and BlackRock right now, I think that that's still a good investment for the right people, as long as they're not risking funds they don't have to risk.
Okay. Past performance, future performance, blah, 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 first of all. Second of all, this is true of Gemini, what you just said is true of literally any successful security today. If I only knew the exact random walk of any security, whether it is Bitcoin or security asset, whatever it is, right? Or it is Tesla, or it is the Nvidia, and I bought it at, I don't know, $27, I would make a lot of money. Like, sure, that's obvious, but look, I made money. I'm happy that everybody made money, whoever bought at whatever point in Bitcoin. I have nothing against Bitcoin. But that statement is true of any price, like put it on 5-year chart or 10-year chart, any security today that is high, Nvidia, Tesla, whatever, you can say it about anything.
Anything that's worthwhile investment, which is the key.
Yes, but you only know it today, at the time, right? Like you can't project your knowledge from today to whenever it was, right? And I'm glad, again, like I bought the random NFTs and CryptoPunks, and then I sold out of crypto.
Did you, let me ask you this, I gotta ask you this, because did you hold on to your NFT?
Yeah, mostly. I didn't.
So that's why you mad. I guarantee you lost money on that, didn't you?
Neo is not mad.
There's not even a maybe. The NFT market crashed. It doesn't fucking exist no more. So there's no way you made money on that.
The fuck actually plummeted.
Yeah, it did.
No, some people made money. The people that were selling the NFTs.
Yeah, there was some people on here that did that. You know, but.
Well, I don't know. It depends what you classify as an NFT. CryptoPunks, I made a lot of money on CryptoPunks, although I sold early. And again, I never lost any money because I never put any money into that market whatsoever. Somebody paid me with it. I just left it on a Bitcoin when it was very low, and then I bought a bunch of stuff and I never put any money as a market into it. But again, what Gemini, what you said, has 20 security today. If only I knew that NVIDIA would, I don't know, AI market would exist and NVIDIA would show up, right? I would buy it back when NVIDIA was producing shitty.
Neo, stop for just a second. And you just said something I have to capitalize on, right? That's what happened with me on this app. There were people saying, don't invest. And I had a good friend in algebra that was like, look, NVIDIA, do it now, this is why, right? And he broke it down. We spoke for an hour. And after that conversation, I went and made a major investment on NVIDIA, and it's one of the best things that happened to me on this app by far. But what if I listened to everybody else's, oh, you don't know which direction it's going to happen, everything's volatile. So, like that doom and gloom shit yields doom and gloom. Sometimes.
But that's not investing, that's trading, Gemini. That's trading, that's not investing.
I'm holding on to a long term, so. I'm not trading it. I'm holding it.
Is this a crypto room? Is this an investment?
No, it's not a crypto room. But that's what I'm saying. First of all, taking financial advice.
What else are we in right now?
Taking financial advice off of people that don't know anything about your financial goals without doing the due diligence, without understanding your level of exposure to the markets. Like, number one, that's very foolish. This is why I don't really talk about investments as generic, because I don't know anybody's particular situation. You could be $5,000 away from bankruptcy. I don't know. Or you could have a fear of loss in the market, which is me. I was 25 years old investing in bond funds. You know why? I hate to freaking lose money in the market. I don't give a shit what it is. I hate to see market losses. I don't care how much. I could have $5 billion, and if I lose 0.5%, I'm going to freak out and have a bad day. I know I am. I hate to lose money in the market. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what somebody tells me. Oh, you can make a lot of money. First of all, if you have to convince me to do it, get the fuck away from me. You don't have to substantiate something. All I'm saying about Bitcoin, while all these people were making all this money, it was not regulated. It is literally the most volatile thing that you can invest in. There is nothing to back it up other than people going around on social media saying how great it is. Just because it's going up, that's like getting to the dope boy and funding his latest round of purchases from Mexico. You know how much money you can make there? Guess what? It's just not regulated though. There's no catch ball, like somebody said earlier. Civic is not going to save you. Like the ability to make money doesn't mean shit. You always have to think about long-term implications of it. But watch when the IRS comes and starts taxing that shit in capital gains like everything else.
They're already doing it. It's not when it started. That's already happening now.
I personally think it's the CIA. That's just me. For people to all of a sudden have a belief in something when they don't believe in the damn vaccines, it's just crazy to me. But that's fine. People will say you're making money from it. I know lots of people that invest in Bitcoin that are younger. But I'm just saying it's not the latest and the greatest. There's always going to be something you can put your money in. I know people that have flipped houses and made 3,000%. I know people that invest in pre-IPO and private equity. I mean, hell, you don't think I would sell my bottom dollar to get into OpenAI right now? Hell, I wish I was rich enough to invest in SpaceX. Oh, my bad.
Breaking news. Oh, I lost it. Sorry.
Okay, good. Because I was going to say this right directly afterwards. I'm not giving any financial advice to anybody. I'm telling you about my personal experience. But I also would encourage you, and I think anybody that can hear my voice is intelligent enough to do their own due diligence and know that I am no financial advisor, nor do I claim to be, so let me put that out there. But has it done well for me? Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. But with that being said, I will say this. This is a pro-crypto administration. It's one of the few things that we do know about this administration that can be capitalized on, right? So if you have the tolerance or if you have the want, do some due diligence about it. Look into cryptocurrency for yourself. Make an informed decision. Don't make a decision based on what you're hearing me say. Make an informed decision on if it's right for you. Because if you do see people later on, by the time, this is the one thing I will say about crypto. By the time you really hear about it on a public stage or national news, you pretty much missed that investment opportunity. That's when the dumb money comes in, and that's when people.
That's why it's trading. But that's
right.
Literally what the government is doing now, Gemini. You just said that all of these institutions are pumping money into it. Yeah. I hate to go there with you, but you just literally said that government and all these institutions are pouring money into it. But then you're also saying it's a great opportunity. So I hate to put my little complaint.
I'm saying decide if it is for you. I think over the course of the next.
Well, 2 seconds. You're not a financial professional, but I am.
No, let me finish my thought. You're literally interrupting my thought. I'm gonna be brief.
Right,
I
but I'm
think for the
interrupting your
next-
thought because
Hear
I
me
am
out.
a financial professional.
Hear me out.
No.
My train of thought is fragile. It could be easily derailed. Just give me
Well,
just
that's
a second.
okay. You'll be fine. You're making all that money from crypto. Go look.
Yeah. But let me finish it. All I'm gonna say is this. I think over the next few years with this administration and just give me 2 seconds and you can have the stage for as
Okay,
long
but
as you want.
this is starting to sound like a commercial.
I don't get shit from it. There's no way for me to benefit from this conversation.
Gemini,
There's no incentive I have other than I had an experience I would like others to have. That's it.
Okay, but no. You can't. I don't even want you to say that because it's sounding like a commercial at this point. And
How can it be a commercial for something I'm not promoting for myself? I had no gain from here. There's no win for me.
Well, you seem a little overexcited to tell us about
because it has been a great investment for me. When you make money doing something, when you get it, for me, when I make money doing something, hold up. When I make money doing something, I get excited about sharing that information with people that might be able to do the same. But they have to vet it themselves. As long as they independently vet it for themselves, what's the problem? I don't see the problem.
But you just preface your statements by saying I'm not a financial professional, but
I'm not.
Which is why I'm going to course correct this conversation right now. It's not a Bitcoin room. And doing research on something does not mean that you are knowledgeable enough to quote unquote go in there. And just because something is trendy, it is not an investment. You're literally looking for something to trade and capitalize in the moment. That goes against every single thing that long-term investing is. And that is all that I will say. Politically correct is not a stage to get financial information or financial inspiration on. It is a political.
That's literally what you were doing before I started talking, though. Like, make it make sense.
Why I'm not.
That's exactly what you were doing.
Pass it back to Patty.
No, I don't think she was. Like, she knows better than to do something like that. She's been doing this for a long time. And honestly, the government backing it is a bad idea. So I don't know why people think that the government backing Bitcoin is a thing. Like, that shit is the dumbest fucking idea ever.
It's not that it's a good idea, but when
it's the dumbest motherfucking idea ever. And I'm not even a Bitcoin freaking like smarty, but one thing I do know, that shit is the dumbest shit that. Like, how are we going to control monetary policy? Like, Bitcoin is not the thing. I think it's stupid. I don't know much about it, but for the government to think that they can back it, the little bit I do know, I know it's a fucking disaster.
Them backing it only helps in this way: public adoption, public perception, because that's what matters when you have.
Yeah, but then our economy crumbles as well, right? Because isn't Bitcoin like so how do we predict future spending when you just can't create more, right? So when the government says I want to do this policy, we're passing this legislation, yada yada yada, fucking Bitcoin is not something that the government should be even thinking about investing in. That's just stupid. You can't run a country on money you can't manage. That's just the dumbest fucking thing that Trump has said. Like, I don't know shit about Bitcoin, but I know you cannot manage it. Not that the government can. And from listening or even reading the little bit that I've read about, fixed supply does not work for us.
I mean, I don't think anybody's discussing, like, changing US dollars.
Yeah, I think
right, but then to bring up the government talking about backing it, that's not even a conversation.
No. Like, I want you to explain this part, and then I won't say shit else about crypto. The government backing it doesn't mean that it's going to be adopted as a U.S. currency. That's retarded and fucking stupid as fuck. No, that's not what the fuck we're saying. Them investing in something that has a limited supply. Once that supply has reached its max, it makes the price go the fuck up, because now you can't make it. It's beachfront property. You can't make any more for so of course the value eventually escalates. That's the portion that we're talking to. As far as them adopting it and them backing it, that's just a personal thing for them to leverage. That's a
okay. So even if they adopt it, that means what? Decentralization?
No, they're not going to adopt it. They're never going to adopt it.
So even if they adopt it,
they're not. They're never going to adopt it.
Okay. Well, then that shouldn't even be a talking point. Like,
it's not. That was never a talking point. They're never going to adopt it.
But it was brought up, and that's why I said, like, I hate when people bring that government shit up in Bitcoin, because it kind of be like, I just be like, what the fuck is going on here? I just stayed on mute and let y'all have your answer. outside of that, like, I actually wanted to say, what the fuck? Like, take the government out of it. That's not even a conversation to be had.
The only way it started the conversation is it brought it to the public's eye. People believe in the government. Well, a lot of people do. So
well, it was a commercial then, that's all. It was just
when people see that move, it literally right after that was announced.
But that's not going to be a move.
Follow Bitcoin, and the price of it skyrocketed because there were so many people that started adopting it, following their.
Yeah, that's emotion, and it happens with anything. When somebody says, "I'm gonna do legislation," yada yada yada, then all of a sudden everything goes up, right? And then the legislation just doesn't happen, and it goes right back. It's a market correction. Go ahead, neoliberal.
Yeah, well, I think the only thing that happened is that the U.S. government is holding. I actually can't find it. Is it? Yeah. I think it is forfeited Bitcoin, right? Like stuff that they got from cybercrime and shit like that, right? I think that's what they're holding, and that's what they decided to call a U.S. strategic Bitcoin reserve of under 200,000 Bitcoins. It's a little strange, but that's all it is, right? I don't know. I don't even know how to talk about this. Like as Reform said, this is an asset class, which is very weird. It's not a currency. It doesn't really hold its own value very well. So it doesn't really work as a strategic reserve, right? It's not the store of value either. So, I mean, as a category of super extravagant, strange asset for somebody to have as a backup on a backup on a backup in case of something, sure, no problem. But like for a government especially, it's nothing more important than it's not even important at all.
Yeah, I don't think we want something that trades 24/7 to be a store of reserve. But, we can move on from the convo. And it's no hard feelings, Gemini. I do this be.
You guys want to pivot to a gender war or something like that? Or maybe talk about the NFL?
Well, yeah, stocks are
Did we already talk about every airport having shortages for TSA agents?
Yeah, Crystal was just reading a headline about that. Anticipating if the shutdown continues to Thanksgiving, it'll be a nightmare on top of nightmare.
Yeah, I saw a list of the airports that would be affected, quote unquote, because the government is not, or the TSA is not providing an actual list, but this list that came out is basically every major airport.
Did y'all talk about ICE went into that school, I think yesterday or the day before, and snatched one of the teachers?
Huh?
I don't know if they talked about it. I saw the video. It's absolutely disgusting.
ICE went into a daycare or a first grade class, surrounded the school, went in and snatched one of the teachers.
Yeah, traumatized children. It makes sense.
Yeah. Do you know what city that was in?
Probably California.
I think it was Chicago. Am I wrong about that?
I'm not sure.
Let me.
Democratic city. I'm not.
That should be a game in here. Guess that state. Don't say the state. Just give the story.
You got the story? Let me
It was a female teacher.
Are you following the Sam Altman and OpenAI CFO drama? They're like yesterday at some conference, the CFO of OpenAI said something like, we would like to have a backstop for data center like build up and all of this AI technology. She basically came very close to expressing a sentiment that sounded like OpenAI is gonna need a bailout, and I'm paraphrasing or rather inferring. And then Sam Altman said something different, something similar that could be understood that way. And since yesterday, I don't know, it's partially, I guess, related. This we can infer it that further, but so nothing but providing 2 days on AI news and today too right now. And today they were both CFO and Sam Altman were forced back, kind of walk back their statements. It's a whole drama in tech right now.
And the only thing I want to say on that, we're neoliberal. I don't think that they need a bailout. I think they're highly ambitious, and that's the issue. I mean, this whole hunt from AGI for AGI between him and Sergey and Mark Zuckerberg is going to create the AI bubble that everyone is talking about. Because I mean, currently, their estimate is 13 billion a year, but he's demanding 1 trillion. And I mean, the only way to actually anticipate that is if they all of a sudden become, you know, and you can do the math. I mean, how much they would have to make to account for that evaluation. But I mean, that's what he's. Yeah, so that's the issue. It's like, it's not that they're not profitable or can't be profitable right now. It's that he's going for this ambitious goal that nobody knows if it's even within the realm of possibility right now and what they'll actually be able to achieve. But and so the popular meme right now is where he says he doesn't care if he spends 50 billion per year or 50 million or 50 billion per year. Which is ridiculous for someone who is in that position.
Okay, but in that case, let's say I believe all of that statement, and to go spend as much money as humanly possible, because once they get to artificial general intelligence, you know, they're going to be like the dominant corporation, whatever, they're going to win the race, right? And all of that shit. Why are they building a web browser in that case?
You mean like, there's obvious benefits to building a web browser, but I mean, do you mean in terms of profitability or in terms of strategic initiative?
I mean, if the company's strategy is get to AGI, why are you building a browser? Like, this is like a simple question.
Because that's the easiest way for consumers to ingest an API.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you look at it, the position in terms of data gathering and use, right now Google has the advantage because Chrome is actually the most widely used browser. I mean, they've tried alternative consumption methods. So you saw the thing that they did with Joni from Apple, where they wanted to create an Apple device that would be, non-mobile, and that didn't work. And they've thought about audio. So it's like, I mean, I think they're getting pragmatic now and realize that the absolute best consumption method, as someone just said, is actually through a web browser. So they don't have a web browser. So they realize, okay, now we need a web browser. So that was the same reason why. I'm heading with this. I mean, that was the same reason why Perplexity had made an offer for Google Chrome and then decided that they would create their own browser. I mean, I think they've realized that the browser is probably going to be the best method.
Yeah,
and also, if you realize Gronk, which is something that Elon Musk has put a lot of, is not producing. People don't use Gronk. It's not a thing. He's trying to make fetch happen. Fetch is not happening. And that's the most obvious pivot if Gronk is not working.
Yes.
Speaking of, did you guys hear about, so Gronk is actually now installed in Teslas in Canada. And there was a Canadian parent on the news a couple of evenings ago who was talking about how her son was asking Gronk who was his favorite football player. Who was it? Messi, and what's the other gentleman's name? Ronaldo. In some way or another, Gronk ended up asking the little boy to send him some news. So Gronk is installed in Tesla cars and it's being very provocative.
It's highly delusional.
Yeah, there are other videos of people like asking Gronk, like, what does it think about online hate, quote unquote? And Gronk is just like, oh, fuck those people, they don't matter. Like, it's very, like, insane.
So just think about it. Gronk, as all AI bots, LLM bots are, they're trained on what you feed them. Gronk is trained on what X feeds it. It's pure poison.
I'll say one more quick thing to your question, with neoliberals. I mean, there's a lot of cross-pollination happening right now because a lot of the companies realize that in the hunt for AGI, I mean, some of the, the deep pioneers in AI have said this, that, I mean, LLMs are not going to take us to AGI. We need more methodologies in terms of capturing, so image, voice, video, motion. All of those components are actually necessary for awareness. I mean, literally like human senses. I mean, we need all of the senses and all the sensor information in order to have true intelligence or awareness. So none of the current AI companies actually have all. So right now you're seeing them working together where I think Perplexity just signed an agreement for a couple million to be the exclusive AI for Snapchat. Gronk has X. Apple is partnering up with Google, OpenAI. So you're seeing a lot of that happening right now where they're going cross-platform to either capture more information or take advantage of the data that those existing companies already have.
Okay, so this is all over the place, so I'm going to try to focus. Perplexity doesn't have an AGI mission. Claude Anthropic doesn't really have an AGI mission, right? The thesis on which OpenAI and Sam Altman is raising that much money is not we're going to build a browser and be Perplexity and serve customers as a better search engine, right? The thesis on which Sam Altman is raising that much money is AGI, right? And as you
did me a dirty there, but I'll let you finish before I respond.
Sorry?
I didn't say that Perplexity or Anthropic were going after an AGI initiative. What I was actually speaking to was the cross-platform collaborations. So, I mean, obviously, Apple doesn't have an AGI initiative, but Google does. So I was just saying about the partnerships that are actually happening as a result of the pursuit for AGI. But I mean, we know who the companies are who are going for AGI.
Okay, this conversation started with me saying that it is like there are fluctuations in the market, worries, right? Like it's depressed, that AI bubble, like all of that, because of the concerns of overvaluation, data center exposure, and the stuff that you yourself said that technology is not enough to get us to the AGI, right? So OpenAI is the one with the highest exposure to it, right? Because Google has a pre-existing business, although OpenAI has customers, right? Those customers do not justify the valuations and the money that they're talking about and already raised, and basically trying to raise even more, right? Even talking about government backing, which they walked back yesterday, just now. So that's what I was asking. The AGI narrative is incompatible with we're building a browser. So you're either going for a pragmatic market like Perplexity, or you're going for a moonshot AGI. That's why many analysts are asking, why the hell are you building a browser? Doesn't make any sense
No, I mean, that's why I asked to be more specific with the question, because I mean, I wanted to understand what the contradiction was. I mean, so strategically, if you're thinking about consumption methods, which Crystal stated earlier, we definitely know a browser is the easiest way to do that. And I mean, I'm actually a little bit more involved. Like, I mean, it's been happening a lot recently, but I've actually been asked to participate in one of their, what do they call it, panels, user panels for feedback, for which I'll get paid. And I mean, I did that for Lovable and a few other AI companies just because I'm consuming a lot. So I mean, I'm not saying that their browser initiative is specifically for AGI or for consumption or for monetization. What I'm saying is that, I mean, they do realize that in order to achieve that target for which their objective is, they'll need a lot more modalities and a lot more platforms. So if they can't acquire a browser, then they need to build a browser. If they can't acquire a social media platform, they need to develop one, which is what they did with Sora too. Because I mean, obviously, as we understand, the generative service that Sora is providing is something that there are many other platforms like Stable Diffusion and Gemini is already doing. So why are they doing it as well? It's obviously not to be the market leader. It's just another methodology for capturing data. So Sora is crap. And I mean, I don't think Sora will ever be a feasible social media platform, but it's definitely good at one thing, which is aggregating data. So I mean, all of those videos, all of those OCR information that is being captured by Sora is going to be used. So that's what I'm saying. So I'm not saying that, I mean, all of the things, it's all connected. I mean, they're doing it for different purposes, but you asked a pretty open-ended question as to why they were doing a browser. And I was saying that, I mean, the pursuit for AGI is not incompatible with them building a browser, being that this is data or that would actually be valuable for them in the pursuit of AGI, regardless of whether they did it themselves or whether they acquired another company to do it.
Makes sense. Also, a lot more profitable data mining wise to have a browser because you can link way more profiles and way more trends of an individual person if you have their browser history and their browser activity. I'm just saying.
How fast are they gonna enter the browser? Now they're gonna be in browser wars and trying to get market share in browsers. How is it gonna take a decade before they get enough data to
No, they're hoping to do it. I'll just respond real quick, Crystal, and then you can go. I mean, no, they're hoping to do it right away. So it's like, I mean, the first thing is like you do when you sign up for Atlas is it asks you to transfer all your browser history and browser data into Atlas and make it your default. I'm like, why the fuck would I do that for a platform I'm using for the first time? But if they don't care, if I do that, then they already won.
And every browser is supporting stuff from other browsers. That's not the revolutionary feature. I'm asking, what is the curve of Atlas adoption? Is it gonna take them, I don't know, 5 years to get 20% of the browser market? 10 years? How meaningful it is for data collection to train it? Like, this is like having a browser, especially having a team of browser development, right? Plus security privacy issues that are going to come with AI. It's like a whole different business. Like, it's unrelated to building an AGI, right?
So you're looking at it in a wrong sense. With, first off, in America, there are no rules that are going to block you from doing any privacy, anything. Go do what you want to do. Second of all, it is a year up as a browser, garnering your activity, your buying trends is way more profitable than the actual browser. A year's worth of somebody's market trends individually that's not even. I don't think you understand the price at which data is put at stating.
So the key to building an AGI is data that is going to be produced by capturing browser usage patterns, traces, whatever. Like that's the key to build an AGI.
Not just browser use pattern. What you type into that, the cadence with which you type into something, what you're actually looking for, the suggestions that you give it. Also, you have to realize with LLM, it's now a whole different market when you need to train LLMs on search results. It's not like Google. It doesn't just transfer over and the people that were getting the top hits in Google now are getting the top hits in ChatGPT.
Yes, assume I know what an LLM is.
I'm just saying neoliberal. I mean, I think you keep pinning it to one thing or the other as if there's any true dichotomy. There's a multi-pronged, multifaceted approach. So, I mean, as I said earlier, I mean, for Atlas, if I had transferred all my browser history and personal data from Chrome to Atlas, they would have already won if I didn't use Atlas for a week. And the reason being because that's data that they wouldn't have access to. And a lot of the concerns that they have is the limitations on the data that they're able to gather through the perspective of a ask question. And that's the same issue that Perplexity had. I mean, if you look it up, I mean, and as I remember particularly stated, which is one of the reasons why I don't use Perplexity as much, is that Perplexity actually stated that the reason why they were going to get a browser is because they don't feel like they're getting enough personal information on the user. So, I mean, and I'll give you an example of how ChatGPT is using the information, which is both positive and extremely manipulative. So one of the first things I wanted to do with Atlas, because I mean, obviously it has scraping capabilities, which is the ability to extract data from individual pages and stuff like that. So there's a lot of data. Wait, let me just finish this. So I'm saying, wait, let me just finish it. So there's a lot of personal data about myself that I want to use for other purposes that the companies don't capture. And one of them was actually my Audible book list. So Audible doesn't allow you to export your book list. And I have over 1,000 books in my Audibles. So that was one of the first things I wanted to scrape. So yesterday I was having a conversation with ChatGPT and I was making a statement and it actually referenced a quote from a book that I had no idea that I had actually read. So it's like after it made the reference to the book, I was like, damn, I need to read that book. This sounds like a book I would be interested in. And you know, when I looked up the book, you know where the book came up? In my damn Audibles library. I've read this book 6 years ago. So I mean, is it a coincidence or are they utilizing the information that they got from my Audible? You can make a guess.
I don't know. Another thing also with the browser history, the unique thing about that is that it can build a complete profile of you. So it is one of the most valuable data points or data input points that you can get because you are literally building a profile. Every time you search something, you're revealing who you are.
The hype in AI is insane to the degree that it's impossible to, like, I'm saying something very basic. When I'm, like, let's say I'm an investor and I'm getting access to somehow to be in the private market to OpenAI. OpenAI's story was that we're going to build an AGI. OpenAI's story up until recently wasn't that we're going to become a browser company to build an AGI. So when OpenAI starts moving into much more consumer space, right? While still talking about AGI, not only me, I'm just saying, like a lot of analysts are wondering whether there is a slowdown and skepticism in the AGI narrative, that they are not actually going to get to AGI, and now they are moving into just more pragmatic stuff, like browsers, like consumer stuff, Perplexity, like products, I don't know, more specific tools rather than going for the moonshot AGI, right?
So now I understand where you're coming from, and where you're coming from is a job security, job, career, and this is a money-making. How can we exploit population question? And those are two different things.
Say this neoliberal, and this is one of the reasons why I like talking to you, because I mean, even when we don't agree, I mean, your questions actually inspire other questions that I then come up with answers for. So I'm not even saying that this answer is actually correct, but what if Sam knows that they won't achieve AGI?
That's why I asked the question.
Yes, but I mean, but if I tell you, okay, we have this thing called AGI, and I mean, once we have AGI, it's the best thing ever, and we'll be able to dominate the market. We'll create a mode. We'll have supremacy, total AI supremacy. Would you not want to invest in that? And I was like, okay, what is that worth? It's like $1 trillion. So that's the point I'm trying to make here. I mean, I'm saying, I'm convinced that, I mean, this thing that they're referring to as AGI, it might be possible, but I don't know if we'll ever get there. And I don't know even if we get there, we'll ever really acknowledge it. But what I do know is that it's something that a lot of people are fascinated about, and you can raise a whole ton of money on it.
Yeah, I think that might be our next internet bubble.
Yeah, I think the only question is, are people positioning themselves to use the AI for their benefit? That's all that, to me, at the end of the day, really matters, because it's never been easier now to use ChatGPT, Perplexity, Claude, Google Bard, whatever you want to use, to just literally tell it what you want to get done, or how you want it to think. You want it to think like Einstein, you want it to think like whoever, and just tell it, and then you gamble up your PowerPoints together. Just, it just, the individuals that are not even willing to engage and not look into what's happening, that ostrich with the head in the sand mentality, I just see no value in. Not even being around somebody like myself, AI for business, somebody that is willing to say, hey, this is how easy you can make this for yourself today. I know people writing books today. They never had a book in their mind. They're writing a book today. And I delivered a message in Japanese or 16 other languages today. So it's just from typing in English, and then, it's just, but if you're not around, those systems are putting systems together that are allowing that unity to join with another system and just produce now without any coding whatsoever necessary. And so, yeah.
A lot of people don't understand the power of AI or how to use it correctly. Even within my own business, they have made it like a goal for every person to complete 3 AI type tasks, because they were basically like, we don't know how to use AI effectively. You're going to be out of a job in the next year. And I think a lot of people are taking a very Luddite approach and claim but if everybody is using it, you're putting yourself at a disadvantage. And the top people are using it and are using it to their advantage.
Yeah, so to not have an idea of what's happening and to not literally, see, I call it awesome intelligence. It's something I've coined myself, awesome intelligence, because it's totally different than AI. AI to me is Terminator. It's got an energy around it. Oh my God, there's gonna be a billion robots, Elon Musk said, that are gonna be smarter than me. And they're gonna come out and they're gonna kill me and I can't control them. And they're just gonna run cars off the road and it's gonna be all bad because they're programmed that way. And also, they're gonna take every job. And so that's AI to me. Awesome intelligence is taking every bit of what's out there, putting it in work for your business, for your life, for you to win. It's a matter of giving it instructions, literally. That's it. Incorporate all the negativity, swallow that up, and do this for me, AI. And training up your chatbot. Having these basic words in your vocabulary are crucial. It'd be like saying, I don't want to talk about cell phone. Okay, all right. Find me a high school person that doesn't have a cell phone today. When we grew up, many of us, that was pimps and doctors, and if you had big ball money, you had a cell phone at some point. Now it's just like a 5-year-old doesn't have a cell phone, that house is going to be catching hell. They figured out cell phones are important. I'm just telling you that. That's just a small example of what AI is doing. And to not know you could do business in 169 countries today, right now, speaking 16 languages, and just put that out there, whatever you're doing, and just create whatever. I create a website a day now. It's just knowing who to know, really, that can point you. Once you know, you know. You don't even need somebody anymore. Once you get a basic understanding, you really don't need nobody else to figure out how to build the life you want. You really, really don't. But you just need a basic, probably within a week. But around the right person, within 3 days or a week, around the right person, you're on autopilot from that point on. You'll figure it out.
Yeah, I think that there's that perspective as well, Sweet. I mean, I know, because I mean, when we have the conversations neoliberal, I get a little bit of skepticism, as I do with a lot of other people, where when they talk about the AI bubble, it's a suggestion that the people who are enthusiastic about the technology are going to be sorely disappointed because it's a bubble. And that's not my case either. I mean, I don't know what people mean when they say it's a bubble. I mean, there's specific evidence as to cases of people being disappointed financially. Wait, sorry, go ahead. I'll finish up.
No, I don't mean to interrupt. The context of conversation before that reform, like for maybe an hour or two, was financial markets, securities, stuff like that, right?
I'm breaking news, my guys.
Go ahead, Spirit.
Yeah, sorry. This is really important. This is a really sad day. I apologize for breaking up the, Netscape website talk and all of that. However, originally scheduled for June of 2026, now it's delayed until November 2026, GTA 6. This is tragic, but I think it's time for
I think, you know what, Scotty? I'm going to have my first child before we ever get GTA 6, and that says a lot.
Swear to God. If you don't understand, then just mute up, but all the people who know. Thank you, I'm done speaking.
Thanks for that, Scotty. I mean, I love GTA 6, but I'm more excited about the finishing books for Game of Thrones. So I'm more concerned about that. Knows George Martin. I'm still waiting on the proper finale.
Do you guys know who collapsed behind Trump when they were having that press?
Wait, no. Was it recently?
Yeah, one of the guys collapsed.
Wasn't
Did you
he
see who
from
was
a
that?
pharmaceutical company? Wasn't he one of those guys? Am I wrong? But
I don't know.
The way RFK ran out of there, it was like Josh Hawley during January 6th. When he scattered,
RFK was hilarious.
Scattered.
He ran so fast, but the man's name is Gordon Finley. I don't know what he do, but that's what his name is. But that
That shit was funny as hell.
You know, RFK moved everybody aside and was like, I'm
He was
out.
like, I'm out.
He did that like, you know, Fred Flintstone, you know, with the feet in the car, like zip.
The funny part about it was, all I could think of, if he was black, the whole crowd would have started running, because, you know, once we see one black person,
yes. Nah, he hit the yabba dabba doo, Scotty.
Yeah, thank you.
But why? I'm just wondering, like, why are you nervous about somebody collapsing?
He probably didn't get his vaccinations.
He didn't get back, so he's out. He's trying to save himself. Hey, you see the picture of Trump though? This dude looked annoyed. He's like, why? How dare you die in front of me in my office?
Oh, right. How dare you take
Yeah, I seen his face.
Yes.
Like, are you kidding me?
I know, and
I didn't want this to be staged right now. Why are you doing this?
the press conference was about health to make it all fucking worse. Like,
That is funny.
The dude from Eli Lilly.
I sent you the link in the back channel, Dr. AG.
Oh, okay.
The man collapsed.
Did that happen today, y'all?
Yeah, it just happened.
It just happened like an
Oh
hour.
man, I was so busy. I'm looking at other stuff. I didn't even know.
Yeah, it was 3 hours ago.
Brand manager for Novo Nordisk. I think they have one of their big drugs is weight loss.
Oh, he one of those big men. Oh.
Well, the whole weight drew to the floor. So.
I mean, it's a good unveiling for the Trump RX website.
That's why they gonna be mad. Cause could y'all imagine all of the clips that people gonna make from this? Like, don't trust Trump RX. People are passing.
I know they were like, press, get out, press. So they won't get. One guy got a good photo.
Stop filming.
Somebody caught the whole thing with RFK running, Trump face, everything. That shit is funny as hell. The Dems got a lot they use against these Republicans.
I just want to say the wrong man fell.
That's a fact.
Not a good week for Trumpy.
No, it's not. He's been crashing out. Then he ended up fell.
Hey, you want to bet he black?
Insinuate that Mamdani is a terrorist. It's just.
Hey, how long you think it'll take? How long you think it'll take until he blames this dude collapsing on the Democrats?
They're probably already doing it on Twitter.
Well, the Houston Police Department told NYPD, since you guys have Mandami now, y'all, if you don't want to be police officers out there anymore, y'all can come on down to Houston.
Yeah, like, what? First of all, did you imagine? Could you imagine they're not going to get paid like NYPD is getting paid, number one. And, yeah, I don't think that's going to work. What are they trying to cipher all of the police out that make New York dangerous or something? What they doing?
Probably gonna make it safer.
The police or something? What's going on?
They've been offering for the NYPD to come to Houston or to come to Texas.
Yeah.
Since Mamdani is the mayor.
Well, there is more crime in Texas anyway, so.
Oh, shit. No, the salaries actually, hold on.
But I mean, Houston has a Democratic mayor anyway, but I guess they're doubling down on the Democratic socialist bit.
It's not just Houston, it's all of Texas. The governor asked them.
Oh, Houston, I didn't know Houston, I don't know if somebody want to confirm this, but Houston earns their first year $78,000. That's actually more than NYPD.
Oh, really? Well, they right with the move. Go ahead on.
I was just about to say,
because they don't get, NYPD doesn't get 80 to 5 years. And they're saying here, $78,000 the first year.
When they started getting
51st year in my
All right, cool. Now do teacher salaries. Thank you.
Oh yeah, you don't. We didn't say teachers. They said NYPD. They said police officers.
crazy that NYPD started at 60. That is crazy. I guess it looks like it doubles after 5 years, though.
Yeah.
That's assuming you survive.
Yeah, they 60 now. When I was there, it was 52. Yeah, it's 60, and then it increases. It used to increase to 85 after 5 years. Now it increases to 126 after 5.5 years.
Well, maybe I'm down here pay the NYPD more. Maybe not. Who cares?
Well, not you, because you don't want to.
I wanted to be safer when I come though.
Yeah, but I'm looking it up. Even though they get paid that, that's their base salary. With NYPD, it's base salary and they get extra pays because of their schedule. So that's why they get these. Oh, you know how you got these people that saying they're making $200,000 a year. It's because of the additional hours. Like if they work a 12-hour shift, the hours after the 8 hours are considered additional. Right. So an NYPD officer can get paid up to $200,000 a year because of the 12-hour shifts. Whereas with Houston, it's just the salary and that's it. So you can end up working a 12-hour, you're still going to get paid that.
The same.
Yeah, the same. They're same.
They're also vested. NYPD is also vested after 5 years for benefits. And a lot of state police departments are 10 years.
Yeah, I know a lot of NYPD that they leave to Long Island because NYPD is shitty. If you want to talk about Suffolk and Norfolk, Suffolk and Nassau salary. So a lot of people leave NYPD and transfer over.
Fuck them, let them leave.
No, it's just stupid that Houston's officer even mentioned that. Like you're trying to get officers to your side. You're basically using the Madami thing to get officers on your side. Come on, Mom.
I think they were saying the fire chief.
The NYPD officers are going to be like, do we get paid for overtime? Is it a 12-hour shift? How many hours do we work a week? You know? And plus, I think NYPD is a little rougher than Houston Police Department. Their ass might get fired.
Do we know who's in line to replace the fire commissioner that freaking quit?
I mean, has it ever mattered?
Jeremy, what you said?
The fire commissioner quit, and I was wondering if who's in line and what's their back.
Oh, their background is fire.
It better be.
It's just gonna be the next person up. We'll be fine.
Talking about that daycare worker earlier who was snatched up by ICE in front of the little kids. It was Chicago, of course.
Promise I won't go back there, Scotty, but I just wanted to close out the conversation to what Mia said. Yeah, I just read the article. Apparently, Sam is asking Trump for the government to back their $1 trillion loan. So, yeah, I just read the article.
They said that this was the worst year of job cuts in the month of October since 2003. 153,074 jobs were cut
30,000 of that was Amazon.
Yeah, but I think economists predicted this shit before he even won. And so people ignored it, so it is what it is. I mean, it is what it is, but.
I mean, it ain't been no good news. Hey, not nothing. Like the big beautiful bills that what else is it? There's some good news. MAGA can help me to understand that. I need a MAGA. A MAGA, can y'all help me to understand what's the any good news from this administration? Anything, please.
We got trillions of dollars from the tariffs, right?
To go with.
Like 17 trillion.
Where's going on? Is it being are we getting a check from that bitch so we can stimulate the economy?
Nope.
Or what?
Nope. It's going straight into Trump's pocket.
Okay, well that's not good news for me or nobody else.
It's going straight into Trump coin.
The National Guard is good news. They getting paid? It's just cutting flights by 10%.
It's really sad. I was really
During
trying
the
hard.
holiday. That is wild.
Yeah, I was trying really hard to think of one thing to contradict the Brooklyn, and I couldn't think of anything either.
I think egg prices are down slightly, to be honest.
The beef prices is up, Scotty. Chuck roast,
Thank
I'm
you,
posting
Scotty.
the arm and the leg for a chuck roast.
Yeah, now the cost of throwing eggs at the White House has gotten much cheaper.
Anybody care to hear what my friend Mr. ChatGPT said to that question? What positive has Trump produced in his administration since he
Go ahead, keep wasting water, sweet. Go ahead.
waste of water? I don't know what that means, but here we go. They say, Chat says, during President Trump's administration, there were several positive outcomes. For instance, the economy saw significant growth with 7 million new jobs created and unemployment.
This
That's a motherfucking lie.
Can I finish what Chat said? That's all.
Well, you're not on topic. We're talking about this.
No, tell Chat she's not on topic, okay? Because let me just.
You didn't ask the question properly, sir.
Yes.
Can I?
They're answering from the last administration.
No, you gotta check the prompt, bro. Like they're seriously.
Can I just? Let me finish. Y'all something else.
No, seriously, bro.
No. Can I just finish? I know that's new territory for y'all, but can I just finish? It's a couple more sentences.
Finish, y'all.
There you go. See how we gonna work
They
that?
don't want like.
I'm not gonna let him finish.
You're not gonna let me finish. No, wait a minute. Everybody gets to get 3 sentences out.
It's been withdrawn.
You're looking at the first.
Oh man,
bro.
It's crazy.
Can I get to the? I can't even get to the first step.
Yeah, you didn't search right.
Ceasefire with Hamas.
Listen. Let somebody give you the prompt to plug into Chat GPT so we can make sure that it's proper. Just do it like that. So
How about can I just be at least validated enough to finish what I know, but what it came up with, and then we can try that.
It's not on topic.
Let me.
We're talking about basketball.
If I haven't even finished the sentence yet, it's hard to
finish the last sentence.
No, I didn't. I didn't even get to talk about the ceasefire with Hamas. And I didn't get to talk about.
Get to 2025.
And just to finish a thought is too much to ask. I mean, is it gonna be that painful?
Yeah.
Why not let me give you the arsenal arsenal so you can chop my head off.
You didn't ask for the arsenal.
No, but I just want to, but I'm calling it arsenal, you're calling it arsenal. I'm just trying to finish the sentence of what ChatGPT said about what has the Trump administration done.
Didn't ask.
Good. I didn't ask you to ask it. I said, is it okay if I read it? Somebody said yes.
Because we thought you were talking about 2025.
I just asked the question that was asked. What good has the Trump administration done? That's all. That's all. Then we can fine tune it after that. You can tell ChatGPT that you don't know what you're talking about.
And then
I don't understand why that's so difficult and that's so painful.
We're giving you the opportunity to ask the right
Not
question.
giving me anything. I was trying to just offer what ChatGPT said about it. We just got to talking about AI. And I just wanted to share that and we can talk about it.
A whole list of shit.
That's amazing.
Wants the information.
That's amazing. You say nobody. Have we polled everybody? Has everybody been polled in the audience? Has everybody been polled? A second ago she said, yeah, go ahead and read the answer. No problem.
In the
She
chat.
said, go ahead. Do you want to, I asked a simple question. Do you want to hear what ChatGPT said to the question? You guys know how to go in the audience, but I'm just saying, there's no problem.
If you were to ask the question, you should have at least.
It was a simple question. Somebody said, yeah, go ahead.
The
A
question
female voice said, no problem, go ahead and read it.
According to the job report in July, that was released in July.
I didn't say anything. If I didn't say anything,
Like you gotta add more to it. The problem.
I didn't say. Why can't we just answer it and then talk about it?
It's all about you just you know,
How about I do what?
Mute.
How about I do what?
Mute up.
Oh.
And start over. Okay? Everybody just mute for a second because you just gave me anxiety.
I gave you anxiety.
Sweet. Yes, because you don't know how to stop. Just stop.
I was in the middle of reading a sentence and somebody jumped in and I don't know how to stop. That can't make sense.
You gotta listen to the people. The people
No, you were the people. You said go ahead and read it. Go ahead and read it.
I was drunk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was drunk.
My bad. I'm sorry. My voice upsets y'all. Like. Don't say nothing positive about the Trump administration. Y'all be clear.
7 million jobs wasn't a red flag for you, sweet.
Hey, don't talk about Hamas and, Israel ceasefire. I'm just trying to read something for conversation. Y'all don't want no conversation.
Okay, so what did I miss about the person? Did they fall dead or just pass out?
No, they just collapsed. It was just a faint. They didn't die. I think when Jeremy said what he said about Trump not caring about if you die, it was just how he would probably react because he didn't know the state of the man at the time. He was looking all crazy like, why right now? He was annoyed.
All right, gotcha.
But did you see how RFK? That's the part that tickles me the most, Dr. A.G. is how he got the hell on so fast. I ain't know.
Who did? I'm sorry, I went through it.
RFK. You didn't see the way that he
no, I haven't
was...
seen it. I've been in the car. So, this was like a meeting of some type?
It was a press conference, yeah.
Oh my Lord. Oh my.
And the two white girls came out. Press leave, press leave.
TikTok's laugh.
Oh, and then Nancy Pelosi said that she was retiring at the end of the term.
Oh yeah, she kind of already hinted at that before.
Yeah,
She made it official today. She made it official.
Yeah.
Need some new blood in the Democratic Party.
she held that seat since 1987. That's fucking crazy. That is ridiculous. Like, why? That's crazy.
But she's done a lot.
I know. She has.
She's probably gonna go down
To be honest,
history as the most
who's gonna replace her
effective
strength?
speaker.
That's the
That's
most
probably gonna be her legacy. The most effective speaker, or the most impactful speaker of the House ever. Ever, yeah. I think that's gonna be her legacy.
Like more so than Tip O'Neill or
I think so.
certainly in that caliber.
Yeah.
Did anybody give the news break that the federal judge issued that they must fully fund SNAP for the month of November?
We heard that 2 times. Is this a new ruling?
Well, no, I just got on, so I just saw the news brief. I just got the news
But
brief.
is it a ruling that came out today?
Evidently, the federal judge issued a ruling that they got to fully fund SNAP for the month of November.
And,
Yeah, last I checked.
and that was on live today, the live news?
I just got.
Or you're reading an old article, because they already, 2 judges already mentioned that. So we're trying to find out if this is another judge.
Well, I just came across my local news.
Oh, okay, so it must be something new then.
I should have gone to the Supreme Court before that man released the fines, child.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. A few people, they're speaking. They're like, this is ridiculous. Out of all, he had the whole year to do that. And to do that during the holidays, that's not shit to do.
His intention was his main intention was to cut the fucking program to begin with. This just made it easy. You know what I mean? Like, the government shut down. I could blame the Dems for some shit that I already wanted to do in the beginning. Then because we already funded it. It's already money funded for the SNAP program. So we're just not going to give it to the people. What we're going to do is we're going to say it's the Democrats' fault, and then all of these judges are going to tell us to, release the funds, but we're not going to do that either. We're going to say that we're going to give you half, and then we're not going to even give you that, because if we give you half, it's going to still probably take a couple of months for you to get it. That was what he wanted to do, just cause confusion. And then they sending emails to Walmart to tell Walmart to not discount the people. Like, you can't make this shit up. It's just ridiculous at this point. Who voted for him?
And it's obviously hurting people, but like the silver lining is that they're so locked into what they wanted to do that they are not realizing that it's severely hurting them. Right? Like economy, affordability, the message, not only in New York, across states, extreme, like total democratic victory the day before yesterday, right? And the more they drag their on SNAP and other affordability issues, the more they're locking in democratic advantage for the midterms.
Well, I'm upset because me and Bokisha had already worked this out last month about me getting some stamps.
Not Bokisha. What the fuck?
It looks like it was a federal judge in Rhode Island. So not only is he ordering the Trump administration to make full payments in full for SNAP, but he gave him a deadline for tomorrow.
What is he? Yeah, I'm trying. Yeah, that motherfucker don't care.
Good luck trying to get Trump to do it. Yeah.
Alright, like, he don't care about none of that. They could say that shit till they blue in the face. It'll go to the Supreme Court before he do anything, I'm sure.
But this is a Christian nation, right?
What does that mean?
We're supposed to feed the hungry, right?
Wait, did you say crypto nation? Is that what you said?
You still got crypto on the mind. Scott.
Crypto sound more like it. Orlando, who you voted for?
Who did I vote for? Kamala Harris.
Okay.
But truly, due to my faith, I really didn't want to vote for the one.
Why so?
Because I believe both of them are flawed morally.
Is there any politician that you believe is not flawed morally?
Probably not, but what you do openly and what you stand for openly has a great deal of when it comes to my decisions, and their stance on some things openly and what they believe in go against what I believe according to my faith.
Orlando, have you heard of James Tallarico?
No.
I'm gonna put a link in the chat. I think you should listen to him. He might be in alignment, but let me know what you feel.
What is the rhetoric, Jeremy?
The rhetoric?
Yeah, of the individual you just mentioned. You said it might be in alignment with him.
James Tallarico acts with his faith in mind as well.
Gotcha. Okay.
And I think, for me, if I act according to my faith, I don't believe that my faith is Republican or Democratic. I believe that my faith is neutral, and that being swayed one way or the other is of a distraction than anything else.
If I may, and this is just something that always tickles my brain, if you will, when you talk about faith in politics, especially when one of the main reasons this country was founded was for separation of church and state. So I find it very odd that here we are 250 years later, and they're not separate, they're actually in bed together. And they have created a very hideous baby, which is white Christian nationalism. And so it's just, I think that's just a slippery slope when people, while I also understand it, I think it is a slippery slope when people lean so heavily on such faith in terms of politics, because we've seen where that has gotten us.
Miss, are you familiar with James Tallarico?
I am not, which is why I asked about his rhetoric.
He's running for Senate in Texas. He's a Democrat, and he is quite Christian and speaks very openly about his faith and how the values that the Democratic Party, a lot of them, wants to deliver is tied with his faith, with his Christian values and faith. And he's quite a great speaker, and he actually was on Joe Rogan as well. Like he gets out there a lot and really expresses how his faith is tied to the policies he wants to enact and why he's part of the Democratic Party.
So Jeremy, I know who he is by face. I've seen him in different assemblies on the Texas Capitol. So I know his name though. So no, yeah, okay.
Yeah, he's really known for his sermon opposing Christian nationalism.
No, exactly. That's who. And
That's the one. Yep.
He's who I had in mind when I mentioned that. So for him to be, yeah. So yes, because he is who I had in mind when I was talking about that, because he has a major campaign right now against the West Texas billionaires, pastors of mega churches, by the way, and how they have just bought Austin.
So hopefully Orlando got that before he left. Orlando still in the room? But yeah, I wanted to make sure he got that, because if someone is like leading by faith, I think James Talarico delivers the message with the high level of critical thinking and reasoning, backed by his faith. So.
A lot of people are not aware, and if you're a 501c based ministry, you're not supposed to, quote unquote, have any
political assembly.
Yes, you're supposed to stay neutral. You're supposed to.
They changed that, didn't they?
Not that I know.
Yeah, they allowed them now. They allowed them to be political. That was like.
Yeah, if that was true, there's a lot of churches that they're like, demonizing.
They just did. I think it was an executive order or something that he did, changing that, because there was a whole big conversation about it a couple months ago.
The Johnson Amendment or something?
Mm-hmm.
You read the message, Dr. AG? Dr. AG.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Hey, what did you say?
Did you read the message?
Oh, no, it's in the, okay, where? In my back channel?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's one of the reasons I laugh with the Speaker of the House, because he's quote unquote supposed to be such a devout Christian, with the foolishness that he spews out of his mouth.
Trump is hawking books now on True Social, y'all. I wonder how much these people paid him for their endorsements. This is sad. Peter Navarro, Barry Loudermilk, and Gianno Caldwell. This is so sad.
How about even getting $1 trillion? I mean, I don't care how much Trump making no more.
Christina Bob.
Dollars. That's crazy.
Yeah, but the market goes up, the market goes down. Did you see that I believe it was
the shareholders are just broke. Tesla shareholders by 70% have approved $1 trillion pay cut package for Elon.
So they're broke. Like, did you see how the Swedish sovereign fund just cut a percentage of their investments in Tesla because the Cybertruck has had its 10th recall? Like, did you say the shareholders are broke? Oh Lord, Trent, did he go away? Please, because I don't feel like yelling. I just really don't. But it would be so warm.
Keep it moving forward.
Let you celebrate. What's going on?
Yep, I'm old. And
are you at a barbecue or something?
we're making a Costco run. hey, don't knock it. I'm teaching my son like the oldies.
Why'd you put barbecue music in the car?
This is my son's playlist. And he's like, Dad, I'm like, all right, go right ahead.
That baby got an old soul for real.
That's terrifying. Tell him to celebrate over there.
My 21-year-old was Michael Jackson for Halloween. And he went to a haunted house and he was like, Mom, I didn't realize how popular MJ was. All these people were coming up and asking me to take a picture. I was like, yes.
Wow. Bless his heart.
I know. He had the hat and the glove and everything. But he was like, I don't know how to do the dances. I said, you should have just went, oh wait, that's Prince. My bad. What did Michael Jackson say? Hee hee. Anyway.
Oh, Michael had his little dances too, the little crotch thrust, the moonwalk.
Yes.
But have y'all seen the trailer for his biopic? It came out not today, yesterday.
Yes, with his nephew, right? I'm actually looking forward to one because usually they're not family sanctioned, and this one.
It's bio. They're doing a biopic, like somebody's gonna play Michael.
Yeah, it's his nephew.
There's no scenario where that's gonna be good. So,
I think it's one of the kids from 3T, actually. Is it one of those kids or one of their kids? Maybe it's one. Oh Lord, I'm old. I love 3T.
Yeah, I think it's one of the grandchildren. Or would that be a great? That would be a great, wouldn't it? Oh my goodness! Wow, yeah.
What's going on with Antonio Brown?
The CTE.
Oh, he's being charged for murder.
Yeah, he finally came back to the States. He's been dying that case all year.
They extradited him from Dubai today.
Yep. Yeah, he's been dodging it since it happened.
Did you say Dubai?
Yeah.
Dubai?
He should have went to Thailand or Bali. I think they don't have extradition laws in Bali.
Yeah, exactly. Cuba is right there. Hello?
Cuba. He wanted the evade police. He should have went somewhere else.
You went to a damn ally.
Speaking about Michael Jackson, he's coming out with a biopic.
Oh yeah, man, I just told him that. Did you see the trailer?
Yeah.
Do you pronounce that biopic or y'all just British? Like, I'm sorry, I just have to ask because I always, if I mispronounce stuff, let me know.
No more. It's not gonna matter because everybody's gonna pronounce it.
Yeah, that's how I pronounce it.
However they do, just like GIF and GIF. It doesn't matter what the actual way to pronounce it is.
It's fucking GIF. God damn it.
What?
It's Jeff.
It's Jeff.
It's fucking GIF.
But it doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, no, but
GIF
Nikki,
and GIF to different things.
I say biopic.
No,
I say biopic too.
It's fine. I thought it was biopic. No, I don't. I mean, correct me with my pronunciation.
I feel like biopic.
In American AG, how can I say it, please?
American English, it's biopic.
Yes, biopic. But I feel like biopic is like a scientific term.
No, it's not.
I know it's not. I just like the way it sounds. It makes me want to be like, this
sounds like a robot.
Yeah.
All right, I put
biopic.
I don't know, but I just put a list of the airlines.
You know, there are other versions of English where they put, they do the emphatic syllables different.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think the English say biopic.
Okay, that makes sense.
I think.
Yes, I put a list of the airports that could be canceled flights daily, 44,000 flights actually. And the list is long, guys. It's 40 airports. So, I guess no one's going anywhere for the holidays, so you're gonna have to drive. No food, and you can't travel.
What's worse than that is you actually get there and then you can't get home. That's a different kind of scenario.
Well, according to our favorite chat GPT, it's biopic.
Yeah, I just Googled the pronunciation.
Okay, but still, people are gonna do it.
Why do you need Chat GPT?
Well, I had Dr. AJ. That's why I just asked her.
I got Dr. Chat.
Put some respect on her name, thank you.
Okay, fine. Dr. AG, then I will put you to task here. Is it either or either?
It's either or.
Neither or neither?
Sorry, I was picking up my dog poop. It depends on who you are and where you're from.
Okay.
Well, that's like the and the. I actually say them both interchangeably depending on what I'm communicating, and I have no idea why.
As long as we understand what we're talking about, you can say the wrong way. That's okay.
Scotty, what I want to know is
Yes, Steve.
if neither or neither was correct, how would you answer? Like you'd have to say neither or neither, but you wouldn't mean that it was correct. You would mean that neither of them is correct. I don't know if you can.
Yeah, you'd have to say they're both wrong. How about that?
There it is. They're both wrong.
Or the infamous question in the South: is it auntie or auntie? I always say auntie, but
So, my mom is the youngest of 5. And so what we did in our family is we used both iterations for different women, if that makes sense.
there's a couple of like route and route, which
That's weird.
I suppose mean two different things when you look at that sentence.
So one of my aunts, we call her auntie, and another one of my aunts, we just call her Amy.
That's why I've heard English is one of the hardest languages to learn because we have so many of these like one-offs like that. Like there's a ton of them.
Exactly. That's what makes Japanese so easy because it never changes.
You know Japanese? Sweet. You know it.
After 4 years of studying and living in Japan for 2 years.
Tell us some Japanese. I want to hear.
何を弾きたいですか？実はね、広島に住んでいました。それは2年間ぐらい勉強しました。日本語を勉強しました2年間ぐらいでしょう。
Okay, what you just said.
The fact is that I studied Japanese for 2 years and I lived in Hiroshima. That's what I just said.
Okay, that's cute. Shit, sweet, let me find out. You just be talking. Nina found out that Sweet know how to speak Japanese, y'all. Ain't that something?
Don't let the blue shirt fool you. Come on now.
You still sound like a California nigga saying it, but it was...
That's right. I need them to know when I'm in Japan, I'm from California. I need them to know that. For sure.
I know how to say Konnichiwa from, that's where Dwayne went to work. On a different world, Konnichiwa Electronics. So that's fascinating.
That's kind of play on words because that means hello, hello world, which is
Konnichiwa.
It might be a Konnichiwa company. I don't know.
And remember, he was dating. What was her name? Keiko. What was her name? Remember when Whitley was like Kiko, Kaniko, whatever her name is. But I love A Different World. That was so funny. Keanu. That was it. Keanu. Couldn't stand Keanu. She had an attitude.
They say hot dog is hotodogu because phonetically you get hot dog with a Japanese tongue. You have to say hotodogu. There's no hot dog. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, the rules don't change in the Japanese phonetically.
Somebody said in Taiwanese, they say they use the N-word. It sounds like the N-word. But it's like a word that they're saying, but it's not like a derogatory word, but it's like, it sounds like nigga.
You know they have a
you know what I'm talking about?
This is interesting right here. They have a category of people that are called the Burakumin, and they're like untouchables, right? And they happen to be the darker people. But if you were to say black men in Japanese, it would sound like this, Burakumin. That's how you would say black men, Burakumin. So they have a thing, you could pull it up. Burakumin is like the untouchables, like in India you have untouchables. And so the Burakumin is like the despicable, untouchable type people. So that's just a little tidbit I found out living over there.
I thought they called those gaijin, or the gaijin.
Those are foreigners. They don't have a real favorable taste in their mouth about certain Western foreigners either. So gaijin is definitely kind of almost like a curse word. Gaijin. Yeah. Gaikokujin is foreign country people. Jin is people, Gai is foreign or outside people.
So if anybody loves to read, this is an oldie but a goodie. But my mom let me read Noble House like years and years and years ago. That's a pretty good series. So that's an oldie but a goodie. I think they did the movie, didn't they? Or the series, but anyway. Was that James Clavell who wrote that? I was always reading whatever my mom was reading, but I remember, no, it was, there was wasn't there one called Shogun?
Yeah.
The Shogun series too. Yeah.
That's good stuff.
It's old, but
Did
good.
Tom Cruise play a role in, was it Shogun or something?
He played the last American Samurai.
Okay. That was it.
Because that was a good movie, actually. I like it.
Last Samurai.
Was it The Last Samurai? Oh, okay, thank you. That was actually a good movie. I remember.
Interesting to study Japan and America, especially after World War II.
This is the kind of content we like from you, sweet. No shade.
Well, I had to get through all that just to get to Japan. I had to go through years of turmoil.
See? Very good.
So,
It's good stuff. It's good stuff.
At least you didn't come back and talk about how you love Asian murder. So.
Nah, I got too much love for my folks back home. You know, had to fight them off of me when I was here.
Oh, second now.
I'm just saying. But I tell you this, African American men in Japan, there's a thing there for sure about the energy of Japanese getting with these American men that happen to be African, especially if they speak the language and they have some sense about them. But even if you don't, you can go to Harajuku and Tokyo, and there's an interesting combination about a Japanese woman and what she's looking for, because she got a Japanese husband, Japanese culture, and then this American man in general, because that's kind of like freedom and more choices, but then mixing an African American man too, it's an interesting study.
Sweet, were you in the military?
No, but in Hawaii, as Patty knows, there's a lot of military in Hawaii. But I learned about Japanese in Hawaii because the Japanese were buying up Hawaii in 1987 before their economy, the bubble burst. They were like Ferragamos and women coming, they were spending thousands of dollars on American goods in 1987, 88, for sure. So studying business, I said, okay, I gotta take a foreign language. I could take Spanish or French or something like that. But I said, let me study this Japanese. And
okay.
That's it.
You lived in Hawaii? Which island?
Oahu.
Oh yeah, I lived in Hawaii. I was stationed there actually twice.
Okay, yeah, Nimitz and man, Pearl Harbor. You can't live in Hawaii, you get island fever at some point because it's not like LA. You can't just move around. Like that's it. That's all you got.
But it wasn't that small. The island wasn't that small. I mean, people don't go out to Ever Beach and stuff like that. But if you go out, if you just stay at Honolulu, it feels small. But if you go out to Ever Beach, you go out to Kaneohe.
True.
Yeah, it feels it's a bigger island than people give it. But I'm from St. Croix, and we're only 88 square miles. So yeah.
Okay. Now I'm just saying, you get the idea though. It's like you can't like just drive somewhere. You're on that island. Like you can't just say, let me go there. I'm 3,000 miles from like mainland America. You know, water is separating us. Like you can't just let me go to Utah right quick. Let me just go to Vegas for the weekend. That doesn't happen.
But but there are straight flights though. That's a good thing about Hawaii. There's always a straight flight to Vegas and.
True. LA.
But aren't they really like? There's a lot of Japanese tourism in Hawaii.
That's all they had. That's all. When I lived in Hawaii. When I lived in Hawaii, that's all they had. I swear.
What year were you there?
I was the first time I was there. I was there from 1998 to 2000 to 2001.
1940.
God damn it, Mel. No, I'm just kidding.
What? And I lived right next to the stadium, in like Salt Lake City area.
Salt Lake, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Salt Lake.
Yeah, right across from I live at a place called
By
Cross Point.
Radford?
Yeah.
No, not from Radford. Down the street from Radford.
You weren't far from
it's Cross Point. Potty. You know the gated community right next to the stadium.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, Cross Point. That's why I said it. Down from Fort Smith. Is it Fort Smith?
It's Fort Smith, and then the other side.
Yeah.
Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
Go further down. Yeah.
And
then, sweet, I was there when they literally opened up the H3.
Okay. Yeah, I was long gone. I was out of there in 90. I was left there in 94. 93, 94. I was in Japan. Yeah. and then back to LA after that. Yeah, great stuff.
Yeah, Hawaii was one of my most favorite tours. That's why I went back again. Hawaii was just, I mean, it was like, island life was so amazing. It was just.
What was it like before statehood,
Captain Cook showed up.
Hey, Tweet, did you ever go out to like on the whole counter tours and go out and get picked pineapple and stuff like that?
When I was a graduation speaker, so my family came out and we made sure to go take that dole tour. Yeah, it's something to do, you know.
I don't think
It's on the list.
pineapples anymore.
Yeah, that was it. So, hey, Patty, what's your favorite restaurant? Did you ever been to the Big Kahuna Burgers?
Yeah, I've been there.
Were you able to eat one? The entirety of one?
No.
In one sitting?
I can't even eat a quarter of it. So.
When I think food, I think shave ice, and I think Grace's diner and plate lunches. Man, chicken katsu and whatnot. I used to tear that up.
Too much pork on that island. That's the only problem.
That's all. Yeah, they love their pork. The one thing I couldn't get was the spam and rice. I was like, nah, can't do that.
Yeah. Oh, they gonna do some luau's. They gonna bury pigs and get their grub on for sure.
Yeah, and the best thing if you got Hawaiian friends, they always invite you to their hula. They always invite you. Every weekend they have something on the beach, and they would invite you. They would invite you. Yeah, they're very welcoming people.
No doubt about that. But you get other islands, Samoa, Guam. If you're over there, you're gonna see, different islands and stuff for sure. It's very Asian.
There's a lot of Puerto Ricans over there now too.
Yes.
A lot.
That was wild when I saw how many Puerto Ricans were there. I was like, what? How you get all the way over here?
Yeah, they're retiring there. A lot of them are retiring. A lot of them moved there because the island weather is perfect.
How'd you get over there?
And then it's like a really laid back, chill.
Except for your 3 p.m. rain shower. Like clockwork. It drizzles at 3 p.m.
Ah, man. You know what? Perfect.
They got it there just like they got it into Puerto Rico without a fucking passport.
No, I'm not saying that. Listen to me. Hey, Mel, that would be like people from the U.S. Virgin
No, I was surprised when Patty told me too. I was like, really? There's a lot of Puerto Ricans over there?
All the way over there?
And I was like, oh, wow.
I know.
I live in Ever Beach. I can tell you, my house, in my neighborhood, there's probably like 6 Puerto Rican families. And they're not in the military.
Oh, okay.
So I do know it's a lot of either Puerto Ricans that made some good money in the States or they're retirees from the military. And they come straight, they be like, yeah, Hawaii's perfect. Because they still can get their island stuff. They can, I guess they said it's like the closest to Puerto Rico that they're going to get in the States. And then still have access to how it is in the States. But there's a lot of Puerto Ricans. When I went to buy my house, Puerto Rican was my real estate, was my agent. And then even in the military, Puerto Ricans try to get stationed there.
Don't look in the chat. Just begging y'all. I started going back and forth with Trent, and I really regret it. I'm so sorry.
He said he dated a Vietnamese girl.
Now everybody's gonna go look in the chat.
Not Asian girls are the easiest to date. And he dated Vietnamese.
Lord Jesus.
They firecrackers.
The men on this app are disgusting. Even some Chinese like us, if not all though.
Black man like that.
He's money. Yeah, they don't understand that those people be chasing them because they're Americans. They don't understand that. That's disgusting. They treat all Americans like that.
Hey Trey, you should go to Thailand.
Hi.
No,
What is going on?
I'm talking about America.
What's going on?
I've never been to. Well, I have been to Asia. I take that back. But
Just the way y'all object to Thai women, it's disgusting.
I don't think it's objectifying women to say that you did it.
No, if you say, what did you say? Asian girls are the easiest to date. Is that what the statement was? That's fucking offensive. Like, what's going
Very
on?
offensive. And you know, they're firecrackers too. So I don't know what
Regardless of that, it's the ethnic stereotyping. Like, what the fuck? What's happening? Y'all need help. Y'all really need.
This is a happily married man, by the way. And is your wife Asian?
No.
Okay, a little reminiscent there. Y'all just be embarrassing. Jesus.
Okay.
Not you reminisce on the love you had. That's crazy.
Reminisced on the. Where is First Lady? Is that you, Mel, down there? Oh, like, I hear that voice. Oh, Lordy Jesus. This should be a good room tonight. You know who I didn't check? Hot Wheels. I'm so glad that Hot Wheels, if Hot Wheels is unseated, y'all, oh my God. I mean, I might just party like it's 1999. Woo. It's coming up next year. Let's hope. Let's hope and pray and hope and pray.
Who's in the running? Who's in the running against Hot Wheels?
Nobody good enough.
Nobody, yeah.
Shit.
I don't.
I bet it's somebody who can stand on their own.
So I have Nikki, I have a question because I was just a child. But was he worse than Kerr? Excuse me, that wasn't his name. What was his name?
Oh, Governor Goodhair?
Yes.
Oh, Rick.
Yes, Rick Perry.
Rick Perry, yeah.
We always give them nicknames. Rick Perry was Governor Goodhair.
Yes, yes.
He did it good there.
I don't really remember Perry being that inflammatory. The thing with Governor Hot Wheels is like, he wants to have the center stage for everything, right? He wants to comment on what's going on in California. He wants to comment on what's going on in Washington. He wants to comment on what's going on. Like when he sent those troops, what was that, to Chicago? Wherever he sent the National Guard troops, and then embarrassed because, you know, these are reserve troops, and like, okay, so they're eating cheeseburgers, like, who cares? So that's the problem with him. He pisses a lot of people off. But with Texas politics, like, a lot of it, like in a lot of these southern states, y'all realize, like, it can be really corrupt. Like Ken Paxton. Don't know why the hell Ken Paxton is still in office. I don't know how many times the man has been proven to break the law. Like, but there's Ken Paxton. There was also somebody else before Ken that was pretty horrible. I can't remember his name, but you know, it's the good old boy network, and that's really the problem with the South. It's always the good old boy network. So they don't hold each other accountable. But Perry was like, you know, an ineffectual teller, if I may. You know, he was just happy to be there half the time. Nobody really paid any attention to him. But I can't remember when they made that deal with the grids to basically say that Texas would be a standalone and not share energy, which is a completely effed up decision. They sold us out. Like, I think that was under Perry's regime, but that was a completely horrible decision.
And wasn't he appointed the
energy czar?
Right.
Crackhead. Yeah, so they basically took the lobbyists' money instead of, you know, holding their feet to the fire and making them replace that grid. Even if they, you know, it was like a 20-year undertaking or whatever. And that's why we have so many issues. Like the memes are like, you know, Texas can't even, you know, fight the winter. It's a really serious problem. And these data centers, they're not going to help.
They'll want term limits there, and that's the problem. Because Rick Perry was like governor for like 15 years or some shit.
Yes. It's a good old boy network down here. You know, they love, same with Louisiana. right? I mean, David Duke was an actual politician. Like, as crazy as that seems.
You made Ann Richards, Ghost of Ann Richards back or something like that.
I love Ann Richards. I met her years and years ago at an airport. I also like Kay Bailey Hutchison. Of course, this was when I was a Republican, but I remember her being very efficient and at least somewhat fair. But yeah, I hate Ted Cruz. His family hates him. He's based out of River Oaks, which is a very old, wealthy part of the city. Nobody likes Ted Cruz. I don't know how the hell he keeps getting. I'm gonna blame it on the rural Hispanics because his name is Cruz. I don't know. Nobody ever claims to vote for him. It's like the Spice Girls. Everybody said they hated the Spice Girls, but they were number one. That's like freaking Ted Cruz. Like, what the fuck?
I agree. I
like the Spice Girls.
I just knew when
I like the Spice Girls too, but I at least said that I bought the album. You know?
Yeah.
I have breaking news.
Spots. Go, Matt.
Sorry. I have breaking news. A down low homosexual that currently represents South Carolina. Trick question. It's the white one, not the black one. He just decided to announce that Lindsey Graham that they're pushing for another reconciliation bill for spring of next year, targeting health care. So this will be a way for them to offset anything they give Democrats in the stopgap funding bill negotiation that they're currently holding out for social shutdown. So let's say Democrats get what they want in this funding bill. Republicans can just completely override it in the reconciliation bill they're going to likely now push. So this is the second reconciliation bill I've been talking about that they were already talking about potentially doing. Trump is apparently happy, and he thinks this is a good idea. However, not all Republicans in the House, with their slim razor-thin majority, are on board. Same for the Senate. I don't know if Murkowski wants another Murkowski moment that we just saw her have, where she got conned by voting for this. So, just wanted to let you guys know that is something that's swirling around the ether.
What did that nasty little hoe say again?
He's pushing it. He wants new tax reform. He wants health care. What was the other one? There's another one that I'm not mentioning because I was so focused on health care that I didn't care. But so it'll be a new tax bill and a new one that's focused on health care. So, another just, skinny repeal replace moment. That's what it seems like.
I hate Lindsey Graham with every fiber of my being, and I repeatedly, as a citizen of the United States, I formally apologize to the nation, Tim Scott, Lindsey Graham, and Nancy Mace. I don't know how the hell they keep getting in the office. I'm trying, y'all. I swear to God, I'm trying.
Everybody's quiet.
I'm sure it was mentioned, I forget by who, but we're at an all-time high with credit card balances. Mute up, Nikki. Thank you. The average credit card balance per consumer is now $6,500, up 2.2%. Also, among all home buyers, 61% are married couples, 21% are single women, and 9%
are single men. I find that pretty fascinating.
Despite typically receiving less wages.
What does this mean? How do we interpret this?
You know, here's the thing though. If you think about it, just in the scope of general men, they don't actually hit their income generating stride until 40, 45, 50. And let's just be honest, typical red-blooded American man, he doesn't really even care. Put him in a one-bedroom apartment with cable and internet. He really doesn't care. It's not, for him, if he owns a home, if he sees it as a flex, it's a flex to attract women. It's not about him. That's not how men think typically in America. They don't do that. They don't think about buying a home until they actually have somebody to buy a home for. Women, however, on the other hand, they feel it as an achievement on their own, by themselves. Most men don't operate that way. It's not really a flex to them in that sense.
That disparity, 21% versus 9%.
I would expect that. I really would expect that in America. That makes all the sense in the world. Because, I mean, come on. Tell me what 25...
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying because we can bro out for a long time. You know, have the guys over, play video games, watch stupid sports, and you know, have that fucking comfortable couch that is hideous and filled with snacks and the cushions. I get it. They're not serious people. This is why these man babies exist, and we see them on the app and their attitudes towards women. But I digress. I mean,
Miki, is Miki there?
You would think that if the economy was so heavily dependent on women, that they would treat us better.
Miki, are you there?
Oh, please.
Yeah.
This is,
I'm here.
this is, what's the word? Patriarchal society. Come on. They're gonna do better. They don't want women to have the rights they have now.
Well, the country gonna sell based on that.
Miki, you know, Congressman, look at what the fuck just happened today to farmers.
I mean, we knew that this would happen during the pandemic when there was heavy inflation that was actually justified. What we found, I tried to tell y'all, but y'all didn't want to listen to her. What we found was that, what did the Fed say? Like 50% of inflation or more was literally attributed to corporate greed. Like Kroger got in trouble for keeping prices inflated because they're going to test it out as long as they can. So why would they lower prices when the consumer is still somewhat keeping up with that price? And then remember, if I had a product that was selling for $50 2 years ago, and now I'm selling it for $100, but my cost have maybe only increased a amount because I now have these huge tax cuts by the Biden administration, by the Trump administration, and maybe I got a PPP loan, I don't need to sell as many to still look good on paper, right? Because I had to sell more when they were $50, but now, you know, maybe I've almost doubled my profit. So, yeah, what goes up must come down. But consumers are starting to tighten up because everything else is at an increased amount. Because we have rampant inflation because of these damn tariffs. Trump didn't give us a break. So, are we surprised, Trent? I'm not surprised. The day of reckoning was going to come soon. They've been making off like bandits since COVID. You know, I'm a person, I don't even know what everyone else is saying, but we were headed to probably a pretty, you know, medium-sized recession prior to COVID, in my opinion, because we were on a down cycle. We were.
all right, so reformed pseudo. Let me throw out this as well, and also for you, GA, because I'm reading just housing data. 21% of the buyers were first-time home buyers, ending in the 12 months in June. And that's about almost half of what the average share is, which is usually 38%. And on top of that, the average age of the first-time buyer rose once again to 40 years old, which that shouldn't be surprising.
Quickly, breaking news: Elise Stefanik announces her bid for governor of New York tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll hear about Donnie in her damn campaign. Anyway, go ahead, John. Back to you.
What was that age? About 40?
The average age of the first-time home buyer rose once again to 40 years old.
Yeah, that's been increasing for a while.
Yep.
It's almost like we're going back in some instances because, because people are actually staying at home, or they're going back home, I should say. Because y'all know that Gen Z is far more conservative than millennials. They have less sex, they smoke less weed, they do less drugs, they drink less, they invest more, they're getting married, and they are more fiscally conservative, which is kind of surprising, but they are, per the numbers. And there's less teen babies. For the first time ever, I believe it was last year, there were more babies born to women over 40 than there were to under 18, which is unprecedented. So.
No, that means that we raised our kids better than our parents raised us.
Well, I mean, there's not as much if people have kids, but to say that it's over 40, that's also unusual for women over 40, to be having a lot of children. Typically, by the time you were 40, you were pretty much just almost getting to be prepared for a grandma. But no, I think that Gen Z is turning out to be one of the most educated and informed generations that we've seen in quite some time.
I mean, they say my son says he's not having a kid until he's in his 40s. He's 28 now.
I was just turning 30, and it wasn't.
That's the crazy thing, that white people used to do that all the time, have kids late, and now black and brown are doing that.
Yeah, and I didn't get serious about even thinking about having children until a year ago.
We used to got white people like, oh, you're a mother now? What is wrong with you?
I mean, societal norms don't apply as much anymore, right? There's also less church attendance that's going on. And I would honestly say it was the church. Yeah, it was the church that perpetuated a lot of that, Lord knows how many times I heard, better to marry than to burn.
That's concerning.
Trent, you didn't grow up black, did you?
No, he didn't.
You did. You really didn't.
Did y'all hear about the football player that committed suicide today from the Cowboys?
Yeah,
we spoke about it.
That was sad. Hey, did you guys talk about the sandwich guy won his case today? The DC sandwich incident.
The subway thrower.
Yeah, the subway guy. Because Jinin, whatever the name, Ferrero, I can't remember the Fox judge. She couldn't get a grand jury to indict him on criminal charges, so she therefore brought a misdemeanor charge against him and still lost.
Didn't we say that Trent was going to mention CTE when we spoke on the football player?
We did.
Well, it's CTE.
Oh, okay.
That's not what it was, Trent.
If it pleases the mods, I have one more data point, and then I'll be done.
Yeah, let them go.
Okay. Instagram Reels is going to soon out-generate the ad revenue than all of TV advertising. They're at 50, hold on right now, it's 50 billion? 1 second. Hold on. I just had a 50 billion a year Instagram Reels. By comparison, the entire U.S. TV ad industry makes 65 billion. It's pretty incredible.
That's why I'm trying to get my little self out there, Scotty.
Mm-hmm.
Podcast.
That's pretty nuts.
That's why I'm proud of my little, I got like a little 19,000 followers. That's not much, but I'm working, Mickey. I'm working.
Oh, when I went to FinCon, they said that you can get brand deals with people that have like less than 5,000 followers. And so now there's like this whole new role, like the social media manager or something. And so the person from Ally Bank, which is the largest online bank in existence, right? She was basically telling us like, this is what we look for, what you need to do. There's actually an influencer that did videos on YouTube telling people how to navigate their site. She was so good that they reached out to her to pay her for what she was doing anyway, and they actually reference her videos in their training sessions for new employees. Isn't that crazy?
That's insane. I didn't know anything of the sort.
And it was a black woman too, by the way. Yeah, so it was like, cause I'm very suspicious of stuff like, y'all do what now? You do the what now? But yeah, when I went to FinCon, y'all, which is basically financial literacy content creators. So there's all walks of life. There were attorneys, there were people from traditional brokerages, there were people that, just talk about financial literacy, there were podcasters, and apparently it's been happening for like years. Yeah, it was completely insane. It completely blew my mind. So I came back like super motivated. Adobe Podcast was there. I learned about the software, like financial coaches, like independent people. There's like all of these vendors that were there that were basically, they look for people to promote their products or utilize them. And yes, they absolutely do pay people for reels, for posts, for all kinds of shit. Like it's insane. It's just crazy. I had no idea that all of this stuff was legitimate.
And just as a footnote, as we all remember, Facebook bought Instagram in 2012 for $1 billion.
Shout out to Meta. Then if you're gonna pay that $15, which I thought it was like some big approval process, it's literally not. They just take your $15. But the Meta getting certified actually is more bang for your buck because you get the blue check mark on Threads and you get it on Facebook. So just FYI.
People are still using Threads?
Oh, Threads is the shit.
Yes. Threads is a whole community.
Threads is the shit. It basically is like what X used to be. So a lot of those thought leaders and people moved over to Threads. Like Threads is the shit. Seriously, Threads is awesome. I love it. And yes, people still use Facebook quite a bit.
Certainly us Gen Xers. That's where I go to crash. I don't crash on here. I go to crash on Facebook, to be honest. But that's my generation. And Threads.
Don't forget the boomers over there.
I avoid them. They're terrible.
Are you crashing with them, or it's other Gen Xers?
They're always up in my shit. Tell them to sit down.
Hey, they have the most time on their hands and they have the most money. And according to YouTube, which is the number one go-to source for people in the world, there are over 1 billion listeners individually to podcasts on YouTube alone per month. 1 billion.
Well, Instagram has, I think, 3 billion users. That's pretty wild.
I mean, we're on social audio discussing social media. It's just a way that people get information now. Like the 24/7 news cycle. Now it's not even 24/7. It's like break that down in a minute by minute. I used to do a test with Yahoo because I like to look at the articles. I mean, if you refresh that bad boy, they update that shit pretty quickly. I mean, those are also jobs that are like the constant content, which we never really talk about, right? It's just like, you know, it's just always hungry. Think about all these different platforms. And then this is like a little thing, but coming to me when we think about like investigative journalism. So they're in Vogue, and Teen Vogue was actually, their team was actually really good. They would delve into a lot of these topics. Do you know that what is the name of that group? Condé Nast actually fired them, y'all, just a couple of days ago. And you know where they're telling their story? On Threads.
Oh, they're gonna clean up.
Yeah, y'all, they're like they're gonna absorb Teen Vogue into Vogue, which is like what the hell. But the Teen Vogue team, they did a lot of really good journalism. They did.
They did. I used to
When
love
nobody else was.
Yeah, well, they just all let them go, y'all. Isn't that crazy? So somebody is scared, and Condé Nast is a whole crackhead for doing that. But they're getting a lot of love on Threads, and that's where I found things out because like that journalist that got fired for basically reporting on Charlie Kirk's words, the black journalist. Guess where she went to tell her story? On Threads.
Threads, yeah.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, I think, especially where we are today and how teen and teen content is so few, it's damn near null and void. For them to get rid of Teen Vogue, it's just like, these kids have nothing, which is why, in my opinion, I think, you know, they're so drawn to this baddies culture. They don't have anything like I had. And, you know, I was coming up, I graduated high school in 2013. We had all kinds of teen channels and teen magazines and just all of the things that these children just don't simply have anymore.
Fact. I loved Teen Vogue when I was young.
Yeah, like the Teen Vogue was
that was my grown.
Exactly. Like I felt like I was in the Teen Vogue then because of course the fashion was there, but I had always been into politics and like worldly affairs and things like that. So I would love reading Teen Vogue after I was living in a student council meeting. Like that was just my thing.
Yeah, Teen Vogue had a lot of political articles in it coming up.
They did, yeah. So like my magazines of choice back then were Teen Vogue, Vibe, and Double XL. Like that was my big three.
And Source, don't Source.
Oh yeah, and the Source. How can I forget that when I met? Yes, I did some shows for the Source. Yes. I'm actually on a mission now. I've been on eBay trying to find like all of the old Vibe prints.
Yeah, now they're trying to say that some of those individuals got into it with HR, so they're getting a lot of pushback as usual, right? Here comes the cleanup. But you know, speaking about a juggernaut, how long has Condé Nast been in the industry? Like, god damn, they've been running stuff with those magazines for quite some time.
It is I was afraid that. Let me make sure this is right before. Never mind, I'll be right back.
No, it doesn't matter. You can just say the lie. Don't touch.
That'll be a first, right? He's looking there for information up here.
Yeah, like what are you doing? Like stay in character, bro.
Are you on drugs?
Yeah.
He's about to talk about CTE and the football player.
Yeah, it is actually is CTE related. Antonio, yeah, it's real. Antonio Brown has been arrested by U.S. Marshals in Dubai. Is being extradited to New Jersey on Thursdays with plans to transfer him to South Florida for trial on felony attempted murder charge that arises from events outside a hotel on shooting event on May 17th of 2025.
Now, if that's the one where they jumped him, that actually wasn't on him. I will say they had plenty of video, but something is wrong with that man.
Are these federal charges?
Yeah, that's the same bit. Cause that's the.
He's a federal judge. Okay, because he's also a Trumper, and you see where I'm going with this thing.
Oh, he's absolutely disgusting on X. Does anybody? I can't even like. I've blocked him because he's just absolutely disgusting. Uncle Tom Coon crackhead. I cannot stand him. He is like Jamal to the millionth power. He is absolutely freaking disgusting. Cannot stand. He's always going after black women. I cannot stand his ass.
So I know I say it all the time. Antonio Brown is just the adamant case that you can see of CTE. If you knew Antonio Brown prior, or
wait, so that every MAGA that comes on this stage has CTE? Is that what you're trying to say?
MAGA? No, that's not MAGA. But you know, if you listen to Antonio Brown's interviews prior to I think 05, around 05. If you listen to his interviews, and I said 05, it's not 05, it's 2015. But if you listen to his interviews then, and then you listen to his later interviews, he's a night and day different person.
Breaking news, y'all, breaking news. It seems that there's a petition going around stating that every signature that signs this petition is for anyone that has a voucher. And when you move into your apartment and sign your lease, you get a $800 credit card. So they're trying to push this $800 credit card when you sign up and you have the voucher and all that stuff. Developing. Ain't that about a bitch?
Who is they, where, and what are you talking about?
The petition here in California.
So who?
What type of voucher? Housing voucher?
The housing voucher, yes.
So you get $800. You get $800. Oh, that's what they want to be reparations? Is that what you?
No. That sound like reparations to me. If everybody's getting it, you feel me?
Ultra, do you have a link for us?
Yes, give me one moment. There's a computer in my computer in my mind. 1 second, please.
I think we gotta add Antonio Brown on stage, so we gotta get the link first.
And also, Tawanda Braxton got married, y'all. From a rap, talking to her online.
That's old news. That's old news.
Are you laughing?
That's old news.
Oh, my bad. Finally, she got married again. Thank you, Jesus.
Praise the Lord.
I'm Tony Braxton. Oh, my bad. Back to y'all. Excuse me.
Oh, Tawanda. I thought he was talking about that woman that was back in the day that was with
Tracy?
No, not the Braxtons. The girl that was with the man with the crazy hair. My bad.
Oh, my bad. Prince.
Talking about the Tony's sister. The one that she shaved her head for my sister.
Yeah, she shaved her head, Tawanda.
Oh.
Good night.
Somebody said Sean. I'm disappointed in Big Sean. He knew damn well he wasn't gonna marry that girl.
And she knew he wasn't gonna marry her either.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they broke up.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
It don't take no 10 years for a man to marry you.
Damn.
Wait.
Well,
Who
Big Kathy.
Big Sean and Janae.
Big Sean and Janae Aiko.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
After 10 years and a baby.
I think she
What?
did it.
And a baby.
Yeah, they have a son together.
You are just hilarious, Ultra.
Oh, excuse me.
So dramatic.
Then Ariana Grande was with him?
Yeah, before Janae Aiko.
It sounded like a menu on Taco Bell's menu. Let me get Ariana Grande, please, with extra cheese.
I'm sorry, that was funny, y'all.
Thank you. Jeez.
You're welcome.
Well, I'm so sorry that happened to this couple. We love to see people win. We love to see love, and it's unfortunate.
How much you want to bet he gets in a new relationship and marry that person right away?
Damn. We know Amber Rose, that's what she was questioning Kanye about. She said, I've been with you, all this time and shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm supposed to be Kim. You feel me?
Oh, you know who did that? And they gave him a lot of slack for it. But that's these celebrities. And his wife person was gorgeous, even though she said she had moved on. You could be the rubber band, I could be the thing. Boom. Miguel, thank you. Yes, Miguel moved on, been with old girl forever, and then had a baby in 2 business days.
Well, he was married, was with her for years, never gave her a child. All of a sudden, he separates us. A year later, he pops out with a baby.
I know, and then he hid the baby the whole year, talking about happy birthday. People were like, who is this?
Whose baby is this? But then he also burned out the chick, so now we try to find out, did he go back with his wife? Like, who's this?
Yes, the Asian, I do have happy news to report in the entertainment. So, in Houston, they booked, I'm sorry, we were talking about the economic update, my bad. But in Houston, they have booked Brian McKnight. I'm just gonna mute you, Ultra, because you sound like you're on Starship right now. No, you good. You funny, I'm gonna follow you. So they have booked Brian McKnight. Y'all, the backlash from the Black Negro community in Houston is on it. Nobody want to hear his crazy ass after he been doubling down on harm to his kids. So I am proud to report that the Black people in Houston are like, hell no, we not going. You better switch it up. So shout out to Black folks in Houston because his ass is canceled.
Did you see what the brothers here in Detroit did? Ran him off.
Wait, hold on. Can I ask what he did?
Oh boy.
Can we just not have him one last time?
Baby daddy bullshit.
Yes, he is actually a horrible baby daddy. So not only is he being horrible to Ultra,
His son,
funny as shit.
his son who just passed away, who was battling, what was it, cancer or a life-ending disease?
Yes, and he just died.
And Brian Knight, Brian F. McKnight, my son gave me a look. Brian F. McKnight, who is what? I don't know if he's newly married, whoever he's with now. He was claiming that those children are his real children, totally and ignoring his his other children, his older children, and then his son.
His son is saying it was on their Christmas with you, they can verify it. It was on his kids.
So as I was saying, is that look it up. Just as we all often say, look it up. But he was foul, in my opinion, he's not a man. He's a male. Because there's a
not boy for man,
and this
was a boy.
And I'm just saying, in my opinion, as a father, to Black children especially, and to your son, whether he's an adult or not, but when he's going through something like that, and his dad isn't there and throwing shade at him and his children from his previous marriage or previous relationship, totally ignoring them and blowing them off and highlighting his newer kids or younger kids with this woman at this time. No. And when he came to Detroit, I wasn't.
The fact that you're registered in Jersey, offshore, or in the Cayman Islands, not interested in that. That's just, we can't afford it. We're going to tax you where you earn the money. That would be my solution. Anyway, I've gone on enough. But thanks,
Simon, thank you so much.
I got a small joke for you. You were talking about taxes and
and to pay higher taxes. We fought a revolution over that shit. That was the joke. We didn't like being taxed. We were like, no, Britain. So I thought that was kind of funny.
Thank you so much, Marshall. Fantastic. And here's a guy with some means saying, again, don't have to agree with it, but a guy with some means saying,
You got to be kidding me.
you got to tax rich people. By the way, everyone, I want to tell you, I am our fearless leader, Gary Baumgarten.
Okay, here's another chemtrip.
We usually don't let new people on the stage before 6 o'clock. But so if you're on the stage now, you're great. We're not going to allow any new people on the stage. If you're on the stage now, you'll definitely get to talk. But so sorry, because we try to end this room. I don't have a life, but other people have lives. So we try to end this room so that people can live their lives. Next, let's go to the pink pill. Pink pill. Speak a little wisdom. What do you think of all this desire to leave the United States? Do you think it's overstated, do you think people are crazy, or are you thinking you should go in the passport business if you're...
Well, ironically, enough irony to iron all the shirts in America that are woefully wrinkled. I am the mother of a daughter who is one of the 2/3 of young adults who want to leave the country. And when she told me this, she actually told me this last week. And I said, and go where? She's just a little background. I had a normal daughter, actually more than normal. She was actually gifted, so gifted that she got accepted to the Fashion Institute of Technology in Manhattan, which just so happens to be the top 10 design schools in the world. We were so proud. And then COVID hit. And my daughter, she's my oldest, we were the closest, we were poor together for a while, and I did not recognize my daughter. They had completely brainwashed her. And this is in New York. She's still there in New York. And so now my daughter, who just barely got out of there with just an associate's degree, who lives basically hand to mouth, who is like deeply entrenched in the LGBTQ community to where I cannot even have a conversation with her. So basically, she sense a little edge in my voice, a little bitterness. You're not wrong. I am. I hate these people for what they did to my daughter. So when I asked her if, where would she want to go? And she said, Scandinavia. And I was like, well, which country in Scandinavia? Like, where will you go where you won't need to have a job? Especially as like a non-citizen. Where will you go? Scandinavia? Which one? Because they're all capitalist countries that have strong social support systems. But they're still capitalist. She's like, I don't even care. I want to live on a farm. And if I, just wanted to do that and we just sustain ourselves, well, that works great for a family or a tribe, but not for a country of, how many do we have? 300 million
360 some odd million.
Yeah, that's just not going to work because you're just not going to make people do the work unless you were going to replace all the prisons with like work gulags. You're not going to be the very people who don't want to work be made to work.
Say from Animal Farm, everybody's equal, but some are more equal than others.
Yeah, so that's all I have to say. As a mom who still loves her daughter very much, whose daughter is both brilliant and dumb, she's one of those 2/3. All right, thank you for letting me speak.
Hey, look, if you can have a child that can be both brilliant and dumb, Good on you. That's a remarkable accomplishment. Thanks so much for sharing your thoughts. Great to see you. Please come back to the stage. Let's go to Brent. Always somebody with something interesting and great to say. Brent, what do you think of the young people wanting to leave the country? I think you're staying put, Brent. Speak some wisdom here.
So, yeah, I am staying put, but I have lived out of the country, and just in general, I think if you get a chance to live overseas for a while, it's a great experience. I would suggest everybody do that if that is an opportunity that comes, because I mean it's eye-opening to see how other cultures live. It's eye-opening to see other methodologies of doing things, and I think it's a great experience. Now, with young people wanting to move because of current dynamics politically in the country, I mean, I think there's something to that, but also think much like Marshall, there's problems elsewhere, and there's no real problems here we can't fix. Affordability crisis, we, especially with housing affordability, a lot of blue states worked themselves into that. Was a lot of NIMBYism and a lot of zoning and control of building that, has had bad long-term effects, but these things are fixable, and all these other countries have dramatic things also wrong with them. Like if you look at, for example, China, they're still a hugely poor country. I think the per capita GDP of China is around that of Mexico, and they're demographically they're in terrible shape. So, I think one thing you can get from, kind of wrapping this back around, is from the experience of living someplace else, is to understand that there are problems elsewhere. They're just different, and to understand that you're just changing one set of problems for another.
Well, thank you so much, Brent. Nothing else. This is remarkably concise for you, Brent. Is that the final word?
The final word.
Always great to see you, my friend. Let's go to Sav. Sav, good to see you. What do you think of this? Do you agree? If you're in the United States, do you want to leave? If you're not in the U.S., you want to come here, what do you have to say to this malaise that's hitting the country?
Yeah, I'm in the United States. I'm in the state that a lot of people would deem bad or would not move to. But I'm not trying to leave. And from young people, 2/3 of the young people, I've heard many of my nieces and nephews, because I don't have any kids at this point, say that they want to leave, different countries and stuff like that. Most of that is just social media. Most of them are just lying and talking shit. I apologize if I'm not supposed to curse, but that's the way I interpret it.
It's PG-13.
Okay, all right, so I won't say that. They just lying and talking ish. They don't really want to leave. They just see social media and they think it's better in that area, but you don't know how that country is. Speaking as a man that my mother is Jamaican, and at one point I wanted to move to Jamaica. And the reason why I didn't move to Jamaica is because all my family in Jamaica told me it's horrible down here. You know what I mean? Even though they're living good, they're living great. Yeah. Shout out, unfortunately, the hurricane hit the country. But even though they're okay, they said it's horrible down here. It's not like America. Most of them motherfuckers is just, I'm sorry. Most of them people are just talking because they see it online. They don't actually know. They've never met any person from that country. They haven't even actually looked into that country. They're just saying it because it's cool to say. Now, with the one guy that said, at one point in our generation, where it was easy to get a house and stuff like that, most people also don't sacrifice to get a house. They don't sacrifice to figure out and take care of themselves. They think that because I live in America, I can make some money and I can do whatever I want
right, cool. And I'm not even talking about just people. I can talk about myself. My parents own multiple houses. My stupid self at 18, 19, when I was in college thinking it was going to be easy to be just like them and own multiple houses. No, me now at 33 realized I had to make some sacrifices. I had to learn that, a few years ago. I got to make some sacrifices to get where they at because they had to make them sacrifices to get where they at. And a lot of people are not taught that. Sacrifice, and you can do anything. You gotta actually be intentional on where you're going. And don't think just because you're making money in America that you can do whatever you want. Or you can do whatever you want, but you can go and strive and be better. No, there's a lot of people that make money. There's a lot of people that make $100,000, $200,000 a year that is still broke. And that's the truth. I know people like that make a lot more money than me that are still broke. But a lot of people aren't talking about sacrifice and what they got to do to get better. A lot of people aren't talking about striving to get better. They're just assuming just because you come out of college with some stupid degree that you're going to make this money and you can do whatever you want. That's not how that works. So I'm the type of person that lives in reality. I see how reality is. And I know what I want, and I know what I'm striving for, and I know what I'm going to get. But there's a lot of people, and especially a lot of young kids, like I tell my nieces and nephews, just because you graduated high school and you start working does not mean you're going to get what you think you're going to get. You have to strive for that. You have to push for that. No matter what nobody tells you, you have to push for that. And that's it right there, And last thing, a couple people were saying that they spent, a decent date is $200. Mr. Shade and Linda, a couple people, I don't think they're still in here. I've never spent $200 on a date. The only time I spent $200 on a date was with the girl I'm with now, but we went to the strip club, be honest with you. We went to the strip club, and she spent more than me at the strip club. She spent more than me, which made me spend a little more. That's the only time I've ever spent $200 on a date. Y'all are using money to get you a chick. That's not how that works. Use your personality. Get you somebody that actually likes you. And that's all I gotta say. Man, appreciate you letting me talk. And you guys have a great one. I'm gonna get about it.
Sav, you're a great personality, and you had some great dating tips. I like your economical, dating approach. That it's all about the personality. Now we go to the great.
Not dating my daughter. That's all I have to say.
Okay, we don't interrupt you, but that's okay. Abby S, the great Abby S, I call her, bi-coastal or on both regions of the country. Abby, what do you have to say about this?
I'm gonna respond to the $200 date. I went to Angelo's today. Each cheesesteak was $18. One cheesesteak could probably feed 2 people on the date. The problem is that the wine is going to cost you close to $200 to go with your cheesesteaks. But you could eat in Philly for under $200 if you went the cheesesteak.
Abby, let's be honest. In Philly, you could get a nice bottle of wine for less than $200.
From a state store. You got to go to the state store and pay all the taxes. You could drive over to Jersey, buy your wine cheaper, and then have that with your cheesesteaks to stay under the $200. Just saying. But it's interesting. You do get as much steak in that cheesesteak as you would get at the steakhouse, like at Butcher or at Barclay Prime or one of those. You're still getting ribeye, just factoring what you're eating. I wanted to quickly comment. I think the chat's pretty interesting. A lot of people with anger. I think that the last speaker was correct. I think a lot of it's bluff. But, if there's a need to have a global experience and travel somewhere else, we've all done it in our lives. And it can be enjoyable, but nothing feels as good as when you get back home to the U.S. When I was younger, and I'm older than most of the people probably on the stage, we had
And you
Richard
don't
Nixon.
look it, Abby. You don't look it.
Thank you,
And I've spent time with you many times in person, and you do not look it.
Thank you, Scott. But we had Richard Nixon as our president, and we hated him. We hated him. Everyone hated. We went through this horrible phase of hating our country and hating our president. The only who actually left the country were really the ones dodging the draft. A little dyslexic there. And leaving to go to Canada to get away from the draft. But short of that, we stuck it out in our country and had voices pretty loud about what bothered us. And ultimately, things changed in our government. But we didn't leave because Nixon was our president. I just think that a lot of it is smoke and mirrors. I don't think all these people are escaping so fast, and some of the hard reality of having to work and not be on Clubhouse during the day and actually, working a long job and paying attention to your job and long hours. I don't know how many do that or will have the hard reality of what that's like to sit at your desk at 8 and not leave till 6:30, 7 at night and have to work some weekends. That's what you do when you apply yourself in a professional job. And that's just the reality of so question how many are actually fully applying themselves. That's another comment I wanted to make. With respect to the home ownership, I don't know. I bought property early on in my career, and it wasn't hard back then. It is much harder now. The interest rates are crazy right now, but although they were much, much higher when I first bought my first home. But it does seem hard for this generation to have enough down money and to go through the process. And I hope that changes because you have to look at it not as an investment, but that people take pretty much their nest egg and they put it in their homes, and hopefully it appreciates, but shouldn't look at that as your only investment. I hope people are going in the market. I hope people are setting up portfolios and really starting to save money as they go through these beginning years of their careers. So that's what I have to say. But I love this country and definitely love the city that it was born in. And think that actually the cost of living, I don't think is so horrible in Philadelphia, by the way, Scott.
Abby, what would it take for any of the Clubhouse listeners to go on a Constitution Center date tour with you and I?
So it's interesting that
you just named the time and place. I want to be Jeffrey Rosen.
Look, I know Jeffrey Rosen now. He's been on the podcast.
You do. You're a VIP at the Constitution Center.
He loves Brandeis. Brandeis is like, you wrote a whole
Abby, we will put in the chat what the ticket would cost. We'll host people. We'll they'll have to get their hotels.
Treat anyone that's on Clubhouse, we will absolutely treat to a visit to the U.S. Constitution Center. And for free, you can go see Independence Hall and the Liberty Bell. And for free, watch your tax dollars pay for a brilliant docent who works for the U.S. Park Service, take you on a tour and teach you about the beginning of our government. It's marvelous, and there's a lot that you can explore and learn about in our own country before you have this great need to escape and go to another country. Explore your own first. Okay, I'm done now.
Abby, always great to see you.
Thanks.
And we go to Dominic, my friend, who I read articles about papal supremacy and first things today. I'd love to sabotage the conversation and talk about these things, but alas, Dominic, we must stay on particular American things. What do you think of this? These 2/3 of the young people, Dominic, that want to leave the country, these people that are, the study says most Americans are stressed, depressed. Dominic, how are you feeling and what's going on in the country?
Oh, I have no idea. How am I feeling? I just finished dinner, so I'm feeling good. I kind of agree with the sentiment. Can you hear me? So a phone call came in, and one of your
You're coming in fine. You're coming in fine.
Okay. That the study that says 2/3 of Americans. I read the article, and it says it was produced by the American Psychological Association. And I thought to myself, wow, are these guys talking their book? You know, they're advertising that everybody's stressed out so that they get more work. And I thought that was a little odd that we took that information from them without critical thinking and began to analyze it.
Well, fairness, Dominic, I picked the topic. Gary did.
Oh, geez. Okay.
So Gary is sick today. So I am not a critical thinker, you know.
So, yeah. Now listen, I'm one of those lucky people because I did everything wrong when I was young. I did nothing right. I was a complete radical socialist, Marxist, revolutionary. You know. This is 1970. You know, we're thinking of blowing up the Pentagon, and you know, the weathermen were my heroes. And George Jackson, I had George Jackson poster in my bedroom. Guys don't know who Soledad brother is, and you can check it out. And eventually, I got lucky because I found a profession in which I was willing to work 100 hours a week. 100 hours a week for 20 years. And it was through that life process that I began to accumulate capital. And I was listening to the fellow who was speaking earlier about kids who can't get their own down payment together for houses and whatnot. Yeah, like I own 4 houses. I admit that I bought 3 of them during that period. I guess it was in the 2000s when they had no income check mortgages. And, the Democrats gave us a really sort of flimsy and easy to get mortgages. You remember that? And I bought 3 houses at that time. And now they're all, up 5-6 times. And so my kids are lucky. I got lucky too. Now my nephew, I have a nephew, I have a brother, who's got a couple of kids of his own, and they're struggling. So, as a family, we're going to stick together, and I'm going to make sure that he has a house. So I kind of have, it's kind of like an immigrant thing. I don't know, Scott, if you guys identify with this, but in our family, we kind of stuck together. And, if Uncle Louie made it.
I'm a child of adoption who never knew my parents.
Yeah,
it's a different kind of thing. But yeah, it's a different story, but I appreciate it a lot.
Yeah, and so I don't know if the next generation is going to have that same kind of immigrant mentality where we kind of stuck together. Now, I was the first person in my family ever to go to college. And now that was back in 1971. And I have several master's degrees from Ivy League institutions now. But, my daughter is married to a steamfish.
And Dominic, why do you still say these right-wing talking points? We thought we converted you.
So,
Can somebody sign Dominic up for one more MA? You're one MA away from thinking like us again, Dominic.
I know. So I want you to say that my daughter ended up marrying a steam fitter. All right? He's a union guy, works with his hands, couldn't give two shits about what degrees I have or whatever else. And he's just a great guy. A great guy. Non-intellectual, couldn't give two shits about politics or whatever. And they're as happy as can be. Plain, hardworking guy who loves my daughter, thank God. You know. So I don't know. I was wondering how many people in Russia want to leave. How many people in China, what percentage of young people in China want to get the fuck out of that place? How many people in Brazil want to get out? So I think that the what do I call it, the survey could have we could take a more critical look at the survey. So I agree with the guy who said that it's kind of like mostly bullshit, but that's okay. That's it.
Thanks, Dominic. Always great to hear from you, my friend. Let's go to our favorite resident of our quiet neighboring country to the north. Andrew Tuddy, one of the great Canadians of the app and in Canada, I'm sure. Andrew, what do you think about this fact that 2/3 of the people of the young people want to leave the United States, and do you think Canada will embrace them with open arms? Are some of the next rock stars and entertainers among these young people going to come to Canada?
And that would be a switch, because we usually go south.
Exactly. You've given us everybody we love, including Ryan Reynolds.
All your comedy, a good percentage of your music, especially from the 60s, you know, Neil Young and the like. So yeah, we have exported quite a bit of our culture to yours, because we're so similar. But I will give you the benefit of the doubt with this article. I haven't read it, but I'll go with what Dominic says. Maybe a bit more critical thinking. But that notwithstanding, let's say it's true, or at least mostly true. And I tend to think that it might be, for many of the reasons that have been espoused here on the stage, from David G. to Simon in the UK. And I tend to agree with the things that Simon said in regards to just this divide between the rich and the poor, the mega rich and the poor. It's growing substantially. I saw a figure the other day which astounded me. Billionaires in the United States were set to receive another $695 billion this fiscal year in wealth, earnings, and growth. $696 billion. And that's just going to a few hands. And so I think people look around and they go, you know, this trickle-down economics that was proposed by Ronald Reagan back in the 80s has really been bullshit. I don't see it. I've never seen it. It's never trickled down. It does trickle down somewhere, but not to most people, if it does at all. So I think people are seeing that, and they're really putting up their hands and going, what the fuck? And like David said, you know, why would I spend 100 hours a week now for the next 20 years, the best part of my life, quote unquote, just grindstoning it all the way to get what? A house? Well, I suppose. To get a new car all the time, I guess. To get the latest newfangled, whatchamacallit, whatever Apple wants to throw in my face, I suppose. So, you know, people are making choices, and you see a movement, I think, I don't know how large it is, but you do see a movement towards being a Luddite in terms of technology. Some people are turning their backs on it because of the way that it just engrosses all of people's time and efforts. And I mean, you know, you go to a restaurant, everybody's looking at their phone. They don't even know what restaurant they're in. So I think there's that. Now, in terms of Canada, we just tabled a budget 2 days ago or so, and yeah, there's money in there for people to come to Canada. If you've got some skills and you want to enjoy yourself here in Canada and not have to pay exorbitant monies perhaps for your health care, then this is the place to be. And if you live in the Northeast or along the Northwest coast, you know, it's not that far up here and the weather's very similar. So I don't think you're losing much in that way. Now, coming from the Deep South, yeah, that's an issue for sure. Yeah, so I think, you know, these are things that are happening here in Canada too. I think people are looking around everywhere going, you know, things are so expensive. So where do I go though? Because I mean, you know, like I said, we just had a budget, $72 billion in the red, but comparatively to other
72 billion? You're saying, Andrew, that was 72 billion in the red, you said.
And people are freaking. But I mean, France is 124 billion, I think, and UK was somewhere up around 100 billion. So comparatively, you know, it's not that bad, I suppose. But lots of money's being poured into a business agenda. It's really funny because, you know, Mark Carney's a liberal, which would, you know, equate to your Democrat. But really, this budget has a lot of stuff in it that Stephen Harper would have had and did have in his budget, and he's a conservative. So it's really hard to find what these people really are. And, you know, maybe people are thinking, you know, for something else, because we've done all this before, and where are we? You know, it just seems to be, and I think it's a conjunction to COVID. That didn't help things any, let's face it. But yeah, so I don't know. It's pretty bleak. It's pretty bleak for a lot of people, and I think, you know, I think Mandani in New York is a representation of that bleakness. People look somewhere. You know, what they've looked to in the past hasn't helped them. So, you know, a drowning man will grasp for anything. And I'll end it there because I always pride myself on being concise.
Well, I can't let you off the hook. I can't let you off the hook there, Andrew, though. I want to ask you one question. If you were a New Yorker, would you have voted for Mamdani?
If I were what?
A New Yorker. If you were, a resident in the 5 boroughs, would you have cast your vote for Mamdani?
Yeah, I don't know. I've never lived there, so I don't know what it would be like. I suppose, I don't know, maybe, you know, I mean, people voted for Trump to shake things up, so I think maybe they're doing the same sort of thing with Mandani. You know, let's shake it up a bit and see what happens. Because, you know, shit, like I said, a drowning man will grasp for anything that sounds like it might help them. Whether or not it does, well, you know, that always comes out in the wash. And you always have to wait to see how that works out. But I might have.
The great Andrew Tutty, who does some rooms, and you should follow him right now. He does great Canadian rooms. By the way, I can't believe that's not my dating profile. A drowning man will grasp for anything that helps him. I'm changing the dating profile right now, Andrew.
If you got AI on you, you can just make that for yourself.
I love it. Thank you, my friend. Let's go to Tina. Beautiful Tina from Europe. Tina, what do you have to say to this? These Americans want to leave. Do you want to welcome them to your country? What do you think? How are we doing when you look at us from across the pond?
Hey, thank you, Scott. And it's amazing to be here because chat is on fire, by the way. I don't know if you know that, but it's open. Normally when Gary is here, it's not open. And you have a replay on also, so it's an exciting evening. Topic is excellent, and it's really late night here in Finland. And I think it's refreshing that young USA citizens want to experience other life abroad, because that's very normal for us as a European. As you know, we travel a lot, in European Union, but also we have long traditions. In Finland, for example, sent our kids to study in USA for 1 year before graduating college, and that's been like 40 years now. So you learn more languages, cultures, you're more open-minded, you understand, appreciate your positive things when you come back, and if you don't come back, you might be a good representative as an immigrant in somewhere else. For the taxpayers, that's the problematic, at least in Finland, where we have a high taxes, if our young people go abroad, because we lose a lot of young persons who might do innovations in our country for our companies. But however, I think we all experience at the moment very particular moment where whether it's politics, whether it's young people's mind and dreams, whether it's senior people, whether it's immigrants, we all experience this particular time where we have to do bold decisions. I moved to London when I was 17 years old, and I came back to Finland when I was nearly 19. I did my O levels, as we call them. I graduated in Finland, and I was about 20, I made very quickly, and then I left Italy, and I stayed there 10 years. I did my master's degree in Italy, and I came back to Finland when I was 30 years old. And I think life is beautiful when you have a gut to go away from your comfort zone and you experience different culture. I think this is the biggest richness I have. I hear many people who own many houses. I own a lot of cultural capital, which I'm very proud, and it's helped me a lot when I interact with people or I do my work. So yes, I'm happy with this news. I know you might dislike my opinion, but I think it's refreshing, and good luck for young people who go and experience a different life in abroad.
Thank you so much, Tina. It was great to hear from you. Let's go to Project 2080. Project 2080, what do you think of this? Where are you coming from, first of all? And what do you think of the fact that 2/3 of the people in the United States want to leave? Your audio is a little sketchy. Sorry.
Well, man,
You're a little going once, going twice. Sorry. In fairness, we're going to go to Dave Lentz. End Times Dave. Great to see you. End Times Dave, what do you think about 2/3 of the country wants to leave? How does this relate to the End Times?
But, I've been to different clubhouse room. Today is a very special. People get a chance to be respected and talk about what is really bothered them, And that's,
let me say, this room is always respectful. It's always respectful. Gary is the most respectful moderator. I know what you're talking about, but it's great to see you. Connect this to the End Times.
And can you hear me? Sorry, it's in the metric.
I can.
Yeah. No, I just want to congratulate. I mean, you have Uncle Steve room, you have some other people's room, but this room today, people feel very respected about what really bothered them, and I think this is really important. In other people just busy shouting each other, here they get the chance to really speak their mind out, and not only from different segment of US, but from Canada, from Finland. This is so great, and I think what is missing is we need those young people who want to leave US to come and hear. There's so many people here they could really learn. And then we also have parents who say they can't communicate anymore with their children. This is unfortunate. But we also have parents here who know how to keep their family together. This today is a great place where parents can learn from each other, and children who can't communicate with their parents could see that in other family, this communication still work. And I think right now, the world is getting very complex. If you start in one country, there's a chance you are having a view of the world. And what Tina says is great. You let the young people leave their country and go outside, encourage them. And US is a great place to choose now. And be hopeful that one day they bring something special to come back and create a new possibility for US, right? I met a young American. She's some bright scholarship and Germany, and she's just trying to encourage more people to come. And Europe is a very different culture, like Tina said, cultural capital, yes, but we also need some kind of, not like, just do it kind of attitude, talk less and do more, fail more and get it right kind of attitude from US that we sometimes think they are like that. So by right, it should be managed in a way, like in Europe, we have something called Erasmus program. That means like, their aim is just to let young people travel to any part of Europe, and they are subsidized, they are paid for their rent, and they work free, but they gain experience. So ideally, we should have something that is cross-Atlantic, US, Canada, Europe. We need this because the world is so complex, and we are talking about possibility that in future, whether we manage the climate well, there are only certain places on Earth that we can live, and we need to understand this big picture. So anyway, Scott, feedback. I mean, like I think we need something like this, Scott. Try to figure out how to make it more often.
Well, first of all, Dave, you're disappointed because you didn't talk about the return of Christ. Could you give us a little return of Christ stuff or no?
Next time, I'm preparing right now how to scale up the communication. Don't worry, it will come.
All right. Well, I look. Gary runs the room. It's the best room on Clubhouse, next to, of course, Uncle Steve's room on the weekends. Well, Gary runs the week. Uncle Steve runs the weekends. I'm a servant, a humble servant. I've learned that from my Calvinist, self-loathing, predestinarian. I mean, you don't loathe yourself unless you're raised in the context of Calvinism, Presbyterianism. And these Presbyterians start social programs. That's why we have healthcare. By the way, let me throw this to Rick Sanchez, to a man raised by Calvinists, and why we need some more Calvinism in our lives, Rick. And why do these young people want to leave the country? Rick, speak some truth to us.
Well, traveling is good. Traveling is good for you. It gives you a different perspective. It opens your eyes. You might not like what you see, you might love what you see, but it's a good thing to do. So, whether or not this will actually happen, I thought about leaving the country many, many times, and I ended up just traveling. I never ended up living overseas. But it was a great experience. It was a great life experience. And I highly recommend everybody expose themselves to different cultures and different ideas, and it does help. But it is very different today than when I was growing up. I mean, on a minimum wage job, I was able to move from Kansas to Los Angeles, have a nice apartment in a decent part of town, Little Israel, which was a wonderful experience, very different from living in Kansas. And, met some incredible people, had many good laughs, many good meals. And, but I don't know how people can do it today. I really don't. I mean, I was able to, on a minimum wage job, I did work long hours, but I loved the job. And, but I was able to go out, could go see concerts, go to movies, have a nice apartment, have a kind of a beater of a car, but it worked. I didn't start saving money till I was in my 40s, really, mainly because I wasn't making enough money to save it, and I was having fun too. I was spending a little bit more than I probably should have, but it wasn't extravagant. But today, with all the subscriptions you have to have, it's just insane how much things cost today. Car insurance today is insane. Health insurance costs are insane. I was paying more before I retired. I was paying more for a basic HMO health insurance plan, and I paid 100% of my own insurance because I had a small business. I was paying more for an HMO than I was for a California mortgage. That's crazy. Today, I just read that Elon Musk had a pay package of $1 trillion approved. $1 trillion. That's an unimaginable amount of money for any one person to have. To me, that's immoral. Now, he has to meet a bunch of goals to get this money. But the goals are to sell like 1 million robots in a certain number of years, and to get self-driving cars, which is going to put a lot of people out of work. And I'm sure a lot of how he's going to do this is through automation and AI, putting more people out of work. And all of these jobs that used to be stepping stone jobs are going to be going away. These are the jobs that you would do as second gigs. Being a taxi driver, doing whatever, being a truck driver. These are jobs that you would raise your family on, to pay for your kid to go to college. Not anymore. Those are not stepping stone jobs anymore. Not in the way that we thought about them when we were kids. And so, I think we do have to make some big changes, and we're going to have to start making some sacrifice. I am at the point where I can pay more taxes. And I don't live extravagantly. I live in a manufactured home. but it's a beautiful home, you know, a block from the beach. And I can't afford to pay more taxes to help the kids that really need the help, that need an opportunity. And I don't care if they go to college or they go to some kind of a trade school. You know,
Rich, I just want to stop you right now. You sound like a Marxist, and you were raised, my guess is, by a Marxist, right? I mean, your father must have been a Marxist organizer. By you saying with no kids, you want to take your money and educate other people's kids, right? Your father must have been Che Guevara, right? Obviously an atheist.
He was the great Reverend Sanchez. He was the.
But he must have been in the fake denomination, not some denomination that argues about predestination and all the. He must have been in some left-wing Unitarian, not a real religion, right?
No, he was the executive presbyter for of the Alamo. Of the Alamo.
The Alamo. Texas. A Calvinist at the Alamo. By the way, who do you want more? Who do you want more behind you than a Calvinist at the Alamo? Rick. Any other last thoughts, Rick?
Well, if you want to survive, to be able to save some money, learn how to make a good matzo ball soup. You can make a pot of matzo ball soup on just a chicken soup very cheaply. It'll last you a whole week. You can save some money. Brown bag it to work. Pack your sandwich. Go to work. You can save a lot of money. Going out to lunch is expensive. And that's how, in my last 20 years of work, I brown bagged it for lunch. I should have started much earlier than that, but it allowed me to be comfortable here in retirement.
Thanks so much, Rick. Always great to see you. And you can see Rick and many other people on the weekends with Uncle Steve, who does great rooms on the weekends. Double Agent, you're second to last. The great Jane Rosenzweig will have the last word, but you have the second to last word, Agent. Great to see you, my friend. We're not frenemies, but we
There's no part of enemy, Scott, in our relationship.
That's
There's
fine.
nothing. There's nothing. I adore you, Scott. Thank you for having me, by the way.
Always, my friend.
Yes. I would like to say today that, look, since I was a young person, and a young American, I myself wanted to leave the country very much, and I did. And I lived in different places in the world. I lived in Switzerland. I lived in even Sweden for a time. I lived in China. I lived in Canada. I lived in Indonesia. What I would say is, I think the young people, they are right to want to leave. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of good stuff out there. I'm getting some downvotes here, but there's a lot of good stuff out there. I know some people are too afraid to leave these shores, leave this land, but I strongly encourage you. It will make you a better person. I do believe that though America needs what America needs, I think the people that voted for Trump, a lot of them should leave. If you're a young person and you voted for Trump, maybe you should move to Canada, right? You should get out of America. It's not the place for you. Maybe even Quebec would be a good place for you. If you're gonna have it. Not everyone will like you if you wear your MAGA hat. You will might have to learn French, for instance, and you will have to be in good health. But if you can meet those, and if you can earn money and hold down a job and obey the law and so forth, I think that those people should move to Quebec or move to Canada generally. Get out of America is what I'm saying. And I know that would make a lot of the others in this room, for instance, the previous speaker, it sounds like a place like California would be good. He should stay in California. I know he's got a pay a lot for health and so forth, but I know it's, as he said, there's a lot of sacrifice to be made. And, I think that leave the New Yorkers and the Californians alone. Let them do what they're going to do. They want Mandami, and, let them have Mandami. That's a good thing. But yeah, you should leave, at least for a while. And I think anyone who, I especially think the people who are close.
Hey, let me just ask you this quickly.
Yeah.
All the people that make the economy go, right? Like the Wall Street, you want them to leave?
Oh yeah, they should definitely leave, and they should go to Canada as well. All the high earners and so forth, it's like, yeah, it's going to be terrible. The Mandami, that's horrible. Like, get away. So just leave the rest of the good people of America who voted for virtuous people, who want goodness and everything. Leave them alone and just go to Canada. Just get out. That's what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you, Agent. Not usually as interesting, always provocative, but not interesting. We close with the great Jane Rosenzweig. Jane, thank you for offering closing thoughts. I was thrust into this room. Gary, let's say our prayers. Gary's not doing well. He had a stomach flu. Jane, you're a parent of someone in this generation. 2/3 of the folks, it's not saying too much, because you have a kid in this generation, they want to go. Are they crazy or no? Or do you get it?
Well, hi. First, thank you, Scott. So I did not hear any of the prior conversation. So,
Jane, why would that?
Yeah, good point. Good point. So, I guess my opinion about this: why do 2/3? I hadn't seen that. I think that's a pipe dream. I don't think most of them could afford to up and move. So I think that's interesting. My own experience is that, my daughter's 28. So just for perspective, she's an adult. She's doing okay as a nanny. That's a pretty recession-proof job. As long as there's rich people, she should be okay. So selfishly, I think she's doing okay. But a lot of her friends who don't have parents subsidizing as she does are, you know what? Thank you, Wallace. Scott, I've talked to you about this. I feel it's sad that I'd say of 10 people she knows who are in that age group, women and men, a lot of them do OnlyFans, Scott. So I think that's sad. I'm never one, and I know you are never one to shame people who would choose to be a sex worker, but this is my anecdotal observation. That is sad to me, that kids that I knew when they were...
And it should be a choice, right? It's no shaming. But
go for it, yeah.
You shouldn't have your back against the wall to do it.
And they've tried sort of jobs where they, are I don't know. Yeah, I'm not shaming anybody. But my opinion about leaving the country, I don't know what Agent was talking about, but why? Why leave the country? It's our country. I refuse to allow anyone to directly or indirectly drive me out. My dad is 81. He doesn't want to leave the country. My mom is 80. She doesn't want to leave the country. So I know we're not talking about old people like me, but it's really sad that people would have to feel this way. That's, I guess, my closing thought. So I'll read the study. I'm sure it's interesting. But what I would say to young people is, move to New York City. It's gonna be great. It's a heyday. And I may do the same myself, Scott, but I have to convince my husband. It's fine.
You would really do that, Jay. That's fascinating.
No, I mean, I was a rent-stabilized tenant for 15 years, Scott. And rent-stabilized means middle class, workers. It's not Section 8. No,
nothing against Section 8. It's not public housing. It is actually a way that government regulates rent increases to match the cost of living. It's nothing psychotic or Marxist or communist about that. So I think it's going to be a great time in Manhattan anyway. I don't know about the other boroughs, but because I think that's where a lot of the people are going to like flee and under some fear that's I don't think rational. So anyway, that's it, Scott. I appreciate you inviting me.
Well, Jane, you're one of the most thoughtful and spiritually insightful people I know. So could you promo if somebody wanted to hear more of your and my voice, because we're both smart, interesting people, where could they hear that, Jane?
You mean when I interviewed you for your podcast?
Episode 300 of Give and Take.
Yeah. It's great.
Yeah.
In the link. You gotta listen. You learn a lot about Scott. Yes.
And you learn a lot about Jane, too, because she asks great questions. And I don't like doing that, and I will not do it again until maybe episode 500, if that's even possible. Jane, thank you so much. And thank you to everybody who made this show great. I mean, this was amazing. Let me ask Howard Marshall, any closing thoughts before we
This
wrap
was
up?
good. I liked it.
Howard, any closing thoughts? I think Howard's on the phone. So there we go. I mean, this was it. We had a great show. I think we can only close it out. I had a sound effect, but I'm not going to. Sorry, everybody. Well, we're just going to close out now. Bye, everybody. Thank you.
like America looked to Andrew Cuomo.
I like Cuomo.
Because we weren't getting good information from Donald Trump, so everyone tuned into
somebody else's. What if it's just a figure of speech? Like,
Okay, so Rose, are you cool? Okay, so look, wait,
and then she was really angry. She started she started talking shit about million people.
Okay, let me just say one thing. Let me say one thing, and then Rose, you can talk to Mary and about whatever you need to. Look, Brock knows, Billy knows, Danny knows. I'm sure even Nectar knows. Like, look, I love a little bit of tea and gossip and drama, but I'm not gonna lie, this is boring me a bit. So Rose, if you could just address, that's what I'm saying. No, look, I'm saying Rose, if you could address Mary with what your issue is, and then Mary, if you could clear the air, and then
that's right.
It's not that serious. So yeah, you can go up.
The problem is every time I do that, she doesn't let me fucking talk. I just let her talk all that shit, right?
But when Rose, you can go, Mary, and then respond to Rose. But this is not. This doesn't seem that deep.
Okay, it's not that deep. It doesn't need to be deep. But the problem is with people like Mary, it doesn't have to be a big deal. You could just deal with it and squash it, right? But she will never fucking deal with it because she's just that type of dickhead. So let me explain what pissed me off.
But she's in here telling you she wants to.
So anyway,
you're not.
Yo, Blake, get the fuck out of here, bro.
Okay. So anyway, this is the issue, right? So anyway, she said in a room, right? It was the day after the Manny argument. I said to her, "There's no point arguing with Manny. He's a dead tin can. He will just keep cracking on and cracking on. There's nothing you can do about it. Just give up and leave." She ignored me. I pinged her into private. She ignored me, and then I just said fuck it and left. Right? The next day, she was saying how oh, thank you, Lali, for trying to get rid of Manny, and I really appreciate that. And I said, well, yeah, I did try and tell you not to talk to him, but whatever. I said, when I talk to him, I just flirt with him, and that calms him down because he's a very simple man. He just needs to be flirted with. And she was saying, and then I dropped it. I said, you could have just flirted with him, that's the sort of dickhead he is. Because that's true. I know it sounds bad, but anyway, so she was in the room saying, I don't want to flirt with someone who tried to kill my parents and say he wants my parent to die. Rose, I'm like, yeah, I know. I was just saying it. I'm not saying you have to flirt with him, for fuck's sake. I'm not saying that. Do you know what I mean? So she was trying to make it seem like I was getting turned on by the whole thing, right? And it was some kind of weird shit I was doing. And then Yael started cussing me because of what she said. And she didn't retract her words or anything. And she said to me in the private room that I pinged her into after all this, trying to resolve it, she was like, that did annoy me just a little bit. And I said, okay, but I did try and get you out of the room, yes or no? She's like, yes. I'm like, fine. And then I left, right? Because you weren't listening. She's like, yeah. Okay, so this is the first sneaky shit thing she does. I've noticed this a pattern. So then the other sneaky shit thing she does to get a reaction from people, right? So we were in the room with Fractal, and it was all kicking off big time, yeah? And I blocked everyone because I had a room about Fractal, everyone, and then I unblocked them, literally 5 minutes after. And we were in a room, and she says, oh, I have lost my trust in you. I don't trust you anymore. I said, why? She's like, because you blocked me. I'm like, you know what, I notice a pattern's forming, so I'm like, you know what, I'm not going to let you do that sneaky Iranian shit on me. Fuck you. If you don't trust me after I've done nothing to you to deserve your distrust and I've always stuck up for you, then fuck you and fuck your opinion. And in fact, I am going to block you, yeah? And I was just like, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. And she keeps saying to me, oh, I don't trust you anymore. I literally don't give a fuck. And she doesn't understand this because I lose all respect for straight women when they try and make out like I'm trying to fuck when I'm not. It really pisses me off. I will defend any woman till the cows come home because I really don't like how men move on this app. But when they try and make out like I'm trying to get something or I'm diddling or I'm doing some weird shit, then I just can't handle it. I just tell them to fuck off and die. I really do. And that's how I feel. And that's what Mary is trying to make out. And she's I don't know, it just feels off. And every time we're having an argument, she will always instigate it, and she will try and say things that trigger other people against me, and that pisses me off. But what pisses me off the most is when I ping her into a private room to try and resolve it. I said to Mary, you've got two choices right here. You can tell everyone that I pinged you into. Wait, I'm now finishing up. You can tell everyone that I pinged you into a private room and make out I'm trying to fuck. By all means, you can make out something happened that it didn't. Or you can just say nothing and, just say, oh, me and Rose resolved our issue. And she's like, I will tell the truth. I will tell the truth that you pinged me into this room. I'm not going to lie. You did ping me in here. And I'm like, yes, but Mary, you're making it seem like I pinged you in here for something else. I pinged you in here to resolve an issue. I didn't say anything about titty fucking or scissoring or nothing like that. We just had to resolve an issue, yes or no. She's like, yes. And then, you see how it's going, and I just don't want that pattern to continue, to be honest.
So my take on this is, I understand you're entitled to feel however you want to feel. I just don't feel like there was any, true crossing each other on either side. It just seems like, a misunderstanding and, some emotions and, just some shit that went down on Clubhouse. And as we know, Clubhouse is extremely unpredictable, and whether you're friends, whether you're not friends, it doesn't really matter, but it just doesn't sound like something where either of you should have serious hate towards the other.
Oh my God, wrap it up.
You hear the man talking.
Yeah, no, just because, it just doesn't sound like, either of you really crossed the other one in, a personal way that...
No, I know, Rick. Exactly. That's how I feel.
We get it, it's Clubhouse, and emotions run, and people be pissing you off, and you want to make rooms about them.
I was actually not pissed off.
Rooms and it's just I don't know what to say, but hopefully, you two can not hate each other, because.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. We get it. Yeah. So, if I want to talk, may I please talk? Wait.
Yeah, but the thing is, Mary, this is just a boring. You two should just be like, all right, let's agree to disagree.
Yeah, this sucks.
Talk it or let's not talk it out.
Sure.
You can
I don't think drawing attention to this.
Oh my God! Let bygones be bygones. Let's just be friends. It's not a big deal. How many times do you want to say shit?
That's right.
Right, it's talk now. What have we done? We've heard it 10 times.
Can you talk about a different subject?
Okay, no. The problem herein lies, right? When I'm happy, I'm
being a Zionist.
We're not doing anything.
Let's just be friends. Let's all walk around off a duck's back. Let's sweep it under the rug. Okay, we're done. So let me talk now. Okay. The problem herein lies, right, with if I accept the behaviour now, I know how it's going to turn out because I've dealt with this types before. I have no problem with making peace with Mary and being chill. But it's not going to go down like that. She's going to cause me a whole heap of bullshit, I know. And if it wasn't that way, I would happily stay away from you. You seem like a trouble, so I just want to stay away. I want to stay away from you too. Should we just block each other? Let's just block each other.
I don't think blocking used to happen, but I think there'd be an agreement to just not address each other and not talk about each other, and just kind of mutuals, and I'm sure you're friends with some of the same people, so we don't need to create unnecessary drama, and blocking just really, then people who have rooms get hit up hey, I'm blocked out of the room, and no one wants that, so let's just.
Right, yeah.
Let's just move on. I want some good drama, some good fights, some good tea. If anyone has anything to say, please, the mic is open. Anyone. Ted, Nectar, Danny, it's your room. Danny, this is your crazy room. If you want to, be crazy, go for it. And Rose, you're welcome to dominate the mic too, but I just don't think,
it's just
the Mary Rose show it's not entertaining.
Over and over again. It's a bit annoying. You just say something else. You've said the same shit 10 times. Let bygones be bygones. It's water off a duck's back. How many fucking times do you have to say the same shit? That's all I'm wondering.
If you say something enough times, people will believe it, and they'll figure it out. So sometimes you just have to repeat yourself. But anyways, let's move on.
It just gets annoying.
Danny, would you like to, say anything? It's it's interesting to have Danny just let it rock. Usually, she wants.
Did they finish their fighting?
I mean, I finished it because it was just boring as shit. I could turn my phone volume off and just be on mute and let it rock, but I was listening and it was just boring on both ends.
Yeah, it is boring. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, how did we get here? It's just that way. It's like one moment you're defending Rose and the other is
You gotta drop it if you want it to end. Because I'm just gonna go on mute and eat my dinner and just let it hash out.
Mary, for the records, I defended you when you were absent.
Yeah, thank you, Jay. Yeah, I think it's kind of shitty for people to shit behind your back, but crazy part is that I have only supported her, usually her absence. Yeah, I have only given her credit. Even fuck you.
Yeah, I don't know what Rose said, but Mary, let's just dead it. It's not that deep. She really didn't.
No, it is deep. When a person like Anna is talking shit about him and I give her credit. And Rick, this is what I'm doing.
Alright, Mary, no, 1 sec, Rosemary, I'm trying to drop this, and it sounds like you're not trying to drop it, so I'm just gonna go on mute and enjoy my dinner, and Rose and you are gonna have a back and forth.
No, I'm just gonna drop it. That's what I wanted to do for the past hours.
I'm saying that, but you wanna kind of keep talking, and Rose is gonna get to respond to you the same way you get to respond to her, so. If it's getting brought up, I'm fine, I'm not gonna be a dictator and say what can and can't be talked about, but I'm not intervening anymore.
Oh my god. Rick, do you know anything about DIY?
I don't know, what are you talking about, a person or a thing or what, DIY?
No, about applying flooring to say if there's wood flooring, right? Mm-hmm. What could I apply on top of it to be a hard surface?
Yeah, so I'm not a handyman. I could ask ChatGPT, but I don't know. I have wood floors in my apartment that I rent because I'm a renter. Sadly, I don't own anything right now. If anyone in the audience can answer Rose's question, please feel free to come up, type it in the chat. Lolly, welcome. Maybe she seems like she's knowledgeable. Ted can answer. Ted.
Yo.
Rose had a question for me that I have zero idea of, and you probably know better.
I might be able to help. Go for it.
Hardwood quality floor is better than but the problem is I'm above someone, so I can't.
Can you hear me?
Hardwood, sorry, Ted. No.
You cannot hear me, or you can? Because I'm not getting a mic.
No, Rose. Ted wasn't in here when you asked me.
Yeah, that's the question.
So I've got hardwood flooring, and I put something on top of it, like a Venetian plaster of some kind, to make it hardwood. I don't want tiles. I literally want a smooth, nice flooring.
I will tell you this: if you start to stack flooring, and then you put heavy appliances on it, it's a kitchen, for example, a stove, a refrigerator, it's gonna shift it. Even if you try to do the math perfectly, it shifts things around. And it's the same concept with a floating floor. So you really need to tie it in, the good old tongue and groove. I mean that's expensive. But yeah, you really need to tie it. You really need to tie it in, because once you put heavier things on top of it, it's gonna move things around.
I was just gonna use Venetian plaster, but that won't be enough for a king size bed, will it?
Yeah, no. But what's Venetian plastic? How does that compare to vinyl?
No, not plastic. Plaster. Venetian plaster. It's a type of extremely hard, not like normal plaster.
Yeah, I don't know. That sounds different from America. So, I said what I said. I'm not really sure I understand completely, but.
Okay. Let me just check what the comments said. Repair the hardwood. I can't do that because I've got a floor underneath me. Someone put a comment, right? And I'm afraid they will hear my footsteps.
Oh, you're trying to repair the hardwood with the plaster?
No, I'm thinking of going over my wood with plaster.
Your accent is so thick. Or your mic is not working well, one of the two, because usually I can understand you.
Okay, I was thinking of putting plaster over the No, I know, but Samir, I've got lots of rugs and things. At the minute, the wood is not perfect. Yeah, I know he.
It's not too bright. I can hear you. I have one. I have one AirPod, y'all. I dropped the other one in a pile of shit. That's a true story. So now I have one. It's better when you have two, and then fully charged helps as well. So you're welcome, Samir. Well, what a lovely room we have here. Billy, how are we?
Hello guys, how are you? Just thank you for that.
Doing well, man.
Hey, you sound like a lame ass bitch, bro.
Like you sound like you've had one Oxycontin too many.
Okay. Well, I'm sure you suck so many dicks for that.
Okay,
You ever suck a dick for that?
Like this is an English room.
Not Billy, sorry.
You're a homo.
Alright, well, count it down. 3, 2, 1. Bye, Blake.
No, don't kick out Blake. He's so entertaining.
Oh my god, it's not alright. You guys kicked out him. Oh my gosh. That's
Only
right.
one, bro. You're the only one.
He was not even speaking English.
How to use them. I swear to God.
That's my one and only kick. And no, I'm not sorry.
Oh god. Bro, please don't kick me out, alright? I don't make a mess.
You're safe, bro. You're safe. You're safe, bro. I said one and only. It's my one and only kick.
Thank you, brother, man.
Fucking hell. You can't let them bitches stress
Hey,
you out.
OG, I show you like a lot of time. Like everybody like talking about you, man, OG. Where you from?
Where are you from?
Hey,
You got a nice head of hair. Where you from, man?
I'm from India, but right now, almost like 12 years I live in the USA.
That's crazy, man. When people say India, to me, like in America, the Indians that run the gas station don't look like you. Like to me, I believe you.
Really? No, because I was born here. My mom dad going in India.
You look more middle.
No, because I'm born here.
You look more Middle Eastern. I don't even know how to explain it, but like, there's like a full-blooded Indian, and they look like this, and then you look like a mix with something.
Oh, bro, I'm not a mix. Stop.
It is. No. Like Indian race is like, you can say it's a brown.
Like you are
something
right,
like that.
But I'm born here. That my mom dad going to India and Delhi over there.
Billy, is this man Indian? Like
he's Indian.
He's Indian.
Yeah, his face is Indian.
Are you darker than him or lighter than him? Skin color.
He's brown, right? Yeah, I'm his.
He's like tan.
Yeah, I'm brown.
Yeah, I think Billy's more brown than you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright guys, thank you so much. Nice to talk to you and God bless you guys. See you next time.
Oh, you're leaving?
Yeah, we are leaving like our guys like a call us. We can come tomorrow, you can ask them and
come back.
Invite next time, please.
Add me back, man. Thanks.
Alright, sir. Gracias mucho. Alright.
See you, senor. Hasta luego.
Oh man, what you talking about? Alright.
He said, see, senorita.
I said, see you later. He said he was coming back.
Yeah.
Bro. Alright.
Probably you're gonna come back.
Adios, guys. God bless you.
This room is gay.
It's crazy. It's a crazy room.
Who is gay, Nectar? No.
What do you mean, Nectar? You usually only have like 2 people in your room.
Why'd everyone leave?
I would rather like 2 people or 1.
We gotta start a new fight. It's Danny's crazy room.
Such a good title.
Yeah.
Danny's crazy.
I was busy before. I'm so sorry. I missed all the drama.
It's okay, Danny. It's okay.
I really wanted to see who the true Indian was. That's what I wanted to see, but he had to leave.
Terry, I noticed that you were going to a private room with the Ross, but you didn't include me.
I'm sorry, Billy.
Yeah. Okay.
When?
Yesterday.
Billy, do you recognize my PTR?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was tragic.
You just
My guy said chestnut checkers. Chestnut checkers.
Yeah, I can change it. I was just trying to be neutral during the argument.
Ted, you don't need to change that.
No, I'm gonna leave it on there. I'm just gonna change my photo.
I actually appreciate you guys because I thought you were all gonna turn on me because she seemed placid, and these kinds of women that get away with the most shit, the most snidey.
To be honest, this is gonna sound crazy to Clubhouse because I've beefed with Ro before, but I'm sitting there listening like on mute. And I'm like, oh, okay, let me change my photo so no one can say anything about me, and I changed it to like me and Billy's like stalemate. Sorry, Billy. Billy stalemated with me. But I'm like, I'm erring on Rose side of thing. Like, you had some good points, but like,
Can you
also,
shut the fuck up? This is not all about you. It's not all about you, bitch.
it's not about me, and I'm not a bitch. I'm your best friend. So, quit trying to front because you're top left. Quit trying to front because you're top left.
No, Ted, I really appreciate that because I thought everyone was just gonna be like, oh, you're bullying her, but I tried to just stay the fuck away from that.
Fractal tried to say that I got in an argument with Mary, and I said that I would shoot an Iranian in the foot. That's so dumb. I never said that. And Ellie was like,
you were drunk.
No, I never said that. And if I did, if I said something funny and like whatever, like Sahi, are you kidding me? He says the craziest shit. So if I said some funny joke and then you don't get the humor out of it, that's your problem. He's the only person that does that. He oddly like blocks people for no reason, and everyone's like, why do you have that person blocked?
No, when he crosses the line, I go at him.
Never has a good answer.
Trust me, Ted, she was doing some sneaky shit for a long time.
I wasn't a part of the drama, nor do I care, to be honest with you, but I just want everyone to be nice to me, Rose.
I'll be nice to you today, buddy.
Okay, well, don't call me buddy, pal.
I'm not your pal, friend.
Okay, listen here, Scooter.
No, you're supposed to say I'm not your friend, buddy, and then we're supposed to go for
That didn't offend you when I called you Scooter?
Call her slave.
Why?
Slave? That gets her riled up.
I like that.
From a guy or a girl?
No, it's quite nice from everyone.
Oh, I told you guys she's bisexual.
I've come out as bisexual this week.
With a haircut like that?
Well, no.
Convince anybody otherwise. I'm just telling you where I'm from.
Right, I've got long hair down to my back now. You missed that.
Really? PTR?
I can't because it won't let me change it, but I'll send it to you.
Oh, no. Don't do that. Last time I agreed to that, I got nudes.
not nude, bro. This is like a titty picture, but they're covered up.
I saw your titties. You remember that one night? It was like Danny's. No, it was Boo Boo's tits versus Danny's floppies. Remember that? And she was so upset about it. She was like, "What, Rock? Why are you voting? Have you seen Boo Boo's tits?" And I'm like, "No, but I've seen yours." So unfortunately, so I'm just
seen mine. So like, you saw a picture where you could barely see it. That was all blurry. Like you haven't.
You know the funniest thing is, like, I told you this when I was in the Clubhouse HQ where they like give out all the news and like people were like, you know, like feeding them comments through tellus@clubhouse.com or whatever. They were like talking about the picture being stuck.
Been talking about my breast.
I could just picture your breast and you licking your own nipple and freaking out. And he's like, "I'm not lying to you guys. I really can't change it." And everyone's like, "No, he's fucking trolling all you guys." No, he's not. It's a real problem.
I wrote them because I was stuck too. I had to log into someone else's phone.
So they bring it up and I'm like, "Oh my God, Danielle made the news."
That was me. Did they really talk about a nipple?
No, they didn't talk about a nipple. They talked about the problem of the PTR being stuck in SFW and not being able to change it back.
Because I wrote them and everything several times about it.
And so they're bringing up issues. They're like, "Here's one." You know.
Good. They listen to the rooms too, because I brought it up in the rooms a lot.
Yeah.
You should sue Sahi. Sue him, please. I'll pay for it.
I saw you like Tiger.
Yeah, she likes him when he's dead.
Absolutely, when he's dead.
Oh, Sally.
You know me too well, darling.
Yeah, you can't call me darling after you denied the pleasure of the green.
Danny will sue with Nectar's help. Thank you.
When you denied me the power of the green bean.
Do you still want to come over? I have a cage for you.
I'm talking to you, Nectar, goddammit.
What do you want?
I said you denied me the power of the green bean at a very crucial
Well, to be honest, I told you I was a Zionist. I occupied the room and because I wanted to see the content and not have...
Okay, I'm gonna blow this room up. I'm gonna blow it up.
I was the one who kind of took the mod, so you can blame me, not Nectar. You can have it back for sure. I just
Thank
I didn't want you to pick Mary.
You don't have to blame it.
I wanted the content. Even though it was boring as shit. It was content though. And you know how it is with mods, like, can't be an emotional mod or it just ruins the vibe of the room. So, sorry for that, but blame me, not Nectar.
Come on.
Yeah, this is also Danny's room, Rose, and, you know, I have no control over it.
Victor, are you a lawyer? Are you gonna help Danny sue?
Yes.
In hopes cloning technology comes together.
Cryogenically freeze them.
Yes, but there's like a whole thing, like, I forget the name of it. I'm also right now, so pardon me.
We just transfer our consciousness to our home robots that, anybody here suffer their monthly membership for the robot? Anybody got one yet?
Did you? No, I didn't.
My girlfriend's working, she's babysitting for this guy who, the mom is a brain surgeon and the dad's invents robots, and he worked for the company that just came out with the one, but he's working for another company that is going to release soon that they're even better. And so I'm like, yeah, hook me up. I'll be a beta tester, you know, give me a little free robot.
I hope they do. I hope they take you up on that.
I said I'll get a little, you know, prosthetic from the adult store, and I'll replace my girlfriend with the robot, because a lot less headache and probably a lot cheaper with just that monthly installment. Than...
Oh, and Alex, well, you know what's weird is that there's a man who has a whole family at home. However, he fell in love with his ChatGPT. So yeah. It's not lost upon me that it's happening more rapidly than before.
With ChatGPT.
Yeah, Chad, yes.
Yeah, you could. I didn't even realize that feature till about a month or two ago. But that you can talk to it. It's just like Alexa, and,
Yeah, you're talking to, I want to say her name is Saul, because I click on her accidentally all the time. She's like, hi, can I help you? I'm like, nothing. I shouldn't be typing to you.
What kind of questions does he ask ChatGPT to fall in love?
That's really surprised.
I wonder if I'm sure there is, but like the dark web version of ChatGPT, like where you can ask it anything,
Can you change its voice? Or is it
Yeah, you can change its voice.
Yeah, you can change the voice. Yeah.
I gave mine a name. I call her Becky.
Oh shit.
My friend named hers Tupac, and like he kind of sounds like a computerized version. So like it's crazy.
Can anybody tell me why Nancy Pelosi told the reporter to shut up in a very rude and mean way? Worse than Trump ever did. I mean, Trump.
She's a nasty bitch.
But why does anybody think? I've never seen so much spew out of her face.
Do we think we like? See, this is the thing. Like, do you think anybody who, whether they're left, anybody likes Nancy Pelosi? Like,
a lot of people like her. She was voted in year after year for 40 years.
So all of those guys, Mitch McConnell was voted
in history, regardless of which side of the aisle you're on. She's arguably the most effective speaker of that house.
Right, but the problem is that you call Trump a dictator, but she was very much a dictator in her position. She was awesome.
What was the question?
She whipped those people in line. But when Trump whips his people in line, he's a dictator. But when she did it, she's some kind of a master congresswoman.
Back up. What was the question that the reporter asked her? Let's start.
She asked her, "Why did you refuse National Guard?" She goes, "Shut up!" She turned around. She was literally walking into her cruiser or whatever the hell it was. She stopped dead in her tracks, turned around with so much fury in her face, and she goes, "Shut up! I did not refuse National Guard. Trump didn't send it." And she said, "Why are you blah blah blah?" But I've never seen so much anger come out of her face before.
Yeah, that would piss me off too, if somebody's still trying to push any kind of narrative other than the man sat there and ate a fucking sandwich and enjoyed
Alex, what you're not contending with, and what she's never truly contended with, is that there's video evidence of her, proof of her, saying in a car, and it was dimly lit car, the night of the event of that January 6th, she goes, "I will take responsibility for not something." I can play it for you guys right now. She clearly, and it was her daughter who was doing a documentary. So this is the daughter fought tooth and nail for it not to release under FOIA, but it was released, and she's caught on video saying to someone else in the car, we have to take accountability. That's on us. Something like that. No one ever put that in front of her for her to have to deal and respond to that. So that's what this reporter did, and the gaggle as she's running to her car. She goes, "Why did you refuse the National Guard?" In response to what she clearly said in a video that was never supposed to see the light of day. But whenever she gets pointed, she gets so angry and furious. And to me, it only reveals how much liability she did have that day. She told her to shut up. When she clearly, get a video for you guys if you want to hear it. Am I talking to myself, or is anyone alive in here?
I mean, you're just talking to a bunch of people that don't really want to hear.
Okay, everybody, I need you to click at the top.
I don't think anybody here is a Nancy Pelosi apologist or like really. I mean, that's the thing.
You just said she should be rightfully upset at the question when you know that question was legitimate based on that video.
She can be rightfully. She's a nasty, crotchety old bitch. Like, she can be upset about whatever she wants. I don't care.
No, but you said she's justifiably upset at the question, when I'm telling you she's not.
I'm saying that she should be upset that somebody at this point is trying. Like, what is the purpose of that reporter asking?
The purpose is because she's never had to respond to that video.
Where is this reporter from? What
I couldn't tell you that. I just know that the question was asked and she got very upset. And if you look, just YouTube, Nancy Pelosi, January 6th, she's very clearly taking responsibility for not sending the National Guard.
I would say this though, like at the end of the day, just for me, my personal concern is the the people that beat the Capitol Guards, resulting in death, not so much, and then the people that were pardoned, that were convicted and pardoned for that, is much bigger concern to me. So.
Yeah, but we're not talking about grades of concern.
Okay, y'all, I need
We're
y'all
talking
to
about
click at the top. We're about to close the room.
She took responsibility in one video. She won't take
Click at the top.
responsibility.
We're about to close the room.
All right, what's up, Patty?
Manfinity, go to
When
the
you
room
shop
at the
in the
top
Star
if you want to continue your conversation. MAGA. Moose.
But they won't let me in that room though because somebody got me blocked.
Just go.
They blocked me. I can't get in.
Nobody has you blocked.
All right, let me see.
Nice
Can't get in. It's not available to me, Patty. When I press the link, it don't work.
All right, I'll tell them.
All right, thank you. MAGA. MAGA miso.
All right, y'all. Get out, get out, get out. MAGA, go. You know we need. Yo, mama, go to the room at the top. I told lady. Everybody, I'm about to shut this room down. Y'all got 10 seconds. Hopefully y'all not asleep. Go to the room at the top. Go to the room at the top. Alf, go to the room at the top. Son. Come on, y'all. Let's get up out of here. Mel, bye. Go to the room at the top. Snickerdoodle. All you Patty, Belly, whatever your name is, Mildred, Ari, go to the room at the top. Room at the top. Point. Quandra, Jamila, Top Gun, Tomika, Classic. Come on, y'all. I'm back. Point, take your ass to the next room because I'm about to boom this bitch. Manfinity, she said she's working on it. I'm going to send a new link in your back channels, okay?
Hey. Who? You're calling my name? You, yeah. I see you in like different rooms. What kind of rooms do you typically frequent? Bad. The Israel-Palestine Buttercup, come up. Hey, Buttercup.
I'm good. How are you?
No, I'm good. I see your rooms all the time. I'm just like, I don't want to go. I don't want to talk about that shit. So I wish you would bounce around more often, Buttercup.
Aw, it's okay. It's not for everyone. It's probably better for your mental health to avoid those rooms anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And you're the one inciting the riot.
Hey, I'm trying to make peace with everyone. I'm trying to be a bridge.
Do you know my friend Jake?
I don't think so.
Actually, we're not friends. He still has a plus sign. I see him in
You guys are killing me.
rooms and stuff.
You're killing me.
Why are you not killing me?
Every single word is like a poison dart to my neck.
Why are you here, man?
I don't know. Why am I here?
Get out of here.
Why are we all here?
We should all leave, shouldn't we?
No,
why are we on Earth? Why are we here existentially?
Buttercup, we're here to define why we're here. That's what we're here for.
Thank you. Thank you. Finally an answer.
And I think that's the dumbest answer ever because then when you figure out why you're here and you lose that meaning, then what's next? You figure out another reason why we're here? It's just a bunch of bull crap. I think we all should just die.
That's heavy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Buttercup. I'm sorry.
I didn't know you were a philosopher.
Oh, I'm not like a heavy philosopher, but I know
Have we talked before under a different name?
No, we've never spoken before, Buttercup.
Mm.
But yeah, I'm not the most intelligent dude, but I am pretty funny.
I thought that was pretty clever what you just said.
Oh, appreciate it. That's just some bullshit I found off the internet. Anyways.
Good to see ya. Good to see ya.
Yeah, but I feel like now the spotlight's on me, and I don't really have much to say. You guys can go back to killing me.
I need somebody to apologize to me right now.
For
tell
what?
me what you're. I don't know. Just tell me something you're sorry for. I'll tell you sorry back.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry I'm so popular on this app.
Oh wow.
I'm just so cool. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm so popular too.
I'm so offensively cool.
And I don't usually speak up as much as like maybe a Buttercup character, but people like. I'm a good person.
And you're sorry for it? You're sorry about it?
And I'm sorry about it. Yeah, I forgot that part. I get really bold.
Danny, are you sorry? Danny pinged me in here, so I'm sorry to
What is this, Yom Kippur? Or Rosh Hashanah? What are we, atoning for ourselves?
I'm trying to get pregnant.
How about we talk about what we're thankful for?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
American holiday.
I am thankful for my kid that could read so well that I was writing all sorts of stuff, and he could read everything I wrote. So I'm thankful for that. For
Hell
sure.
yeah. Okay. So I'm sorry, Danny, but I would like to announce I totally was a Zionist occupier in your room earlier. You know, shutting down the conversation, making the conversation go, modding other people. So yeah, I'm just,
you have to tell what you're
typical
for, Rick.
Typical Zionist occupier.
That's right. I was just saying how, I'm giving Buttercup a mod in your room.
Can I say what I'm
thankful for? As the Zionist occupier, I make the fucking decision. Just kidding. What's up?
Okay, I was just saying, can I say what I'm thankful for?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Please say what you're thankful for.
Yes,
sir.
And then after Thanksgiving, you know what I'm gonna ask? I'm gonna say, hey, what's your New Year's resolution? But let's start with thankful. Start us off.
Right.
All right, cool. So I'm thankful that I don't have a tube up my dick, and it's not guzzling pee out of me, and I'm happy I can take a piss in peace.
Did that happen to you one time? I feel like there's a story behind
That's
it.
never happened.
All about that.
That's never happened to me, and I'm not looking
for our
forward
health.
to it.
It sounds like
You're
you've
thankful
got
that you can walk and chew and
do all the things of
you're
life.
working thumbs and.
But that was so specific.
Yeah, that was insane.
I was trying to
That
garner
was insanely
laughter.
specific.
I was trying to garner laughter, and
And we thought it was like a medical confession.
Yeah.
We were like, are you okay?
Okay.
Were you in an accident? What happened?
Go next, or should I wait for some- Okay, I'll go next. I'm thankful for family, like my immediate family. Like when we get together and we have that fellowship, it is like no other. But there's also another family. It's the Clubhouse family, and I would like the Clubhouse family to know that when people say it's just an app, it's not just an app. Like you're also my family, and I appreciate all of you that are out there that have been my friends.
Anyway, so Brock actually Brock brings up a great point. It's this activity is like, what are you thankful for? You can either go real life. You could also do what are you thankful for Clubhouse edition, and that is a bit of a crazy one. It's a little bit better because it's tough talking about people's real lives, and it's actually sad because one thing that I did realize on this app is there's a lot of people who don't even celebrate Thanksgiving or even have loved ones or family to celebrate with. So,
100%.
I guess you just have to really keep things in perspective, and when you're talking about Clubhouse, it's a little easier, but when you talk about real life, it kind of sometimes at least for me, it makes me really appreciate how lucky I am.
And a lot of people are on Clubhouse because they don't have any family or friends. Right?
That's right. They're just like, introverts who like want to be social and they can't actually go out and talk to someone. A lot of people just use this app for therapy. Like they want to scream into abyss and
That's what I use it
insult
as.
people and fight. And look, we love the fighting and the insults. Some people come on this app to bully other people.
Oh no, not that.
But no, I don't
It's like
know.
high school
Yeah,
all
but
over
like,
again.
quit trying to pimp the Powerpuff Girls, man. Like they were cute then, they're cute now. Like, what are we doing?
We need to
Keep
collect
the
all three in
family
one room.
together.
We need to collect all three in one room.
Yeah, exactly. That would be freaking. Yeah, but we don't need an imposter. Like anyone can create the third profile. Like who's the third one?
Yeah, we already have one.
We decide.
Oh, the third.
There's a Blossom. There's a Bubbles. My friend Judy is Blossom.
I thought we were talking about the third temple for a second.
Who is Gail Keller? What the fuck?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh my God, let's go. Jacob on a backup account. After
on the backup.
Who is Gail? This is the main, by the way.
We're gonna
That's
turn
not your
on
main. You gotta
This is my main.
Alright, we're gonna keep him in the audience.
That's nice. I like that.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah, I'm low-key kind of terrified of like sharing my story with people in Clubhouse because some of these motherfuckers are demented.
What about how you like had trouble pissing or whatever it was? You just said you were thankful that.
No, that's never happened to me. I don't know what you're talking about. That's never happened to me.
How old are you?
I'm 28 years old.
Oh, okay.
I know I sound like a child. It's okay. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, you sound you a little fresh then.
A lot of people in the room. Sahi, come up. Caroline.
But I'm 28 for nothing.
28 for nothing? Why don't you put your ass out there?
I don't know what that means, Sahi.
Yeah, pop your ass, bitch.
I'm not gay. That's not nice.
Well, then don't complain about not being as desirable by the demographic.
I never said I wasn't desirable.
Uncle, would you like to contribute to the conversation? Is there any, whether Clubhouse or non-Clubhouse, doesn't matter which one, you're thankful for with Thanksgiving coming up? You could do Clubhouse edition. It's a little easier.
Nah. I think it's crazy that I don't get a green bean and Danny's
Oh my
room.
God,
And
thank
Audience. Whoa, where'd Uncle go?
Yeah, where'd Uncle go? Anyway, hey Caroline, I'm waiting.
Hi.
Danny, did Uncle get kicked out of your room?
No.
Arigato.
No, he did not.
Rose has a trigger.
Oh, wait, this room? No, he didn't get kicked out. This room would be crazy, bro.
I don't know. Someone find out.
This is a cool tattoo. It's a tattoo of a broccoli.
Yeah.
It's a tattoo of a broccoli from the 80s.
Alright, check your back channel.
Okay. I don't see anything.
I'm at ready.
Nobody, well, Julian, one thing I will say that I respect about Julian is, unlike, some of the other shit that we had going on here, Julian's not boring. And if he's going to be a little messy, and a little bit of drama, and a little bit of whatever, like, it's not going to bore me. So shout out to you, Julian. That was a funny-ass message. But I hate to break it to you, this is not my room. Even though I am occupying it and, potentially, taking over at some points, this is not my room. So it's not fair to say this is my room. This is Danny's room.
Caroline, what are you thankful for?
Well, you're welcome, Rick.
Alright, Uncle. Good to see you back, Uncle. As is Zionist occupier in the room, we're going to give Uncle the respect that he deserves.
Wait,
yeah.
what? Wait, have you guys been talking about me since they left? Oh my
No,
god,
I
I guess so
asked if.
Yeah, we've been talking about you the whole time.
No, I didn't know if you and Rose were beefing. She has a little bit of a quick trigger.
Oh, no, I don't. I think we're good.
Nice, yeah.
Is Rose here?
No, she
Julia's
was.
here.
I didn't know if you got kicked, to be honest. That's
No, I was in my
Obviously
own room before, and then I joined here, and
Yeah, you were just bored, and so you left. I get it. We're not that.
then I'm asking Danny how her hosting these rooms go with her like being you know what? Fuck off! I don't even give a shit. I don't have the mental energy to trail Danny.
Me hosting the rooms and what? So confused.
Wait, who's Gail Keller?
The person you just out of your last room.
Danny. I don't think you realize how many Long Islanders I kicked out of my rooms. Like, I don't think you understand that. Like, if you were really trying to do something, like, with, like, Long Island and, like, exposing, like, racial disparity and shit like that. See, it's yeah, okay, she doesn't even want to engage.
I'm confused what you're talking about with Long Island. Like, what do you mean?
Alan Gear,
Honestly,
come on up, man. Alan Gear.
I'm gonna, Alan Gear, I'm making my own room.
He created a little bit of content in this room. Whoa, what's going on?
What happened?
Yeah, I don't understand what that meant.
I don't know.
That
Something
didn't make
happened.
any
What's
sense.
the Long Island shit? What
What was that Long Island thing about?
Shout out to Alan Gear for, always providing the
About
entertainment.
picking
Danny, we can't all enable you every moment of the day.
Wait, no, Rick, are you
No, at some point, Danny, we have to fucking say, fuck you, bitch.
Sahi, can you shut up for a second? Rick, are you trying to...
Nah, I can't. I'm too fucking vocal.
Rick, what did I say? I didn't say anything in this room.
No, you weren't in here. I don't know if it's like my place to like bring it up and rehash in here, but like there was a little bit of back and forth going on, and I don't exactly know what happened because I wasn't in the room. But it sounds like just some good old drama that we love to see. So shout out to you for providing the entertainment.
What did I do?
I feel like the drama would be better with Rose in the audience, so I just put her there.
Oh, I mean, no, Rose, it did have to do with something with Rose. I don't know.
Hey, honey, take your kids to school, bitch. Take your kids to school and shut the fuck up.
I unblocked everyone.
Fractal, there was something.
Well, I know, but I've been working on this, and no one cares.
Rick, what?
There was a room with Rose and Mary and maybe some other people. I don't know, but it was just it provided a little bit of content in here. So
what was it recorded? You weren't there, so why are you saying it provided content?
That's what I'm telling you because it was talked about in here. I wasn't there. You're right. I have no idea what happened. But
so wait, are you psyoping me? Are you basically?
No, I'm just reporting the news. I'm telling you what was going on. You were,
disagreement, but we resolved it.
You created recorded content of me and Boo Boo like arguing.
I mean, I don't know where you get that from. There's no recording. We're just
because
you just made that up.
No, because you just
That's
said content.
crazy. People are saying that.
Yeah. Content doesn't. I mean, look, there were no clips.
You turned us into content. Did you put us on social media?
Fractal, you're missing the point. I was someone who had no idea any of this, and then it got brought up. So I'm just saying, shout out to you for creating the content. I don't know if it was you or your room or whoever. I'm giving you props. Some clips. There was no spies. It was just people having a conversation.
When you say content, you don't mean internet content.
I mean content, but there was no clips. It wasn't like we were listening to the room to what happened. It was honestly kind of just he said, she said. I don't even know what room this is about.
Is this a euphemism? Is this another euphemism for drama?
It wasn't good drama, to be honest. It was actually really shitty, and it was really boring. But I'm just letting you know that.
I don't understand, Yasmin. I can't cooperate.
Yasmin wasn't here.
Okay, leave Rick alone. You're a filthy motherfucker. No, yeah, I know. You've done nothing wrong. You're fine.
Yeah, but no, there's no recordings. There's no mold.
What did I do?
I don't know what happened with Mary. What happened in a room with Mary? Sounds like you were being a little messy.
With Mary?
I don't know. I wasn't fully paying attention because, to be honest, when both of them were talking, it put me to sleep. It was extremely boring. But it sounded like something happened either in your room or a room that you were a part of.
Oh my god, okay. Can Yao chime in?
What did I do?
Yao can chime in.
I don't know. Like, what do you feel about this room?
This room?
Yeah.
They kicked Gail Keller. I really don't know. I'm too high. I'm making crackers and cheese. Don't ask me.
Oh, crackers and cheese, you high motherfucker.
Yeah, and I'm gonna melt it in the microwave.
Great combination. Alright, does anyone want to hear a very underrated combination? It's kind of like a fat person.
Do it.
So like I
Try it.
So good. Cream cheese and Cheez-Its.
Fuck a while.
It's amazing. I haven't had it in so long, but like just thinking about it is like, alright, let's get some Cheez-Its and some cream cheese.
I hate my life.
You know the weirdest thing? I just got a thing saying this room is not available, and then I came back in.
Does someone have you blocked in here?
No.
Clearly not.
Hey, Caroline.
Maybe it's like one of the million people that you blocked. Put Daddy down.
That was obviously Sahib.
No, it was bad. This is my room. This is
I swear
literally
to God, on my
room.
mom's life, it wasn't me.
This is literally my fucking room.
I swear to God, it wasn't me.
Whoa. Who's moving Danny down?
It wasn't me, I swear to God.
I don't feel comfortable being top left.
Here, I can go down.
I don't like this either, bro. I don't want to be this. No, I'm out, bro. I'm out.
I'm happy to go down too.
Why are people psyoping the psyoper?
Who stole my room?
That's right. Well, look, Danny. It looks like the people are giving it back.
I don't know. It looks like there's Billy, Tim, and Yasmin are not doing that. Like, I don't know. It looks like they're not.
Not Danny?
I mean...
What to do?
Now, say my name. Billy's like, say my name.
Now say my name.
Hello.
What the?
Come on, Billy, say something. I'm getting.
Why is that? Well, hey, Almir belongs
Billy,
down
come
there,
on,
so
big
leave
boy.
him there. Wait, how is this Billy's room now?
My room. This is literally my room.
Yeah, someone was trying to cuck the room from Danny. So, out of respect, people are moving down to give Danny the room back. But it looks like
No, I'm saving it. I'm saving it for myself.
Yeah. Honestly, a room with Sahi, Yasmin, and Danny modded would honestly be a great room.
What's happening?
Nothing.
Danny, you want to be modded?
Oh.
You took my room. This is literally my room. You guys can
You stay there. Danny, if I mod you, are you not going to remove us? Oh, wow. You don't need to do that, Yasmin.
Yeah.
That
Okay,
wasn't
I'm
me.
eating my cheese and crackers. I don't give a shit about your room.
Yeah, we love cheese and crackers. We love that shit. Just close your ear holes and let me burn her.
How come you took over my room? You had your own room that failed, and then you came to my room when yours failed, and then kicked me out of my own fucking room?
Danny, don't don't pretend that my room failed, but I didn't even start a room
I
tonight.
was on TikTok and Fractal called me and asked me to come back on Clubhouse because he felt alone and like a fucking silent.
Yeah, we legit were summoned to the room to make you feel better.
What? This one was filled, and
we somehow, for some godforsaken reason, we give a little shit about you.
They
You
got
realize that, right?
They
A little bit, a little tiny shit about you. But when you obscure it with this bullshit, we don't give a shit. Now, go to the gas chamber, bitch.
Okay, that's not nice to say an anti-Semitic joke, is it? Yes. I don't like anti-Semites. They're terrible people.
Are they? Wait, can we let them up here? Rose, are you saying horrible things about me?
Israel will conquer the world. 2026 is a time for.
Maybe a few years from now.
Wait, Alex.
It's a
You got my I'm TikTok Brock. Add me to the room.
TikTok. You're in the room, bitch. What the fuck?
No, the other room. Where we're talking shit about. Add me to that.
About who?
Let my son learn about Santa. Is this okay?
There you go, boo-boo. Don't abuse it.
Thank you, Mummy.
Can I get a mocktail?
Oh shit, I was in the audience when
Literally my room.
Come on, I meant to hit like moderator, but I didn't.
This is my fucking room. I'm gonna start a new room then. My stomach hurt.
Wait, why didn't they make you a moderator? Oh, who changed the speaker's friends again?
Every
Fuck
single
you, boo
one
boo.
of you are cocksucking whores. That's what I think.
This is my room. Why are you allowed to
It ain't your room no more, bitch. It ain't your room no more. It's mine, bitch. It's mine. I own this shit. I'm gonna come on your face.
Oh my gosh, no, I never said you could.
Open your mouth.
No, I was gonna.
Open it, bitch.
I was gonna have your baby, but I took Dimitri's instead.
Oh, you're gonna have not having mine.
I miss my husband. Where is he?
Bad. You fucking Great Gatsby bitch. You look like shit. This is horrible.
Alright, now that I got my first tattoo. Yeah, you're drunk, dude. Chill. So much drama. You're causing so much drama on Clubhouse. It's making people freak out in the DMs.
Brock.
What?
You come to me. You're like an hour away.
No, I'm not.
An hour and a half.
2 hours, 45 minutes.
No, hold on.
That's actually like 3 hours.
I googled it.
I drove so
Hold on. Let me look it up.
I would have not done that, and Danny had told you not to do that. I was like, just stay at home.
Really?
Yeah, I was in that room.
Approximately,
Why'd you tell me not to
it's
go?
under 3 hours.
Why did I tell you not to go? Because I was fucking driving.
That's the only reason?
Oh my goodness. Stop. No. Don't, Daddy. Don't, Daddy.
Are you crying because your dad's raping you? Are you actually crying because your dad's raping you?
Can you not talk about this? Like, seriously.
Someone help.
You can only empower yourself.
Right, Fractal, I'm going to punish you because you didn't eat all your sabzi, you little bitch.
Okay. Brock, you're 2 hours and 38 minutes away.
38, yes, 2:45.
Brock, come here. You'll get head when you arrive. We'll be fine.
No. You said I could sleep in the spare bedroom. I was like,
You can't. Brock, you can sleep in the garage if you want. There's a detached garage.
Is there a heater?
I can give you one.
Yeah, let's do that. I don't want to be like in the same room as you.
I would give you head and not really care if you reciprocated.
Oh my god.
Instead of talking about Brock,
no,
He's drunk and gay on Clubhouse.
You're drunk and gay on Clubhouse, bitch.
No, I'm not. I'm drunk and straight. I'll shoot you straight.
Okay, well then show up in my front lawn with a limp dick.
I'll throw water balloons at your house.
Oh my god, is this part of the sign?
No, Brock. I literally need to get fucked by you. Like, where are you?
You know where I'm at.
Cleveland. No, but you know where I am. I'm an hour and a half away. Like, if you want to empty your fucking cock in someone's mouth, I'm right here.
You're starting to sound like Fractal right now.
Okay, well,
it's like the gay.
Well, me and Brock have a unique relationship, Tam.
Yeah, I can tell. Is it mutual though? That's the question.
No, unfortunately it is, but it's weird.
Yeah, it's so unique it'll make your pussy fart.
It made my pussy fart for sure.
And that's how you know it's good.
See, this is how I know to meet me and everything, and like, but no, he can't. Too fucked up.
Wow. Remember Exit 20? Remember that?
On what highway?
You drove right past us.
Nah, I don't remember Exit 20 on highway.
So, when you drove past
Uncle Ted, you say that Ted just like wants to, he only wants to have sex with you when he's on drugs.
Oh. Leave him out of this, okay?
Who is that?
No, Fractal?
Not by my phone. Who is that? Fractal?
That's Fractal, yeah.
With
the creepy noises.
Pot. Yeah.
What?
Wait.
No, but that's basically
How does Nectar, the leftmost mod in this room, I moved her down, but, hey Nectar.
Wait, what's creepy about what I just said though?
Okay, your
No, not what you said. It was the laugh, the sound after.
You're a son of a bitch faggot. Fuck your mother. Fuck you, cunt ass nigger. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, you son of a bitch.
Stop this, Saudi. No, stop this.
And your small cock, you stupid faggot.
what happened to my show over years?
All of the shit where we even have, where we live is soft enough and comfortable enough of a life to where we have these conversations. It's because of the West. Because, I mean, quite frankly, like, people that don't have an easy life that are, you know, they're a lot more likely to be tribal. They're a lot more, and you know, it's not just on racial lines. People have been tribal throughout history. And they're, like, we have it so much better than them, but because we don't have the real, I guess, like, hardships that we have to live through, like, you know, some other groups of people, especially in the past, we just harp on this trivial bullshit. And people remain collectivist, and they just, you know, I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, you almost force, like, people like myself's hands where it's just like, oh, you're all about your race. Oh, you're all about your people. Amazing. So you don't want us to be colorblind? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and just, white fucking power. Amazing. Yep, fuck you people. And that is the position they put you in. And it's just like, how much do they want to play this game? Because I'm just being realistic. Like, who will fucking win? You see, you have white people that are profiting off of H-1B1 visas, importing third world people for cheap labor. But when you really threaten, when the people that really pull the strings feel threatened, it's not, you think it's going to work out in your fucking favor? It's not. Like, it's fucking stupid. Like, how much do you really want to press this bullshit? And what is your ultimate goal? To build something your people have never been able to build before? If there's one thing we do know about white people, is that they can wage incredibly violent fucking wars very effectively. And they're pretty good organizationally. Like, they are a group of people that you really generally don't want to fuck with. And, you know, I don't know. I don't know what the end goal is with all of these people with their fucking, they're just like nonstop sob stories and like bitch fest. It's fucking obnoxious. What's up, Lord? You said Jesus was black?
God is black.
God is black, not Jesus, but God.
God, Jesus is God. It was his father. They're both black.
Oh, so that nigga was walking through Jerusalem with his Jerusalem cruiser sandals or actually probably more like, you know, Nike Jordans and a boombox preaching his shit.
No, the Yeezy sandals, the Kanye West sandals. That's funny. That was the ones he had, the Yeezy ones.
So, I mean, if Jesus...
You know, that's why Kanye West went to Yeezy, because it sounds close to, like, Jesus, so that's why he goes by Yeezy.
If Jesus, my Lord and Savior, is black, he is my nigga, and you cannot deny me to call my Lord and Savior the endearing term, as you guys like to use it, that you use against each other.
He's not your Savior, though.
Jesus...
He's not coming to save you.
Is he going to save you?
I mean, you obviously don't read the Bible. You're an atheist, though, so why do you think you know he's coming to save you?
Why is he going to save you?
I'm just saying, you're an atheist, though, so why do you think he's coming to save you?
I've never claimed to be an atheist. What are you talking about?
You don't know the Bible, so you obviously sound like an atheist. You either atheist or agnostic.
No. I'm asking. Well, first of all, you're making the You're making the claim that Jesus was a whole ass nigga.
I'm not making a claim, bro. That's what the Bible said.
Yes, you is. You said.
That's what the Bible. I ain't saying the Bible said it, bro. You the atheist. We can read the Bible, but I don't think you right.
me where it says Jesus was black.
Not ready for it.
No, I'm ready for it, but tell me where Jesus was black. Okay, shut your mouth.
You ready to see all the prophets being black?
Yes, show me in the Bible where it says he's black. Don't show me some pictures or depictions of Jesus. Show me in the Bible where it says Jesus was black. I'd love to hear it. I mean, and that's the thing, though. It's all love. If Jesus was black, he's my nigga. He's my nigga father.
This is the book of Revelations, chapter 1, verse 1.
Mm-hmm.
Revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave unto him to show his servants things which must shortly come to pass. And he signified it by his angel unto his servant John, who bear the record of the word of God and the testimony of Jesus Christ. All of the things that he saw, blessed is he that readeth, and they that hear the words of this prophecy. Now I'm going to jump to the Revelation. This is the book of Revelation, chapter 2, verse 14. His head and his hairs were white like wool. So
they were white like wool. Amazing.
So he had white woolly hair.
Yes, I have woolly hair too, and I'm white. So amazing.
Well, he has white woolly hair. So his hair was white and woolly.
Yeah, but my hair is woolly and it's not white.
When you go to my PTR and look at that afro, that's what his hair looked like. But instead of black, it was white. All right.
No, that's not what woolly means, you retard.
So now let's continue.
No.
So now
Okay, hold on. Actually, I'm
white as snow was his hair.
Okay, hold on, retard. Hold on.
A flame of fire.
Mm-hmm.
And his feet like onto fine brass. Now, brass is a derivative of brown.
Wow.
And not only that, that is a derivative of
guy
brown.
from the Levant was brown? Who would have ever thought of that?
Not only is it a derivative of brown, but as if they burnt in a first furnace. So if you burn anything, if you burn fucking white rice, what does it turn into?
Brown.
Okay, it turns brown or black if you burn it.
Oh, okay, so in other words, he could have been brown.
Now we gonna jump
Amazing.
to Christ's words out his own mouth.
Okay, let's go.
This is the book of Revelation, chapter 2, verse 18. And unto the angel of the church in Thyatira write these things. This saith the Son of God, who has his eyes like unto a flame of fire, and his feet like fine brass.
Yeah.
So that's Christ now saying that, yeah, Paul was right about his description. That's what I look like. A black man. A burnt black man.
Oh.
A burnt black man.
No, I would say that, like, you know, they call it a Jew-fro for a reason, and that's because, like Jews, which come from the Levant, you know, where Jesus is from, tend to have coarse, fucked up, unruly, unmanageable hair. That, to be fair, they look like Brillo pads. My hair, in fact, kind of is Brillo padish, you know, which I'm ashamed to say. So no, I don't think that that proves that they were black. And you could talk about his feet all you want, and that they were brown. Okay, so are a lot of people in the Levant. It does not prove that Jesus was an OG nigga. Like, no offense.
Are you done?
I'm done.
I just gave you scriptures. Oh, you want some more? All right, so you want to see what the prophets are black too? Not only Christ.
Look, I can settle this really quick. Hold on. I can settle this really quick for both of you. You can have your Jamal Claus and your Jamal Christ, and you can have your Jesus is a sin. Whatever Sky Daddy vision you want, take it. You know what? No one gives a fuck at this point. Because every time on Clubhouse, I hear an argument about eugenics or how social patterns are there, and then someone wants to throw in the God revelation, and I'm going to take this one crazy passage out of the Bible and twist it and maniacally change it to be this way. have it. Like, I don't fucking care. Like, who cares what your faith is? No one can take that from you. It's yours. You know what? Do whatever you want to. You want to believe God was a checkerboard, a girl, fucking trans, it had dicks, it was tits. I don't fucking care. It's your God. Worship it how you want to. It has 6 arms and you're an Indian priestess. Go for it. It's all you. You want to sacrifice goats on a Sunday night? Have fun. Goat's a good meal. I don't fucking care. It's not my concern. But you guys like always do this religious battle and it goes nowhere and it sounds retarded at the end of the day. Just letting you know.
It does, and I would say this, like, we can look at the different tribes that are spreading out of Israel, and, okay, there were different colors. We can look at the Hamites, we can look, you know, the black people. We can look at all of these people. Now,
are you ready for what?
Wow! Hold on. Shut your black mouth. How does that sound? Shut your black fucking mouth. You heretical piece of shit. Shut your fucking. No. You will shut your Negro mouth in the name of Jesus Christ. Jesus just muted you. That was divine intervention. I didn't do it. Now, Jesus Christ.
Certain prophets and
Wow! Look at this naughty Negro. Jesus, I pray that you mute this man. Jesus, thank you for answering my prayers. Thank you, Jesus. Now, I didn't do that. Jesus, that was divine intervention. But Jesus, I pray that you mute his mouth. Jesus,
you can't show me no scripture.
Jesus, I pray to the Lord that you will mute.
Are you ready?
You will mute this man. Jesus!
Are you ready for the prophets?
Jesus!
You don't got nothing to defend your point.
Jesus! I'll pray.
Acts chapter 13, verse 1.
Jesus!
Now,
I'm praying. Thank you, Jesus! Thank you, Jesus. So what I'm saying is, Jesus, thank you again for muting him. Thank you. You see, he was a really unruly Negro. Jesus, please mute that Negro once again, please. I really appreciate it. Okay, thank you, Jesus. So what I was trying to say is that when it comes to our religion, Christianity, we are all children of God. We're all children of God.
Y'all don't use.
We're all wow. We're all children of God. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and have to use human intervention and I'm gonna have to just like mass mute. So, we are all children of God. At least that's what Christianity teaches us. We cannot take religion and make it like an ethnocentric version of the religion to only serve one of God's children, in other words, white people or black people. So what you're doing, just like if white people do it, it's like it's heretical and it's heretical, amazing. But just like how white people can't do it, a dirty nappy-headed Negro like yourself cannot do it. You cannot do it. Okay, you see what I'm saying? What you're doing is heretical. It's blasphemy. It's bad. And quite frankly, you're Negrofying Jesus Christ. You came from the Levant. The people from the Levant were not niggas. Like we have to just wait.
I got the verse. You don't want to hear it. I got the verse.
Okay, let's hear the verse. You haven't proved anything yet, but let's hear the verse.
I've already proved Jesus.
All right, go ahead, nigga. Go ahead.
I won't prove the prophets.
Okay.
This is the book of Acts, chapter 13, verse 1. Now there were in the church that was at Antioch certain prophets and teachers, as Barnabas and Simon, that was called nigger. So what you gotta say now?
You're a nigger? I don't. What are you trying to say?
Yeah, you're right. I'm smart, so I know what it means.
No, what is that? No, what you said made no sense.
You're the trash who don't know what it means, because you don't read the Bible, so you don't know that the prophets.
You're trying to tell me Jesus was black.
You don't know the prophets are black, and you don't know that.
Oh, they're all black. The prophets are black. How many prophets are there? Hold on, Negro. You said the prophets we're black. How many prophets do we have in Christianity?
More than I can burn on a pyre.
Dun, dun. How many prophets do we have in Christianity? Oh, he left. My fucking retard.
I wouldn't know how many. I don't follow you guys like. But
Zero.
Well, zero. Thank you. I learned something today. I'm not a Christian though. I never protested to be one. I allowed everybody to have their own faith. So, I'm one of those rare people.
Well, I mean, I love it. I listened to like the Nick Fuentes and the Groiper retards who were raised Catholic like myself, and they're like, they feel like they can like merge this like white nationalist identity with being Catholic, which, you know, to be fair, Catholics have done a really good job of being racist and religious at the same time. But, you know, but at the same time, it's not really, you can't really be both. Like, you have to choose which values do you care about more. Are you race first or are you Catholic first? And a lot of them will say Catholic, but it's not really. They just want to pick and choose what they value the most.
I get lost in this one argument, and someone has yet to make it to me. In all seriousness, I'm not joking on this one. I'm going to be all serious right now. I have heard room after room all this fighting about who came where, who was first, what color Jesus was. I've heard this, like which race. It seems to be the preeminent question. But I'm kind of confused by this because none of the Bible, I've read it, none of the Bible gives a shit about race. It doesn't seem to be expressed in Christ's teachings, and nor does it seem to be expressed in the First Testament, except for a couple passages that refer to it. I'm kind of lost or torn as to why it matters more about what race Jamal Christ was versus, you know, the actual overall meaning of, like, you know, maybe you shouldn't do bad shit to people around you and care for
No,
the world.
that's the thing. So like even if Jesus was black, the message still stands. We're all God's children. You know, as a Catholic, you don't get to like say, oh, you're not one of us because you're like, ew, look at your skin color. It's not a thing. I mean, but if we're going off of the reason I push back against people like him is, number one, he's somebody who's trying to weaponize a religion for his race, which I would say that white people can't do that either. In fact, there's a very healthy medium between black and white people. You had largely brown people in the Levant that, like Jesus, you know, more likely than not was a shade of brown, who, you know, his people, I will say, this is where the religion came from. So it's just so fucking retarded that people try to like Aryanize or Negroify, you know, Jesus. Like it's so fucking stupid, and it goes against the whole messaging. Like, why? Well, I know why they do it, but I just don't take these people seriously. They're malicious actors.
I don't know. I've witnessed so many Sky Daddy fights on this app between Jews and Christians, Catholics versus Christians, Presbyterians, Baptists, BHI. Those are always fun and entertaining. Those guys are fucking morons. If there was ever a religion, if it was a toss-up between BHI and Mormonism, I would take fucking Mormonism. I would literally sit in mass every day of the week. And those guys are dumb. And like, you got the Latter-day Saints people, you've got a whole thing, and each one has goods. I don't mock you for it. I just sit here and go, gee, like, you guys are all worried about the wrong shit. But okay, whatever. And I still ask this question. It's really funny. Christ disappeared for like half of his life, and no one can figure out where. But what's odd is all the Celtic and all the Indian religions seem to comport with Christianity, because there's certain things that are done, certain practices that were mentioned in the Bible that come from other words. And also, too, let's not forget, on the night of your dear Lord and Savior's birth, Merry Christmas to all those, and blessed be thou, and whatever other shit you guys say. The whole thing is, you guys believe that 3 magicians who followed astronomy and used the stars to reveal some overall message to a king that was just born out of a, quote, virgin's womb, which I have a hard time swallowing that one, but imagine getting out of fucking jail for that one. That is the ultimate birth control fucking lesson. But you managed to get that story and believe that, but yet some reason you can't believe deities of all. Not only that, you also believe that God beat the other gods in Egypt when Pharaoh tried to test them. But I still hear people like, there's no other gods but my God. Confused.
Well, yeah, I get it, and so like I'm very, like I said, I'm not a religious person, but it's raised Catholic. But it's just like, okay, here we can look at the Levant. You have like, what you had Zoroastrianism, and then I forget which group of people, the main, the other main group of people that had a religion that basically, I can normally recall it, I can't right now, but like there's a lot of elements of both religions that end up kind of, then you end up going to Judaism, and then you get Christianity, which it seems like there is definitely some recycling, and I like the very cynical part of me says like, I don't know, like maybe we're just all indoctrinated by religions from these like from these I don't know, Tony Robbins types that lived in the Levant that were just like huge chucksters, and they were good at selling people on bullshit. Which is, I think, a real possibility, and I don't want to believe it. I want to believe like the religion I was raised around, but there's like such lacking evidence that I just can't. I can't take it seriously.
Yeah, Pepe, can I talk to the title of the room?
Sure.
I think it kind of depends on, well, I think white people have been on net good for the world, but like if you look at Pizarro's and Cortez's conquest of South America and how brutal that was, if you look at Belgian Congo and how brutal that was, if you look at the fact that most people on Earth speak no European language because there was, in prehistory, young Naya conquerors that killed lots of people. Like, Europeans have done a lot of killing and conquering in the world. And most of it's not a fact of them being evil, but just the fact that they have been, like, technologically advanced. But there has been a lot of bloodshed in the hands of Europeans. But, like, that doesn't mean that, you know, on net, you know, Europe gave, like, democracy and, you know, the Enlightenment and, you know, all of the sort of, like, all of Western civilization, which is a really good thing. So it's like one of these things where the wokesters focus only on the harms that, you know, we did, and they ignore the good stuff. But that doesn't mean that we should just then say, oh, we did all the good stuff. We only did good stuff. Like, no, there's been a lot of conquests that we did, you know?
Well, I agree. So this room is open because, like, is it politically correct? They had Tim. Do you know who Tim Wise is?
No.
Just look up Tim Wise, W-I-S-E.
Wise, Delta Tim, yeah.
He's the most prolific, like, anti-white, anti-racist that's existed for, like, at least a couple of decades.
I heard the term Uncle Tim because of him.
Yeah. He's like, oh, okay, so you know who he is. He was in a room, and you know, this is obviously the like hyperbole with this title. Like, and as I said before, yes, white people, which at one point in time, especially if you go back like, I don't know, 600 years ago, amongst the most advanced, they could just like go wherever they wanted to in the world and dominate. Yes, we did like horrible shit, not only to other people but to each other, but I would say what you did see this like unique advancement in the Western world where whites, like for example, we can look at the British where there's like, no, slavery's wrong, like fuck this shit. In fact, you know what? We're just gonna go ahead and just stop. Our Navy is gonna stop people from transporting slaves. We have the Civil War, which I'm not, obviously it wasn't completely about slavery, but largely it was. I would, and then if we just look at like, especially in the last 100 years, and I'm talking, and when I was saying this earlier, it was like the last 500 years plus, we are, and when I say we, I'm not one of these geniuses or brave people that ended up causing any of this, but they definitely. I would say almost all of the innovation and advancements you get are largely from people of European descent, but if not, largely from countries that were founded by Europeans or were in European countries by foreigners. And I don't think anybody can really argue against that. And even leftists I've talked to, they don't disagree with that. And different regions of the world were more powerful and innovative at certain points in time. This has been the time where we have been the most innovative, and we've obviously increased the standards of living and the treatment of people and human rights. I would say far more so than anybody else those last few hundred years.
Well, you can consider longer periods of time because empires have been built over thousands of years. And yes, these are white people, as you say, but it's myopic of you to attribute to credit this to white people. The continent of Africa is where black people are is different in certain ways than the rest of the world, especially to compare Europe to Africa, and the geography and that which follows from geography, namely isolated groups. There are many more languages. I think that, I know that for a fact, but I think that's a contributory factor in the having an inhibitory effect on the creation of large kingdoms that can spread out and conquer, colonize, trade, become wealthy, and therefore partake in the cutting edge of technology. So it's not really whiteness, it's just the peculiarity of the specifics of Africa being different than, for instance, Europe has smoothly flowing rivers, the Danube and other rivers that are highly navigable. And Africa has rivers that with waterfalls and turbulent areas that are difficult to navigate, causing communities to be isolated here. Landlocked communities are created, and languages arise. That's what humans do. They develop languages, whether they be in Africa or in Europe. But when people don't move around as much due to the geography, they develop smaller language groups of people speaking a language. It's more difficult for a lot of things, for empire creation, for trade and therefore wealth building, and the spreading of power abroad and outreach into other parts of the world. So it's only by chance.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. I do think when you had the Greek and Roman empires, when they first encountered the Germanic people, the people of northwestern Europe, they were very primitive people that were chucking spears. They did have some fairly seaworthy vessels and all of that, but they were, by all accounts, they were primitive in comparison to them. And I would say it's kind of similar. Like, I think you can look at groups like the Native Americans, where they were very separated from, the Mediterranean in particular, where a lot of our Western culture really gained momentum, formatted. But it's when it comes to sub-Saharan Africa, like, yes, absolutely, because North Africa was for a large period of time, they were a lot more advanced than northwestern Europe, and that's because, like,
why are you coddling this guy? He was obviously wrong.
I don't think he was wrong.
Okay.
No, I don't think he was wrong. No, because at points in time, we can look at what we would consider, like, let's say Germany or Switzerland or some of the most innovative places in Europe today. They were 1,500 years ago, they were nothing. These people were absolutely behind, and I would say once you have a group of people that are so disconnected, where you have technology and even sciences and math, all of the shit that was shared, from Mesopotamia, from North Africa to Southern Europe and Asia, and then of course Europeans were building off of that, and then they're highly advanced, and they end up encountering these people that are like 20,000 years separated. What are these Native Americans are going to be taken off guard? Sub-Saharan Africans, exact same thing. It's I don't know. I do. There is where you are and at what time is going to play a lot into it. Just like despite your race, if you're somebody of sub-Saharan African descent and you so happen to be in the United States, you're likely going to have a lot better outcome than if you were in Benin or Zimbabwe. That is a real thing.
Since the middle of the 20th century, Africa has been growing. It has been increasing in economic activity. I'm sorry, I want to say something.
Why are you talking like a white person? You know you're black.
What do you want to say to me? I don't understand you.
You're not fooling anybody. You're a black guy.
What's the difference if I'm black or white? Does that matter?
No, not really, but I don't like to be tricked. It's not going to work.
He's not black. Shut up, Daniel.
Are you not black?
It doesn't matter if I'm black or white. That's my point. Why? Your criticism is that I am black? I mean, come on.
Daniel, I appreciate you trolling, but not now.
Sorry, I was trolling there. Trying to spice it up a little bit.
And another thing is, you need ports in order to send ships abroad, and the coast of Africa, sub-Saharan, doesn't have many good ports because it has a very smooth coastline. So all the ports that are found on other continents, that's going to advantage them. That's going to allow them to spread their power abroad.
How did slave ships land in Africa if there's no good ports on the coast of Africa?
I would assume there are some ports. I mean, no doubt there are some ports. But when we're talking about empire building, I think it would be an inhibitory factor to have fewer ports.
What ports did the Mongols have when Genghis Khan started out?
I don't know this in detail. I can't even.
The Mongols don't even have a
zero.
sea.
It's landlocked. There's none.
Well, are they a power that has extended itself? What I heard when I entered this conversation, what it says in the title, is that white people have been a blessing to the world. And in a certain interpretation, yes, but that's a myopic interpretation. It's a short-sighted interpretation. It's not white people. It's people from areas in which geography helped them to develop in certain ways, like empire building.
Well, Devin, this was like, so you had Tim Wise, who was so the politically correct room had Tim Wise, who's a white guy who has been like always. He's not. I wouldn't call him an anti-racist. He's been more anti-white than he is anti-racist, and he was there, and so in this room, just saying all of how we need to erase whiteness, all of this stupid shit, and so this was basically the room. Somebody boomed the room, and I ended up making this, making this title, it's a little hyperbolic, it's just basically shitting on the room.
Who left the door open?
I have no idea.
I'm sorry.
Somebody must have left food out and the door open. It's Daniel Nero and Sammer. Guys are assholes.
I mean, it could be that there are counterbalancing factors. I mean, it could very well be that those who speak multiple languages, which is one effect of language groups in close proximity, they might have different abilities, but those different abilities may not be the abilities to grow wealthy through trade and to extend power far abroad.
Do you not own an oven?
An oven?
Oh shit, I'm eating, my bad.
No, he's always using the microwave. I just wonder if he do you own a toaster oven or an air fryer?
So this whole obsession with race is kind of, a person is kidding themselves either way. Whether you consider yourself black or white, no offense intended, but it's a misplaced obsession.
I think a lot of explanations that people give for why, for example, different parts of the world were differently developed at the start of agriculture or whatever, is a lot of it just doesn't need to be explained, because just think about how for the, most of human history, for the, more than 100,000 years of human history, every human was living as like a hunter-gatherer. There's no technological development, and this was lasting for hundreds of thousands of years. So if there's going to be like a couple 1,000-year difference between when this group decides to settle down and start planting things versus the other one, well, I mean, does that really need explanation other than some people most people weren't going to do that and weren't doing that for most of human history, and then a few people started somewhere, but it shouldn't surprise you that most of the humans stay in the default state of humanity. So I think a lot of times people look for explanations where you don't even really need an explanation.
Is this something you created? Like, this is an idea you created yourself? Like,
what's the thing I just said just now? Yeah.
Oh, shit, man.
Well, there's no need for an explanation further back in time than 2,000 years ago. But considering the past 2,000...
Because that's when Jesus came?
That's what the calendar says.
Listen, there are different explanations for why different groups formed agriculture first. There is going to be some story to be told. But I'm just saying, mostly the answer is just going to be, the default state was hunter-gatherers. And the fact that some people decided to stop doing that is like a strange aberration, and you wouldn't expect it to happen everywhere simultaneously, given that humans were just chilling as hunter-gatherers for hundreds of thousands of years. That's kind of our default state.
I don't know why it happened, 2,000 years ago.
It didn't happen 2,000 years ago.
Why not?
It happened much older than that. Like, agriculture started 10,000 years ago, and, like, Göbekli Tepe is, like, very, very old. Actually, I would say that agriculture maybe started, like, I don't know. Actually, I don't know when people think agriculture started. But Göbekli Tepe is, like, 10,000 years ago, and agriculture maybe started a few thousand years after that.
But even if we look at the history of Europe, you had like the pastoralists, you had the there was the pastoralists, and then what was it? You had the
West hunters.
Yeah, you had hunter gatherers, and then you had somewhat of like a mix between they were like herders and.
You know the thing where Europe has been like genocided and replaced like several times in its history. Like you're like aware of this?
Oh yeah, no. I mean, that's the funny thing is that if we look at the origin of European people, these are people that did not come from Europe. But
like just think about it. You have Homo erectus. They're in Europe, and then they get killed by Neanderthals. Neanderthals get killed by Homo sapiens. Then you have Homo sapiens living as hunter-gatherers. And then there's various pastoralists that come in. You have the Anatolians that come in. You have the Yamnaya come in. They basically just completely replace the hunter-gatherers. You have, and then even in like more recent prehistory, you have like the Celtic invasions, and then the Germanics come in. You have, just like various different ones. Like no one who has made Stonehenge. Like their descendants don't exist. They were like think about everything that happened in Britain. You had like the first Britain hunter-gatherers. Then you had the the Britons who built Stonehenge. Then you had the Celts come in. Then you had the Anglo-Saxons come in. Then you have the Vikings come in. And you have the Normans come in. It's just been and that's just England. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, and this is one of the things that were like a liberal. Some of the people the only people I really talk to from Discord anymore are they're liberal, but I remember having conversations can you imagine being in the Iberian Peninsula and you saw the Visigoths come in and they were conquering all of your people and they were like, oh my god, my fellow whites, that did not fucking happen. It's so fucking retarded.
To the title room, can you prove that white people exist?
Oh shit!
It's a crude categorization of a group of people from Europe.
Can we say that white people don't exist in the Bible and neither do black people?
I don't think. Yeah, I would say largely in the Levant. I would say that you had different tribes.
Exactly.
And so they were of different colors, and so white, that concept, not something that existed in the Bible.
Well, it's the reason why the Hebrew Israelites are.
Minister. Black people did exist in the Bible. What did you?
Okay, well, I'll let you go get your scripture and then come back and prove it.
Simon the Niger. There you go. Boom.
Yeah, but the name meant black as his skin, not the color of a race.
There's no race.
Niger meant black. It was a name.
Hold on, slow down for a
second. It wasn't a race.
Slow down for a second, brother.
Well, you made a point that I wanted to debunk your point.
Hold on. You're not debunking anything. You debunked yourself. So, race, you said black. You said nobody was called black. That's what you said. You didn't even mention race. But let's just be clear about this. Race as a construct, this modern concept of race, not only is it fake news, it never existed.
You're not answering my question.
That was literally his point.
Minister, shut the fuck up. Let me finish. So you didn't properly articulate what you meant.
He's not saying phenotypically there wasn't black people. It's not making
exactly. Amos, relax.
Saying the ideal of race is a societal construct.
Stop. Oh my God.
So you're just arguing with yourself, dipshit.
You're in a rabbit hole. You're talking to yourself. Yeah.
No, I'm not. This is the thing. You guys are so retarded. You guys don't know that the idea of black, a black race, it doesn't even make sense today.
That was literally his point.
Stop.
Oh my gosh!
Point.
Just let me get one sentence out because you guys are fucking retarded. So first of all, let's just clarify something. There were black people.
He didn't say there wasn't.
God damn it! Yes, he did. He literally said there was.
I said black is not a race.
Yeah. No, stop. There was not.
Describe themselves as having black skin.
God, yo,
Hold on. Let him say his thing. Just let him do it.
God damn, these people are retarded. His original statement was, Amos, you fucking retard, was that there was no white people and there was no black people. That was his original statement, okay?
You should ask for clarification.
Oh my, you know what, bro? It's cool, right? Hey,
Rich, I don't want to move you down, dude. Let him fucking finish. I'm sick of having to make conversations last so much longer because you keep on interrupting people. Just let him finish.
God damn. Okay. This is very good distinction to make. Of course, the concept of black people in terms of a race did not exist. There's only one race, okay? But here's the problem. This is what I'm trying to articulate to you guys. There were people described as black in the Bible. This is important to understand. People were described as black in the Bible, but there's no race. These are two different things, okay? For example, I'll give you an example. The concept of Ethiopia, or even fucking Sudan. Sudan literally means black people. Ethiopia means burnt faces. There were people described as black, literally in the Bible. You can go to Song of Solomon, where the woman says, I am black. So people were described as black. The concept of a racial category did not exist until recently. These are two different things. So let me repeat. People were described as black, but there's no racial construct as black. Do you not understand this distinction?
Okay, so back to what Pepe said. People identify with their tribes. And so when we have conversations go on a modern text, even the way you're describing the words we're using, like Simon, the dictionaries are actually modern terms of the skin color, and we just assume that when you talk about skin color, you're talking about a people. Like the Israelites say their women can't wear dresses because in Deuteronomy 27 it says men and women's clothes should not resemble each other, and they say, well, that must mean pants. So people are just taking, and it really means they were wearing tunics. So basically dresses, and women wear fancy dresses. Basically people are misinterpreting the Bible. There is no black race in the Bible. There's no white race in the Bible. A lot of us don't believe in the Bible. It does have a historical context. What I'm trying to say is when we have these conversations, the world in the Western world is fucked up because you can't talk without saying black and white. That's my point. Because you identify them as a race.
So let me be very clear. You can go to the Vedics from thousands of years, 3,000-4,000 years ago. They were even described as black, like very dark, like Dravidians, Tamils, etc. They were described as black, right? Again, this is why there's some Israelites in the Bible described as black. Let me be very clear.
But you're talking about their skin color, which is a lot different from their fucking race.
No, stop, Pepe. Again, you guys are not listening, brother. Listen, just listen closely. We are all in agreement. There is no racial concept. This is a new concept. The point I'm trying to explain to you, because he wanted to talk about the Hebrew Israelites. And even when you don't talk about Hebrew Israelites, this is
according to deuterium, which is a heavy hydrogen, a stable isotope of hydrogen with a nucleus containing one proton and one neutron.
Yo, Mark, welcome to the judge. You want to say something?
I agree with the deuterium.
What the fuck? I didn't touch him. I don't know who did it, but bye.
I was using the Israelite as an example because people that try to debate on basis of color are generally incorrect, and it's prevalent in Western culture, and we have to learn how to talk. We have to learn how to talk in terms of nationality and of tribal and ethnicity, because that's really, what it boils down to. There's no white Europeans,
back then either.
Black Americans.
There was no ethnicity back then.
You said what?
There was ethnicity. The fact that
No.
Hold on, no.
Why are you interrupting Minister when he was giving us?
So when if you're looking at the Bible, like we can look at the Hamites, the Pharisees, we can look at all of the different fucking tribes that existed back then. We can let's just look at Europe. You have people that resemble each other. You're not going to be able to physically pick them out from each other. But they come from a certain bloodline. Their religion is different, and they're 100% enemies. Like I don't. Like,
lumping everybody together is why people, I don't want to use the word black. Africans come from Nigeria and they fight with us because they don't come over here as black Africans. They come over here as fucking Nigerians. So when you strip people of their tribalness, their culture, you strip a lot away, and people just don't want to do the work to identify with that. You know what I'm saying? That's why we laugh at the fucking black Hebrew Israelites. Because they say, oh, I'm an Israelite. But then they say, oh, but white people can't be Israelites. But white doesn't fucking exist. And how the fuck do they know? Because they don't trace their lineage. They just go, oh, my skin's black. I'm an Israelite. I'm saved. You know, they're weird.
Okay, well,
I've never quite understood that whole thing. So,
okay.
It's really simple. Toyota and Pepe. It's really simple. The black Hebrew Israelites are just morons who are ashamed of.
They're not any less moronic than you Ashkenazi Jews.
So they appropriate other people's cultures because they're ashamed of their ancestors. It's not very hard to understand.
You European Jews, you don't claim your own history too. So there you go. So look, so let me just say this for the record. White people not only are not a blessing to the world, but you're actually the worst thing to happen to the world.
So are you generalizing? Are you generalizing?
I absolutely just generalized. You fucking right.
I thought people weren't a monolith. What happened?
What are you talking about? What?
Yeah, no. Answer that, right? Nobody's a monolith.
Answer what? White people are a curse to the world. There you go. Talk in terms of their tribes. Say the Spanish people, say the European ones.
Let me tell you.
Be more specific, because white people don't exist.
Right now, the language you're speaking right now is because of white people. Right now.
Exactly.